understood to be the stepmother of Gannon?
Yes, I did.
You remember the phone number that you called?
I do not remember the phone number.
Yeah, okay, we'll come back to that. How did you obtain that phone number?
It was from the previous call for service records that we have internally from the call that had occurred.
When you called the person, did that person expect you to be calling, or was this just a cold call?
It was a cold call. I was just following up on information.
Who were you trying to get a hold of?
I was trying to get a hold of the parents of Gannon or the person that had called in the original report, Letitia.
Did you identify the person that answered the phone?
Yes, as best you can over the phone by just asking questions.
So what, describe male or female?
Female?
Did you have subsequent contact with that person face to face?
Yes.
The voice that you heard on that particular call, did that coincide with a person that you met face to face?
Yes, from what I could tell.
And so the person that you were talking to on that phone call, who was that person?
Letitia.
Letitia Stout?
Yes.
What did you want to gather from Letitia Stout at that particular time?
The first thing I wanted to know is had Gannon returned home? And if he had not, had she learned any information or got any other information as to where he might be?
What information did Letitia Stout give you during that phone call?
That he had not returned home and she had no further information.
Did she also make reference to the fact that deputies had searched the home the night before?
Yes, one of the procedures that we do is to conduct a search, and I wanted to make sure that had occurred. So I asked her if deputies had searched the home, and she said that they had.
Did you get from her permission to put Gannon's photo out in the media?
Yes, I did.
Did she give you a photo, or did you already have one?
I do not recall if I sent one or if one was obtained during the original report, but we did have a photo, and I provided that to our public information officer to push that out to media and social media resources to get his photograph out there and available.
And did that in fact occur, that a photo of Gannon was pushed out?
Yes, pretty quickly that occurred.
Did you do any searches yourself on that January 28th day?
Yes, after the photo went out to the media, some tips had come in about people seeing a child walking in certain areas, and I drove to some of those areas and began searching.
So let's talk a little bit in bigger picture here. The report was either missing or runaway child, is that right?
Yes.
Does that sort of guide you in those early stages of a case like that as to what you might be doing?
Yes, and then the age of the child is also a major factor.
So tell the jury about that, those factors that you would be considering and how that would potentially drive the investigation in those early stages.
In this particular case, an 11-year-old child who is unaccounted for during winter months, so cold, and now overnight is at an extreme risk, and they're considered that within our agency. So additional resources are immediately put into place to start that search, which would be different than a 16-year-old who's run away 5 times in the past and has come back a day later. So different styles of approach to those.
And as it relates to the information you had, who was it that reported that Gannon was either missing or had run away?
His stepmother, Letitia.
On that same day of January 28, 2020, did you respond to Starbucks on Mesa Ridge Parkway?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go to Starbucks?
I learned that some of the detectives had come out to meet with Gannon's parents and speak to them. And I went over there to see if there was anything else I could do on efforts with doing searching or canvassing.
Did you actually see the parents of Gannon Stout at that time?
Yes, I did. I sat at a table with our 2 detectives and them.
The person that you had been on the phone with earlier the morning of January 28th, and now the person that was at Starbucks, was that Letitia Stout?
Yes, it was.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you identify her to the court and to the jury by where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Sitting over on our far right against the wall in a pink shirt.
I would ask that the record reflects he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
At some point during that contact with the father and the defendant, were you able to look at what was described to you as Gannon's phone?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Trying to determine if he had searched anywhere on like a Google Maps feature where there would be a history that might direct me on somewhere to go.
Would that be something that you would typically look for if you're looking for a missing child or a runaway child?
Sometimes you don't know where to look, so you look at all available information, and that is one thing that you would look for is did they search somewhere to go or enter a friend's address or something like that that maybe they hadn't walked to before to give them a route or something.
And not necessarily asking you for the address that you found in there, but did you learn of an address and then that ran to ground, meaning it was not really associated with the missing person here?
Correct.
Did the defendant herself at some point show you a picture of somebody that had been reported that looked like Gannon or that she thought was Gannon?
Yes, there had been some Facebook groups that were active in attempts to help locate Gannon, and she had been forwarded a photograph from one of those groups.
Did you do anything with that information?
We took that photograph and attempted to identify if it was in fact Gannon or not, and we were subsequently able to determine that it was not Gannon and that somebody else identified it as their child based on clothing and items they were carrying.
Did you become familiar with Gannon's neighborhood, so Lorson Ranch area, during this part of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you canvass that neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
What does that mean to canvass a neighborhood?
There's many parts of it. The typical part that you would assume is police officers knocking on your door, asking questions, asking if you have surveillance cameras that are showing the roadway or sidewalks, driving through areas where kids might play, under bridges, construction sites, things like that.
Did you do those things?
Yes, I did.
Did that lead to any clues that you were readily able to find to locate Gannon?
No, it did not.
In the afternoon time, did you actually go to Gannon's home at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go there?
I wanted to clarify the timeline because I had not been part of the initial part of the investigation on when he would have left the house. So as I knocked on doors at different neighbors, I had a timeline to ask to look at their security camera feeds.
Did you have any contact with people at that residence?
Yes, I did.
Who was there?
There were several people that were unidentified to me. I think friends and family members, Letitia and Eugene.
So the defendant and Gannon's father?
Yes, and their daughter.
Did you try to verify a time from the defendant that would be of note for the investigation?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was between 3:15 and 4-ish approximately when he would have left the house.
Did she describe in that statement to you what she was doing when she reports that Gannon left the house?
Between her and her daughter during the conversation, it came up that a candle had been knocked over and there was a burn mark on the carpet, and she had been taking care of that when Gannon left.
Trying to fix that burn area?
Yes.
Did she describe in any detail anything about that candle or burn incident to you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant what friend's house Gannon may have been heading towards?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
She didn't know.
Did you then return to the house on a later date, January 31st, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go on that date?
I received a phone call from our investigations division, and they asked me to go to the house and told me that Letitia and some family members might be removing property from the house, and that they thought Letitia and another daughter of hers might be wearing smartwatches that could potentially contain some digital evidence that may be helpful in the investigation.
Did you in fact go to the house?
Yes, I did.
Did you see different vehicles than other times when you'd been in the neighborhood?
Yes, there was a van that was there, and then some other just personal cars.
Let's talk about that van. What do you remember about the van?
It was a not like a U-Haul moving van, but a van that you could, like a cargo van that you could pack stuff in, and they were unloading items from the house and packing it into the van.
Was it a white van?
Yes, it was.
Did you also see a Nissan vehicle there?
Yes, I did. I believe it was silver, if you recall correctly.
I'm sorry, say that last
I
part.
believe it was silver, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Do you remember, was it a Nissan Altima?
Sounds correct, yes.
How many people did you see there that were helping the defendant move things out of the house into the van as you described it?
There were probably 4 or so directly, but there were also other people present. So what each person's role was, I don't know exactly, but I know there were a couple at the van helping load stuff. I believe an aunt that was there as well as her mother.
So let's talk about the aunt. Was that person Brenda Awkward?
I believe so, yes.
And spelling on that, do you remember it off the top of your head? Does ACQUARD sound correct?
That's correct.
What vehicle was Brenda Awkward associated with?
Nissan, I believe.
Was she in fact the driver of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her at all? And I'm not asking you for statements, but did you talk to her?
It would have been briefly, yes.
Okay. Other people that you identified that were associated with the defendant and potentially helping her load things into the van? Can you tell us those names?
I do not recall everybody's name, but I remember Harley was there, her mother was there, her aunt. I think there was another male that was there assisting as well.
Harley, who was that in relation to the defendant?
Daughter,
Okay. And then mother, is that Deborah?
yes.
And then you said a male, would that be Dakota Lowry?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know his relation to the defendant?
Not specifically. I thought he was a son, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Okay. Lieutenant, when I was asking you earlier if you remember the number of the person that you called on the morning of January 28th, you said you didn't remember, but if you looked at your report, you might be able to remember.
Yes, I documented that in my report.
I've got your report here. Would showing you that refresh your memory on that point?
Yes, it would.
Or ask for permission to approach the witness for refreshing his memory.
You may go ahead.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
What number was that?
843-655-7460.
Thank you. I want to get into more detail about the statement that you got from the defendant when you went to the house after that phone call on January 28th. How long would you say that conversation lasted?
Just a couple of minutes.
Do you remember details of what she told you in that conversation?
Some of it, yes.
What do you remember specifically her telling you?
I had asked her if she knew where Gannon had gone, so I had a direction to go to and contact that house or houses in between. She said that she did not know. Her daughter made a comment about her mom being.
Mr. Allen,
I was reading the report and I couldn't tell who he was referring to there.
he said her daughter.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you for any statements right now. From daughter. I'm asking you for statements of the defendant.
She had made mention that she might have got a little excited during the fire during that.
Okay. Did she describe specifically what she did in relation to that fire?
I recalled her saying she tried to put it out with a blanket, and originally the blanket caused it to get slightly bigger, and then she was able to put it out.
So basically, was she describing that she was trying to smother the fire?
Yes.
Did she describe, and when I say she again, I'm talking about the defendant, did she describe that Gannon had got something on his shirt?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
What did she say about that?
It was pretty vague. It was just he had something on the front of his shirt that had gotten on there during the fire incident.
Okay, may I have just a moment here?
You may.
Was there a younger daughter there as well?
Yes,
Did you ever get that daughter's name?
I did not.
Would you say rough age?
Approximately 8.
Did she at some point point to you direction of which direction Gannon may have walked to?
Yes, she did.
And which direction was she generally pointing?
She pointed east from the house, referring to a friend of Gannon's that lived a few houses down.
Okay. Now I want to get into some other information as it relates to your experience and then what you learned in this case. Have you responded out to other calls where a kid in this rough age range is missing or had run away?
Yes, I have.
How many types of those calls have you gone out to, would you say?
It'd be hard to put a number on it, but over my career, a lot, probably in excess of 30 runaway or missing persons style calls.
When you go out to those types of calls, have you had opportunities to observe people's emotional reactions to that sort of an event?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair to say that the emotional reactions can vary?
Yes, it is.
Based on your contact with this defendant in this case, did her reactions and the way that she was interacting with you, was it consistent with other times that you've gone out on these types of calls or different?
Overruled. I don't think Mr. Allen is asking for an expert opinion. I think he's asking for an opinion based on his prior encounters with other individuals. So it goes to weight, not admissibility. Overruled. You can go ahead and answer.
In similar situations where a child as young as Gannon, 11 years old, is missing or has run away for the first time, there's usually a little more emotional reaction, especially when it has now been overnight and a second day. The emotions are usually more visible and present. It's not always the case, but most of the time it is when a parent's child has gone missing and they have no idea where they are now for a period of 2 days.
During your law enforcement career, have you dealt with people that, excuse me, that are dealing with severe mental health disorders or diseases?
Yes, I have.
Can you approximate, or is it too many to even put a number on?
It'd be difficult to put a number on that.
Was the defendant in your contact with her on January 28th and on January 31st, did she appear to be suffering from any severe mental health disorder or disease?
Make the same objection that he's relying on.
Overruled. You
can
go
answer.
ahead and answer.
It did not appear to me, no.
Did she, when you were talking with her, asking her questions, would her answers logically follow the questions?
Yes,
Did she appear to understand, I guess, what you were asking about?
yes,
Was she able to give you specific answers to those questions?
yes, she was.
Thank you. That's all I have here.
Sorry. All right. Cross-examination.
In your experience, how long have you been in law enforcement?
26 years.
In your 26 years, how many people have you dealt with that suffer from dissociative identity disorder?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know exactly what disorder people may have to be suffering from.
Do you know if you've ever dealt with anybody who suffered from dissociative identity disorder?
I would believe I've probably come in contact with them, yes.
How many?
I don't know.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Did the defendant, based on what you just testified to, did she appear to be suffering from dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Hess? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. Next witness is?
Yes, Your Honor, Leslie Hicks.
Thank you. Ms. Hicks, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Start out there first. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Ms. Hicks.
Good morning.
For the purposes of the record, would you state your name?
Leslie Hicks.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed at Academy School District 20 as an assistant principal.
And about how long have you been employed at that school?
At the school, I'm currently at Timberview Middle School, but I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School for almost 25 years. I was there from 1997, with the exception of 2 years.
And in January of 2020, what school were you at?
I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School.
And as an assistant principal?
Correct.
How long have you generally been in that type of role?
At that time, I had been in that role for 3 years.
And prior to that, what sort of role had you had in education in that kind of context?
I was a teacher in several subject areas at 3 different grade levels. I also served as an intervention coordinator at Mountain Ridge prior to the assistant principal role. And I was at Rampart High School for 2 years as an interventionist, but for about 17 years, I was a teacher.
Okay. And in terms of the course of your role as an assistant principal over the years, how many interviews have you been a part of?
Hundreds. I've interviewed probably hundreds of people, both in the role as a teacher and as an assistant principal and interventionist, probably over the span of 20 plus years, definitely hundreds of interviews.
And why is that interview process so important for the nature of the work?
Okay, because we're trying to find the best person to educate our children. And it's very important that we put the best people in front of our kids.
Okay. As a part of the open applications for the school that you were at in January 2020, was there an applicant by the name of Letitia Stauk?
Yes, it was.
And for what position did Letitia Stauk apply for?
She applied for a resource teacher, which is a teacher for students that have IEPs or special education.
And as part of that interview process, did you meet in person with someone by the name of Letitia Stauk?
Yes,
And do you see that same person here today in court?
yes, I do.
Can you identify them where they are seated in the courtroom?
Yes, over here.
Okay, and that is your right side? In
That is my right side in the purple shirt.
the purple shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Ms. Hicks has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Ms. Hicks, you explained that it's a resource teacher position. What are the roles and responsibilities of that position?
Okay, the role of the teacher in that position is to serve as a case manager for our students with learning disabilities. And that person would teach some classes to help meet the needs of those kids. And in our school, that person also worked as a co-teacher in classes with the general ed teacher and would work in partnership with that person.
And for that particular position, as it relates to working with this particular set of children, would that person also be responsible for making sure that students follow rules?
Yeah, I think every teacher at school is responsible for classroom management, and that's part of the role of a teacher, is making sure that kids are performing the way they need to perform, both behaviorally and academically.
And as part of the onboarding process for employees, are they also given particular guidance about how to report violations from students, that sort of thing?
Yeah, within the school, yes, and that would be something as far as, how we manage that in our own buildings.
Okay. And as part of the interviewing process, what forms of communication did you have with the defendant?
We interviewed in person. She came into the school, and we have a set of questions. We had an interview team. There were 3 of us on the interview team, and we asked her a series of questions that had to do with the topics that you were speaking of, both, how do you manage students academically and provide for them, as well as classroom management and behavior.
So in addition to meeting with someone in person for that interview panel, are communications also done through other forms? What other means?
After the interview or during the
After,
interview?
before, at any point with an applicant?
Before, it would be, actually probably the secretary probably contacted her to set up a time for an interview. And then after the interview, if the candidate is chosen, then I would reach out and I would be checking references and then reaching out ultimately to decide whether we want to move forward with a hire or not.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 207 previously shown to the defense.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Hicks, I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit 207. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with that first page. And I'll ask you to look through the messages that follow and familiarize yourself with those.
I did leave my glasses in my purse. Could I get those? I
Yes.
apologize.
If that would help you.
Yes, it would help.
Under permission to approach.
You may.
I apologize.
It's all good.
Thank you. Okay.
And Ms. Hicks, I'll actually stop you there on that first, that first page of messages.
Mhm.
Do you recognize the telephone numbers that appear on that page?
Yes, I do.
Which one is your telephone number? Do you
My
recognize-
number is 719-400-8405.
Okay.
Ms. Hicks?
Yes.
This is sort of an unfamiliar experience for a lot of people.
Yes.
The lady to your right is taking down everything we say as we say it. So it's important to remember, let the attorney finish the question all the way before you give an answer, and she'll let you finish your answer. It's common in ordinary conversations that we talk over each other, but it makes the court reporter's job really, really hard if you do that in the courtroom.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
So you recognize a telephone number that's associated that you use. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And not to read from it, but do you recognize the other telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. And how generally do you recognize that telephone number?
It's been a while since I've looked at this, but I remember the area code, and the number does look familiar to me.
Okay. And what number did you use? Who did you use that number to communicate with?
Ms. Stout.
Okay. I'll ask you to look through the remainder of the messages to familiarize yourself with them.
Okay.
And you'll have an opportunity to read them.
Okay.
But I just generally, as you flip through the pages, if you can make sure that they represent a text message exchange that you're familiar with.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
And are they?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the message exchange you had between yourself and the phone number that you know to be associated with Letitia Stout?
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 207.
Defense, Exhibit 207 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay. And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
Ms. Hicks, messages are going to be displayed behind you.
Okay.
If it's easy for you to stand next to that, you can do that.
Okay.
We may still have a pointer there. You're probably familiar with using a pointer as a teacher. So if you want to use that,
Okay.
great.
No,
Your
it's
Honor, if you would turn on the,
It is on.
oh,
There we go.
okay, great. Now, Ms. Hicks, you've explained that your telephone number, we see this first message displayed here on the screen. Who's sending that message?
I am.
Okay, and what does it say? Can you read it for us?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge Middle School. I left you a phone message yesterday and I'm wondering if you received it. Would it be possible for you to call me today at this number or to email me? I'd like to talk to you about the resource teacher position. Thank you.
All right. And just to make sure that your voice is projecting to all of our jurors, is it possible for you to stand on the other side of the screen? All right. And what date was that message sent by you?
January 16th, 2020.
Okay, and we'll move on to the next message. And again, the telephone number that you see in this message, you're familiar with that number? Okay. And so we see a maybe Nicole. Does that mean anything to you? Okay. What is the response that you receive after you send your first message?
I have iMessages. I will email you.
Okay, and what date was that sent?
1/16/2020.
Okay, great. And we'll move onwards. What's your response?
Great, thank you.
Okay. The following day, you send another response. What did you send on January 17th?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge again. I sent you an email yesterday. Is it possible for you to get back to me today? Thank you.
Okay. And did you get a response?
I emailed you back.
Okay. And was that sent to you the same day?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Hicks, as part of this process, at this point, January 17th-ish, where is the defendant in the application or hiring process at this point?
At this point, she has completed her interview and I'm in the process of checking references.
Okay. And if you want, you can take a seat now. We'll come back to more of the messages. So as part of that application process, you referenced obtaining references. Is that right?
Correct.
Was the defendant able to provide you with some references?
Yes, on her application, she had references, and I was having trouble getting a hold of some of the references. And so through the course of our dialogue, I asked her for additional ones.
Okay. Do you remember a particular reference by the name of Connie Huddle?
Yes.
Do you remember the first telephone number that was provided to you for Connie Huddle?
I remember that it was an area code from South Carolina.
Okay.
I believe it was, I know it started with a six.
And that's
Four-
fine.
Okay.
Fair to say it's been a while since you've seen that.
Yes, it has.
Okay. And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Marissa Williams on January 31st of 2020?
Yes,
Do you recall giving those specific telephone number to the detective that day?
I do.
And would seeing your statement refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may. Go ahead.
All right, Ms. Hicks, as far as the first telephone number that was provided to you by the defendant here, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Okay. What was the first telephone number the defendant provided to you for a contact named Connie Huddle?
it was 843-504-6724.
And what happened when you tried to contact that telephone number?
I have a caller ID on my telephone and the name Eugene Stauk came up.
That name?
Other than the last name, I was not familiar with the name at the time. No.
Okay. And I'll take a step back. The first telephone number that you called, was there more than one number that you were provided for Connie Huddle?
I don't remember.
Okay. And again, Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Ms. Hicks, do you recall talking to Detective Williams and providing her with a very specific first telephone number?
Yes,
And would reviewing that statement refresh your recollection as to the first telephone number?
yes. Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
What was the first telephone number that you called?
843-957-3486.
What happened when you called that first telephone number? Were you able to get through?
No,
What did you ask for after you didn't get through with that telephone number?
I asked if there was a different number.
Okay. And were you provided a different number by the defendant?
Yes,
And from memory, are you able to recall what that second number was?
843-604, 6724.
All right. And I'll ask you again would seeing a statement of your report refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes,
Okay. And can you review your statement for that second specific telephone number?
yes. 843-504-6724.
Okay, thank you. A lot of different numbers. You called various numbers as it relates to references.
Yes, I did.
And so now I'll come back to the question that I had is, when you were actually able to complete a call, can you tell the jury what you heard on that call?
Yes, a female answered and didn't identify who it was, but I heard children in the background.
And were you did you ask, what did you do when you
Yes,
heard?
I asked if it was Connie. And if I recall, the person said no. And,
Hold on.
okay,
Wait a minute.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yep,
Ms. Gratiano?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not asking what the other person said, Your Honor. And
oh, okay.
but further, it's also not offered for the truth and matter asserted.
Okay. Well, then where are you going?
I'm just going to ask,
You might want to approach him.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Okay. Objection sustained.
Ms. Hicks, how long was the duration of that call?
Just a few seconds.
Okay. After that interaction, did you have any sort of concerns about moving forward with that application process as it related to the defendant?
No,
Okay. And why is that? At that point, where were you at in the interview process?
well, the interview had been completed. And as I said, we were checking for references. And so sometimes people give incorrect numbers. And so I asked for additional numbers for references.
In terms of educational background, is that also part of the interview process?
Yes,
Okay. And did the defendant provide you with some sort of information regarding an educational background?
I had access to her resume, yes.
Okay. In terms of the educational background, was there a particular degree that the defendant claimed that she had?
I did say she had a doctorate.
From where?
From Liberty University.
And were you able, as part of the interview process, able to vet that?
That's not my role. That's not my role.
Okay. In terms of during the application and interview process, did the defendant ask to be referred to by any other names?
No,
Okay. What about any other educational references, either through speaking with her or through emails, text messages, any other way that she wanted to be referred to as?
she did sign her emails, Dr. Stout.
Okay. Ultimately, what was the decision with regard to hiring the defendant?
We did eventually offer her a position at
Okay.
the school.
And is that a decision that you unilaterally make?
During the interview process, there are three of us that decided that we would like to move forward. And then I do the reference checks, and then I bring that information to my principal, and we decided to move forward.
Okay.
Yes.
And so based on that decision, when would have been the first time that she made contact with either you or the school at that point?
Well, at that point, it's a recommendation for hire goes to our district human resources department, and the rest of the process goes through them. And then once they are have gone through their process, she's recommended to come over to the school.
Okay. And for that, was she recommended to come to the school?
Yes.
And do you recall a rough approximation of when that would have happened?
Yes, the 22nd of January.
Of 2020?
Yes.
If we can project people's 207 again, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hicks. As we scroll onwards past January 17th, we will move to, we can continue on. And we'll move to, looks like January 20th. There's a message that is sent by the defendant's telephone number. What is that message?
What time do I be there tomorrow?
Okay, and what date is that sent?
That is 1/21.
Okay. And the subsequent message after that, what else does that message, that phone number say to you?
And do I need to bring anything specific? I just hung up with the district and they said to be there tomorrow.
Great. And what was your response?
Hi, Tisha. We're so excited to have you here. The workday begins at 7:30. You don't need to bring anything in particular. We will have a sub there tomorrow that has been filling in. You'll have an opportunity to shadow him and meet the kids, as well as get set up with the things you will need. Sherry Fuller, our SPED department leader, will meet you tomorrow as well. See you soon.
Great. And what was the next exchange that the defendant's telephone number sent to you?
good evening.
And what date was that sent?
And that date is on the 22nd.
Okay, and can you read,
January.
great. Can you read the rest of the message?
I wanted to ask your guidance about what to do about tomorrow. I had scheduled that interview at the district office before getting hired. I understand they probably have someone someone in mind, but I don't want to burn any bridges and would like to at least let them know my interest in eventually moving up later, or even if it's a year or so. I know we have to all start somewhere. What do you think is the best approach to take? Thank you.
Great. And what was your response to that message?
Hi, Tisha. It is your choice if you want to choose to interview tomorrow. Please remember that you will need a substitute and sub-plans to cover the classes you will miss. Please let us know if you need assistance with that. Thank you.
Great. And the next message that you received from the defendant's telephone number?
Well, they told me to do the fingerprints too, so I was just trying to do the right thing.
And the message after that?
Okay, I will just try to do the right thing by everyone. I didn't want to stand anyone up and wanted to be loyal to our school too.
Okay. And the next message?
It's 8 a.m. I mentioned it before in our emails, but wanted to make sure to follow the necessary steps. They did say I could do the fingerprints while I'm there, so I could get some link to do the paperwork. I haven't done any of that.
Ms. Hicks, how would you generally describe this type of exchange in these messages?
Overruled.
I would say that they be typical of somebody who might be, who's just a new employee.
Okay. Conscientious, would that?
Conscientious and wanting to do the, making sure that she's putting herself in her best job.
All right. At some point, was there arrangements made for her to shadow somebody at the school and be present?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the last time you saw the defendant in person?
The last time I saw her in person was that Friday morning of the 25th.
And how would you generally describe her demeanor?
She was at work and working and meeting the kids. She was running a class.
And it's a little tricky, but would Friday the 24th sound more accurate?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Friday, January 24th, her demeanor was appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
Did she appear to you, based on your work in being around teachers and hiring, did she appear to be going through any sort of mental health crisis?
No.
Okay. Subsequent to seeing her on Friday, January 24th, what was the next contact that you had with her, either in person or through other form?
I received a text message from her on Monday, 27th.
All right. And if we could move to Monday morning, January 27th, through the messages. You should appear on page 5. What time was the message from the defendant's phone sent to your phone on January 27th of 2020?
3 a.m.
Okay. Did you read it at 3 a.m.?
No.
What were you doing? Okay. What did the message say?
I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed away. Someone hit him with a car while he was walking. I can update you at a later time.
All right. Subsequent message that your phone received, what was that message?
The message,
Was it the same? Was it different?
The same message,
Okay. What time was that message?
4:37 a.m.
Okay. So it's exactly the same as the message that was sent at 3 a.m. from the defendant's phone? At some point that morning, did you wake up?
Yes.
Okay. Like a busy assistant principal, were you then able to look at all your messages?
Yes.
Okay. When you had an opportunity to read this message, what was your response?
I responded saying, "Oh my goodness, Tisha, I'm so sorry."
Okay. And we'll move onwards. What else did you say?
And then shall we try to find a sub for you today?
Okay. And about what time is this based on the timestamps we see here?
5:50 a.m.
Subsequent response by the defendant's telephone number. We'll move up. What was that response?
2 question marks. It's apparent all my family lives in the East Coast. I'm trying to find a way to get there.
And what time was that sent?
I was sent at 7:21.
Okay. What was your response to that message?
Okay, I'm just trying to understand your plans so that we can find coverage. Am I understanding that you will not be in today?
And what time was that sent?
7:32.
And the response from the defendant's phone?
Yes, it's my parent. I can't believe I can't believe that would not be an assumption in a time like this.
And your response to that?
I'm so sorry for your loss and we will support you, but I cannot make assumptions. I do need some direction from you. We will get a sub today. Please let us know what else you need moving forward.
Okay. Ms. Hicks, you can take a seat now. Thank you. In the text message exchange that occurred on January 27th that morning, how would you describe the tone of that exchange?
Angry.
Okay. In terms of candidates, and now a hired candidate contacting you, was your phone number provided for this type of emergency?
Could you repeat the question?
When there is an emergency, as far as whether or not somebody can be at work, what's the procedure? What is that person supposed to do?
Typically, they might contact their supervisor and let them know what's happening. We do have a system to get a substitute, but she wouldn't have gone through that training as yet.
So instead of going through that process because she hadn't received that training, what other avenue would she have had to inform you of an emergency?
To contact me as their supervisor through either phone or email.
Okay. Had you had any other contact with the defendant after that last exchange we saw in
No.
People's 207?
No.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination? No. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Hicks? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may
Thank
step
you.
down. Counsel approach, please. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. All right, sir, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the witness stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, Your Honor, we're calling Kevin Clark one of probably several times in this case. Mr. Clark, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Kevin Clark, Kevinclark.
And Mr. Clark, where do you work?
I'm the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
What kind of education and training do you have that allows you to do the work that you do?
I've got an Associate's of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology, a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security, a master's degree in Project Management, and then I've earned undergraduate certificates, since I already have the bachelor's degree, in digital forensics, cybercrime, and database management. I've also received training by law enforcement agencies in cell phone tower and mapping data, fundamentals of crime intelligence analysis training, level 1 and level 2 of a program called GeoTime for cell phone data and mapping program, as well as the FBI's cellular analysis survey team, level 1 and level 2 training.
And then as it relates to the investigation for Gannon Stout, missing Gannon Stout, how did you become involved in that investigation?
At the time, I was a senior criminal intelligence analyst for the Colorado Springs Police Department, assigned to their Metro Vice Narcotics and Intelligence Division. And in that capacity, I work with all the law enforcement agencies in the local area. We were aware of a missing child, and then I was asked on Saturday, February 1st, by my commander, if I'd be willing to go TDY to assist as lead analyst in this investigation for the next 30 to 60 days.
Not everybody necessarily knows what TDY means.
Temporary duty. So instead of working at my normal office with the Colorado Springs Police Department, I worked primarily out of the command post.
And then as a result of your involvement in this investigation, do you know whether multiple search warrants were obtained for phone numbers?
They were.
What would you typically get when you issue a search warrant to a cell phone provider?
To a cell phone provider, so AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and then Sprint at the time, you would get something back called call detail records. The call detail records is just a business record full of dates and times with phone numbers that communicate with each other. So the outgoing call from the target phone number or the incoming call to the target phone number, what that phone number is, how long the duration of the call was, if the call was connected. Text messages, same thing. At this date, on this time, phone number 1 sent a text message, phone number 2, or on the receiving end of that, data sessions, and usually some sort of subscriber information, who pays the bill for that phone.
So do you submit a phone number to the cell phone provider to get that information?
You do.
Okay. So we just heard Ms. Hicks testifying about the defendant giving a reference for a person called Connie Huddle and listed the phone number 843-504-6724. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Based on your knowledge of that particular phone number, who is that phone number associated to?
Gannon Stout.
Indicating that the defendant created that reference and used Gannon Stout's phone number for that person.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Oh, this witness will be available throughout the trial, and my understanding is going to be testifying at a later time.
At least 2 more times, Judge.
Go ahead and submit your question now. I'll hold on to it. It may be that we can ask it now. Do any of the jurors have any questions? Let me ask that. Oh, no. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clark. You can go ahead and step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess a little bit early. If I can have all of you back in the jury room at say 1:15, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, what are you all thinking? Barb says, I didn't get to hear Al testify. It's on the channel. He testified a lot. He was cooperating with law enforcement. And he was recording her phone calls.
Yes, Judge. So it's People's Exhibit number 211. Defense has indicated that they'll stipulate to admission and publishing of this. It's a audio recording.
Okay. And then what's the plan for the rest of the afternoon?
We just have more witnesses, obviously, Judge. Let's see. At some point today, we'll have Dr. Leon Kelly will come in to testify, Detective Marissa Williams. Depending on how far we get, Janine Sanchez and Nicole Mobley as well, and then a Deputy Chris Ganstein.
But we will not be getting to the person who did the autopsy today.
No, autopsy, doctor for autopsy is being flown in on Sunday, so she'll be first thing on Monday morning.
That's
Yeah,
what I was-
arranging all these flights from Florida has been challenging.
I get it. Okay. All right. All right. Anything from the defense? Okay, great. We'll see you.
All right.
Whew. Savvy Sab says, so glad you're streaming. You are welcome. This is horrific what she did to Gannon. The only question is, was she of sane mind when she did this to him? And they're going through a lot of backstory that tells you she's not there. This is just my opinion. When I look at Letitia, when I hear her and all the manipulation and things she did, it's so calculated. She's evil. Barb says, no way insane defense is going to work. No way. By the way, if you missed the members live this morning, you missed a lot because we had a lot cooking in the kitchen. I'm going to look at this clip of Teabag in South Carolina where she's trying to play dumb with her educated self. She knows how to pull that card when she finds it fit. Barb said crazy is not insane. No, it's not. It's not. So look at this with me. I love the judge. I love how he's dealing with her because he has read the probable cause affidavit before she has. She has no idea what they know about what she has done. Gamer said she lied about a job too. Yes, she did. Dr. Stouch. She's a doctor. She's a doctor. She's the Aldi's version of Kardashian. Anything in her mind that she wants, she's an abused child. She's everything. Yeah. Teabag has got it going on. All right, so this is her. The Aldi's Kardashian. When they found her in South Carolina and said, enough's enough, we know what you did. This is how she's speaking with the judge, with her educated self. You know, she's a PhD, she's a doctor. She's on the same level as the most educated people in our society. But now watch this back and forth between the judge in South Carolina and Teabag.
Okay. Is this Miss Staunch? Stout? I knew whichever way I went, I'd be wrong. But okay. I don't know how much you know about the extradition proceeding. Do you know anything about extradition? Well, you're going to learn. This morning, you have a decision to make. You can either waive extradition, and the state of Colorado has 20 days to come get you, which, to be quite honest about it, under the facts of this particular situation, I have a feeling it'd be much shorter than that. But
oh, no shit, Judge. They were on the way. Lisa, exactly. You're going to learn. You're going to learn, Letitia. You're going to learn. She's the grudge with her nasty hair. Yes, she is. She's disgusting. So you have a judge, human being, father, grandfather, and he's reading this probable cause affidavit. He knows. He knows it's all up. So much blood that it seeped through the mattress, through the carpet, through the pad, to the foundation. They were more than in the air. They were there. They were waiting on her.
anyway, they'll have 20 days to come get you, or you can fight extradition. Fighting extradition means that, and this is a guesstimate on my part, that it would be about maybe 90 days from now, the Attorney General from the state of South Carolina would hold a extradition hearing where he has to prove two things: that you are Miss Stouch, Miss Stouch, and that you are wanted for a felony in the state of Colorado. It's not a very high bar for them to jump over, but that is the standard in a extradition hearing. So my question to you is, do you want to waive extradition, or do you want to fight extradition?
So when you said something about fighting it, I have to do what now?
Well, you don't have to do anything. You just have to sit until the hearing comes up. But otherwise, the state of Colorado has, if you waive extradition, they have 20 days to come get you. I would be surprised if they weren't already in the air, but that's just me. I have no factual basis for that, but I'm just.
They were here yesterday. That's who actually came.
Oh, okay. So what you want to do, young lady? You want to waive extradition, or you want to fight?
So there's a hearing here. What does that mean? They decide to determine what? If the hearing is here, what does that decide?
It just decides whether you go back to Colorado or not.
Well, I've still never been given the opportunity, like since the beginning, to even call my attorney to even talk to him about any of these things.
Well, where's your attorney?
I need to call my friend Laura, who has the attorney, but I was told yesterday that someone was going to do that, but they never did.
Okay.
I've asked since yesterday that I call an attorney.
Well, it doesn't matter either way to me, because I'm just asking the question. I don't care what the answers are. If you waive extradition, I will sign the extradition order, and they'll bring it back there for you to consent to. If you fight extradition, then they'll just have an extradition hearing sometime in the future. And the problem with fighting extradition is that the time you spend sitting waiting for the extradition hearing is always considered to be your time, not Colorado or whatever the requesting state's time is. So you don't get any credit. It's like I won't say wasting your time, but, and there are very few, this isn't legal advice, but I'll tell you, there's very few defenses to extradition. But it's your choice.
Oh, so you're saying it's not like a guarantee, it's just a hearing?
It's just a hearing where they have to prove you are who you are and that you're wanted for a felony. Those are the two things they have to prove in an extradition hearing. That's all. So, I mean, if you are who you are and you're wanted for a felony in Colorado, it won't do much good fighting an extradition hearing.
Oh, you're saying they have to prove that. I see what you're saying. I understand now. So-
Yes.
So, yeah,
Okay, what you want to do, young lady?
so Colorado.
Okay, well, I'll sign the extradition order and they'll bring it back for you to consent to. Now, of course, it wouldn't have mattered if you waived or not waived. When somebody's somebody is a fugitive from one state, I don't let them be a fugitive from two states. So it's not like if you answered either way, it would make any difference as far as the hearing today goes, because I'm not going to set bond. Of course, with the charges that are involved, I couldn't set bond anyway. I don't think. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't run from you guys, so I don't have any trouble with you guys too. I didn't even know anything until yesterday, so the date on that paper you have is wrong.
Well, let me tell you something else, and I didn't go into all this. But now that we've decided what we're going to do in this particular hearing, because of the charges you're charged with, as far as today's concerned, I don't believe I'd say too much more. Okay.
Look at the dumbass. He goes, if I was you, I wouldn't say too much. I bet those little boys are already up in the air. They're coming to get you. The bar is not too high about fighting extradition. You are who you say you are, and you're wanted for a felony in Colorado. The Attorney General of South Carolina isn't going to keep you here. I mean, we could string this along, but we all know where you're going to wind up. And look at her when he said, all right, I'm going to sign this right now. Connie said she's such an idiot. Yes, she is. So on these lunch breaks, we've been looking at other crimes, other times. Sometimes they're 20 years ago. Sometimes they're a year ago. Really? And the judge is going to be very familiar to us. Has anybody heard of the case of Nathaniel Rowland out of South Carolina? Yep, I'm picking on South Carolina again. It's a horrible, horrible crime. Stabbing death. He was sentenced to forever and a day away. He is coming up on an appeal. You know the lingo. Muscle said I heard a little bit on that. Yeah. So before we go to the appeals process, which is a thing and everyone gets one. That's what happens. I think if the appellate judge watches his sentencing, he's not going to mind it any matter. Look at this.
Mr. Rowland, during my time on the bench, I have presided over many murder trials, and they typically involve shootings. And with what seems to be an epidemic of criminal activity now, on a monthly basis, we encounter people accused of murder, people convicted of murder. This is the first time, however, that I presided over a case where a victim was stabbed 120 times. The last case I participated in, where a victim was stabbed and tortured, resulted in a jury imposing the death penalty, which in this state is defined as murder accompanied by aggravating circumstances. And certainly a kidnapping is an aggravated circumstance. And I hear a lot of mothers tell me what a good child their child is. And quite often I have to unfortunately tell those same mothers and fathers that your child was a good child. But that's when he was a child. And my heart goes out to the Rowland family, as well as the Josephson's family. My heart goes out to someone from the same part of the state that I am from. You know, you participate in sports, and at East Clarendon, I presume you played basketball against C.E. Murray, did you? My high school. So I take no joy whatsoever. When I looked at the map that was shown to the jury, the telephone towers, when the officer or witness testified that there's another tower over here, the map showed that that tower is in King Street, where my chambers are. So this is painful, but not nearly as painful as the suffering by the Josephson family. Is there anything you would like to say?
Your Honor, I know I'm innocent. But I guess what I know and what I think really doesn't matter. I just wish the state would have done more in finding out who the actual person was, instead of being satisfied with detaining me and proving my guilt. I feel like if they would have done further research in certain areas, that's all.
And I've sentenced a number of murderers, many of whom have confessed. And I asked them, tell me about the murder. Tell me about the time you pulled the trigger. And I have yet to have one who could go back there. Everyone, each of them, have blotted the whole thing out of their mind as if it never occurred. And they can't take their mind back there sufficient to tell me. And I imagine they live in torment the rest of their days because they can't. The evidence in this case was, I chose the word an avalanche of evidence, and now I've seen it repeated a few times. I've heard it repeated. But the evidence in this case was so overwhelming. The law enforcement in this case did the best job of investigating a case that I have seen over the past 30 or 40 years. The every law enforcement officer that was available participated apparently in working in this case. And if there were 1,000 roads, each road led to you. There's 1,000 trails, each trail led to you. All of the evidence, every speck of the evidence, not simply beyond a reasonable doubt, but as high a standard as the law requires, all points to your guilt. And I am absolutely satisfied. I can certainly understand the family being in total disbelief that the child that they raised could do such a heinous thing, could commit such a murder. And I have dealt with the heartless, and you fall into that category. A person without any remorse whatsoever. A person who is totally emotionless. And in the law, we call it a depraved heart. And it would be absolutely astonishing, amazing to me for the truth to be that you have engaged in this activity all of a sudden. That there are not signs that your family can point to, that your friends can point to, where if some intervention had taken place, this young lady would have been protected. I don't know that. But as much as your mom feels in the bottom of her soul or pit of her stomach about you, I feel that same thing based on my experience and based on my observing you and witnessing the evidence in this case. So I want to thank the jury for your focus on this case. I noticed that you all were totally engaged and tuned. Thank you very much on behalf of the citizens of Richland County and the citizens of the state of South Carolina. And South Carolina is a wonderful state, a lovely place. And people from all over the country, particularly the Northeast, choose South Carolina because of its beauty and charm and people. And Columbia, for all of the same reasons. Because we live in such a wonderful state, such a diverse state, where there are opportunities for everyone, and certainly opportunities for you. And for you to have attended South Carolina State University, if your parents have given you as much as they gave you, and for you then, your life story to end right here at this point in time. Of course, your life story doesn't end, but this is certainly a stop along the way. It is a tragedy. And whatever tragedy that causes these demons to reside within your soul and spirit, I don't know. Maybe at one point in time, since this is not a death penalty case, they can be exorcised out of you. Mr. Goldberg made his closing argument and talked about, in the end, the consequences that would have had to exist in order for this not to be you. That someone would have had to steal your car, steal your car keys, kidnap Samantha, kill her with your tool, then bury her in your home territory, then miraculously get the car back to you in time for you to go to the ATM in Sumter and here in Columbia, then turn over your car back to you with all the blood throughout it, all of Samantha's blood except for several teaspoons. And the story goes on and on. The evidence is so substantial in this case, pointing to your guilt. And I emphasize that and re-emphasize it because of the horrific and most brutal nature of this crime. It could not be worse. It's the most severe murder that has occurred that I have been a witness to as far as presiding in court or participating in as a lawyer. And for whomever asked me for leniency, yeah, that's not part of my DNA. You know, I have two daughters, one of whom sit in this seat more often than I do, and another of whom live in a city who have to encounter people on a daily basis. And I have sons. I would like to think I know my sons and my daughters very well. Certainly, I would be in disbelief if any of them were to find themselves standing in a spot like you. But even more so, the terror imposed on their child and the pain and grief that you have caused. She was an amazing person, an amazing human being. And the testimony is here. And she obviously put up an amazing fight against you and left a sufficient trail for the jury to see what you did. Now, you're not a dumb person. You're not an unintelligent person. You've been educated, trained, and you have a degree of intelligence. You certainly have the ability to choose a different course. But there's no perfect crime. These days, with forensic evidence, your whole 24 hours was recreated almost minute by minute, mile by mile, digit by digit. That's led you here, and you've now been found guilty. And sentencing in this case is not difficult. The sentence in this case is easy, though painful it may be. The sentence of the court for murder is that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life. Any other sentence that can be imposed will be concurrent with life. Since you only have one life, that sentence must be served for the remaining days of your natural life. That's the sentence of the court. If you remove Mr. from the courtroom, Mr. Rowland. Just as a comment regarding Mr. Rowland being able to interact with his family during the trial, First, he was chained. We would never let a person who's incarcerated roam freely. He was chained and guarded by law enforcement. But I believe in the presumption of innocence. And for a person not to be punished prior to conviction. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for a job well done. Thank you for the manner in which all of you have acted in the courtroom. And ladies and gentlemen, you have done your service on jury duty. You may retire. Congratulations on a job well done, Madam Forelady. And all of you, I don't know who did the best job. I know it's always painful, but each of you all performed and did your jobs equally, especially to the law student back there who was giving me his 403 already to sign. I'm sure it will be a lesson that you will not duplicate in law school, and an opportunity that Samantha will not have an opportunity, Sally will not have an opportunity to experience. So thanks to all court.
Crazy, crazy case. I'll give you some backstory on this case. Nathaniel is actually, he is getting an appeal. Good luck overturning Judge Newman's decision. He's considered America's judge now. His statements, supposedly, according to Nathaniel's appellate attorneys, were derogatory towards him when he said, "My decision is not difficult." It's not difficult. This will take me 2 seconds, basically, is what he was saying. He thanked the jury. He actually did sign the 403 for the law student who was on the jury. Hope you never have to go think like this again. Super, super great guy. Glenjamin said, appeal. Melanie, exactly. He said, no mercy. He said, I don't have that in my DNA. I have daughters. I have sons. Couldn't imagine my kids sitting right here. Couldn't imagine. Samantha Josephson, she's from the Northeast. She was going to school at the University of South Carolina. She ordered an Uber, but old Nathaniel showed up. She was out in downtown Columbia with some friends, and around 2 a.m., she decided to leave. Time to go home. You know the drill. She got an Uber, and a little bit after this, she got into Nathaniel's car thinking it was an Uber. He had child locks on there, so she couldn't get out. He used one of the most powerful knives. I'm using that word, powerful. And he stabbed her 120 times. She fought back. She had a lot of defensive wounds on her. And the whole situation is horrible. Tiffany said, appeal what? Oh, appeal Judge Newman talking shit to you. That's the appeal. Judge Newman was a meanie. Judge Newman hurt his feelings. Judge Newman said, I've got no problem making this decision. That's what he said. It's not in my DNA. That's what he said exactly. I don't care. Yeah. Tiffany, dumbass. Yeah, exactly. It's a horrible situation. She fought back. She fought back so hard that her right hand, the blade went straight through it. And he has such strength and rage. The knife went through her skull into her brain. It's absolutely disgusting. But he's going to appeal this. He's going to appeal this. He says that the state should have done a better job figuring out who really did it. They have him on surveillance. They know exactly where he was. He was pretending to be an Uber driver. Exactly, Ryan. Appeal my ass. Try that one. It is just terrible. Absolutely terrible. Now, his mother tried to speak to Judge Newman, and Judge Newman wasn't going to hear it. He didn't want to hear her shit. He was like, "Huh, what, are you kidding me? You're going to tell me how old boy is such a good person?" Now, Judge Newman would think Comrie's a great person because Comrie just bought us some recording hours. Thank you, Comrie, for supporting this channel. Can't do it without you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Comrie. So let's look at what his mother had to say. His mom and dad are really fighting this. His mom in particular. We got some mama issues going on.
If it please court, Your Honor, if you would hear from Nathaniel Rowland's mother first.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state have accused our son of a crime that he didn't commit. You
Ma'am,
know,
I'm not going to hear
all right,
any
but-
claim of innocence.
Okay,
He's been convicted by the jury.
okay. He's a very caring young man. This is a young man who went through high school.
He said, I'm not going to hear it. He's been convicted. The jury of his peers, 12 people, probably had 100 alternates sitting right there to jump in at any time, said he did it. So, look, you and your pretty floral jacket, don't even try with me. I love it. I'm not going to hear it. I could listen to this all day. I love it.
Of innocence.
Okay,
He's been convicted by the jury.
okay. He's a very caring young man. This is a young man who went through high school, college, played ball, active in his church, never had anything against him. Now, I know as a mother, and a mother knows her child, I know my son didn't do this. I know.
How do you know that?
Sir,
How do you know that?
by the way I raised him.
Pardon?
By the way I raised him. And when you're a mother, and you're a truly good mother, and you raise your child in the right way, you would know when that child has done something or did something right or wrong. I can't. And I know he didn't do this.
Ma'am, I'm
But,
not going to hear any
yes, sir.
claim of what he
Okay.
did or didn't do.
Yes.
He is guilty of murder. He's
Yes,
guilty
sir.
of kidnapping.
Yes, sir.
He's guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. And if you had any testimony that you wanted to give for the jury to consider, the trial was the time to do that. I'm not listening to any claim of what he did not do. You are not a witness.
But he's a loving child. He's a good.
I love when he slammed her. You are not a witness. He's already been found guilty. How did his DNA get all over her? How did he was on surveillance. He was stalking people out to do this. Child locks, The whole 9 yards, 120 wounds. Her defensive wounds were so bad, I can't even say on here. My goodness. She's like, well, I know when you raise a child and you raise them right. He's like, I'm not hearing your bullshit. You're not a witness, so shut up. Just shut up. It's really hard not to feel bad for Nathaniel's mom, though. It's really hard for me not to sympathize with her. She really believes the bullshit he's been telling her. Oh, all that DNA, all those stab wounds, all the surveillance, everything you heard wasn't me. Wasn't me. And she believes him. Reminds me of some other people we know. Jenny, she doesn't want it to be true. Susie said, well, he did it, so how did she raise him? Probably a lot of enabling.
Good person, very respectful and respect others. And I thank her for it.
Thank you.
You don't care. You don't care. He's like, yeah, thank you. Thank you. And that's got to be hard for a judge to hear. I mean, he knows the system, he knows the Constitution, he knows our system of justice. He knows. And there's no winners in this situation, period. There's none except for the lawyers. The lawyers always get out good. It's a crazy thing. In our system of justice, the only people that win are freaking lawyers. That's how it goes. Same with car wrecks. Oh, man. Amanda, thank you. Thank you for gifting a membership. It's the gift that keeps on giving. If you guys missed the members live this morning, you missed out on a big one. I'm telling you what, right now, we did a deep dive. You wouldn't believe all the stuff that we came across. Glenjamin said, all this stuff has such a huge ripple effect and ruins the lives of peoples and families. You're right. It does. I just, I don't buy the kid that wasn't treated right in school. I don't buy the abused child. There's now some of them I do, and I can see the mitigating circumstances. I can see it. Not him. No, this was purposeful. What he did was purposeful. All right, so it is Good Friday. We're coming on to Easter weekend. What is everyone making for your Easter feast? Some people do ham. Some people do prime rib. Some people do a roast. Some people do chicken. What are you making? Because for me, I'm always looking at the desserts. I don't know why. I'm not a big dessert eater at Thanksgiving. I'm not a big dessert eater at Christmas. Well, I do eat a lot of peppermint bark at Christmas time. I do. It's horrible. And I stalk the people at Walgreens for when they mark it down. But Easter is more my dessert time. Ham and ribs. Muscles don't know yet. Lamb dinner for Easter. Okay. That's what I was looking at. How do you do your lamb, Jakey? Do you do rosemary? Or how do you do it? Do you do mint or what? But a strawberry cake, I'm telling you. So I've been looking at all of these recipes, and I love this site. My favorite one, my favorite cooking channel, and I watch her all the time, is called Beautiful Two Creations of Donna. It's a woman out of North Carolina, not South Carolina. And she's hilarious. She had a recipe a few weeks ago, and I shared it with a few of you. And you know, when you make a meatloaf and you put you have to have a binder. Of course, you have your eggs, sometimes your saltines and stuff like that. She used regular boxed stuffing as her binder. It was really good. So let's look at this because I got to get some ideas.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna line these up real pretty, okay? I think it's not necessary, but I like doing it for this dessert. I just like lining them up just like so. They don't have to be perfect, but I just think it makes it better. I think when the food looks good, it makes it better, y'all. Don't you think so too? All right, that's perfect. Next, we have some heavy whipping cream. All right. So we're just gonna drizzle this right on top like so. Oh my goodness, y'all. This is going to be so good. All right. Then we're going to add a little bit of pure vanilla extract. All right. So we're just going to pour a little bit right in the center. Just a little bit, maybe about half a teaspoon. I also have this fancy sea salt. I bought this in Mexico, but you can get good sea salt from all around the world, y'all. And it really is one of my favorite things to add to desserts. People don't know, but it really brings out the flavor, the sweet flavor of desserts. All right, y'all, so I know this looks so simple, but it is a simple dessert. It's strawberries and cream, all right? So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take some box cake mix. We have this super moist yellow cake mix here, and we're just gonna do a little sprinkle right on top. Now, for this recipe, I don't use the whole thing. We're just gonna kind of fill in where there's no stuff, all right? Y'all, this is such a good dessert. And I bought this graham cracker crust, so y'all can use that, or you can use the frozen kind if you'd like, but I actually really like the graham cracker crust. All right, so we have our dry cake mix. So y'all are not gonna mix this, okay? You are not gonna mix it. Now we're gonna take some butter squares, and we're just gonna place these all the way around. And I know it seems weird, y'all, but this is gonna turn out so good, okay? We have our box cake. We have our strawberries, we have our cream, and this is going to be one of the best desserts you've ever had. It's my easy, quick hack for a delicious strawberries and cream pie, all right? So we're just gonna put a little bit more butter here. Just right in the center. All right, and then we're putting this in the oven at 375 for about 35 minutes, y'all, and I can't wait to show you this easy hack for a strawberry pie. All right, y'all, so I have about half a container of Cool Whip, and we're just gonna make a little topping for our strawberries and cream pie. So all I'm gonna do is take some strawberry jam right here. I'm just gonna take a little bit, I don't know, a few spoonfuls. I actually have a fork here, so maybe a few forkfuls, like so. And then we're just gonna kind of fold this into our Cool Whip, all right? This is gonna be so good. So this is gonna be the topping that we're gonna put on our delicious strawberries and cream pie. All right, y'all. I'm gonna take 2 cans of peaches here, and y'all gonna use all that juice, all right? So this is one of my favorite. You know what? Actually, we're gonna use 3 cans. I'm sorry. We need more fruit. More fruit. 3 cans of peaches with all the juice, all right? We need all that juice. Now we're gonna take a little bit of ground cinnamon, okay? Right on top. And then we also gonna take a little bit of this apple pie spice. This is one of my favorite things to use lately, y'all. I just think it tastes so good. All right, we're just gonna give this a nice little mix, okay? Now, y'all, this is one of my favorite easy dessert hacks. This is for a peach cobbler, and I'm telling y'all, no one's gonna know that you just use these simple ingredients, all right? It tastes so good. Everyone's gonna love it, and you are gonna love it too. It's so easy, y'all. I'm telling you, it's so easy. All right, y'all, you know what else I like to use in my desserts. My little secret ingredient is a little bit of fresh sea salt. And I know y'all might think I'm crazy, but it really, really brings out the flavors in the desserts. All right. Is a delicious recipe, and it works, all right? So that's good. Yeah, just smooth it out nice like that. That's good. All right, y'all? So now we're gonna take butter. We have butter here that I already sliced into these little squares. So we're gonna put butter right on top of our box cake. All right, y'all? Perfect. So we're just going to do it like this. And you, depending on the size of your pan, I think this is a 9x13. We're going to use 1 to 1.5 sticks of butter. All right. But we do want to make sure that we have a nice layer of butter here right on top.
Can you guys hear okay? OJ has been real disrespectful for quite a while. And it gets like when Candace Wells, when I play anything on the channel and he hears Candace's voice, he will shut the laptop down. Okay. So obviously he's not liking these desserts because he just caused a ruckus. What is going on here? Russ said not coming back to this channel. Why? You don't like food and you don't like nice people? That's very odd. We're just talking about Easter food and covering the case of Gannon Stouch. You do you.
Of our cake mix. Now this is going to be such a good dessert, y'all. I can't wait to show you this. It's going to turn out amazing, and I know y'all are going to love it too. Now, I like using peaches with this recipe, but I think you can use other fruit too if you'd like. Don't have to be peaches. Those are just one of my favorites. And that juice in the peach can, it's just so good. All right, let's see. You know what? We're going to do one more row of butter squares. We want to make sure that we have enough on this dish. So we're going to do one more. And that's just going to go right on the bottom here. All right. All right, y'all. So all we're going to do is put this in the oven at 375 for about 30 minutes. And y'all are going to see an amazing peach cobbler hack. I am so excited to show y'all. All right, y'all. So I just have this tube here of this pre-made cookie dough. And we just cutting it into little round slices, all right? So, I don't know. These are about 1/2 inch thick or so. I'm not measuring, but you get the idea. All right, so we're just going to go all the way down this tube and cut this whole thing into these slices.
Okay, I'm not watching that. That's ghetto. I don't know what the hell she's doing. I mean, pre-baked cookies, peach preserves. I mean, come on. I want good recipes for dessert. This is not. I'm not doing that. And I can't stand when these cooking channels, which I watch all the time, and I hate to cook, to be quite honest. If it wasn't for the air fryer and the Instapot, OJ and I would starve. But I hate when they show their ingredients and I'm like, you know, just portion it out. Just portion it out. Don't show us your great value box or your best choice or whatever. Come on, we don't need to hear that. All things silver said, I guess Russ thought people were going to beg him to stay by telling us, yeah. We're not doing that. So, okay, I'm really in, okay, lamb. I'm going to look at this lamb recipe. Then the trial will be starting. Woo! I'm already in.
Today we're going to make one of my favorite things for Easter, or really anytime you want a really nice roast. We're going to do leg of lamb. Being able to tie it is kind of important. You can do this with a bone-in, a regular leg of lamb, and even if you use a bone-in, you probably should still tie it too, because it does have a tendency still to want to come apart. I like a boneless because we could put a bunch of nice rosemary, garlic inside of it, and we're also going to put garlic on the outside. It's going to be fairly simple though, and I'll show you how to make a nice green sauce for the side. But let's get into it right now, and I'll show you how to do it all. If you have a garlic, whatever it's called, a paste maker, use that, or just do what I'm going to show you. All right, so I'm just going to do a little chop to start. You know, you can do this on your wood cutting board, and a lot of times I do. I just don't want to mash all that garlic into the cutting board right now. So take some salt, very coarse kosher salt, put it on top. You can apply pressure, and you're going to be able to start making a paste. It's as simple as that. Give it like a first attempt, then just do a little chop. Then go again. Kind of like with the point, you can kind of pull. And that's about 2 tablespoons worth, I'd say. And that's good. Maybe we don't use them all, maybe we use more. And then chop this up like decent mince This is all going to go in the inside of the lamb. Okay. And if you don't want rosemary in here, you can use sage, you could use thyme, you can really use what you like. You want to visually inspect all this here so you don't have any of the thick stems. All right, that's good. And we'll give this a chop too. We have our rosemary, parsley, and our garlic ready. Let's get the lamb out. Basically, the lamb itself is normally like this. We're going to turn it like this. We want it to be all the same relative thickness, so it's going to cook at the relative same amount. Before we do that, we got to season up the whole inside, and we want to trim off any really large excess fat areas. Normally, the butcher will do a good job for you. I've seen Whole Foods sells them, and a lot of stores sell them already deboned. But depending on where you go, and I bought this at a local place, it looks like he did a good job, and I'm going to clean it up a little bit more. Any really thick areas of fat like this, I'm going to just remove. You don't want to cut through this or anything, but you want to kind of just get it prepped for the roasting process. All right, that looks pretty good. While you're prepping this here, you want to get your oven to 450 degrees. We're just going to take all of our herbs, get them all in, and we're going to put salt and pepper down here. The garlic paste too, just get that in there. Going to rub everything in. This is kind of messy. You're going to have a messy job here, but you're going to get a lot of it inside of here. You get salt and pepper at first. It doesn't really matter. It's all going to just be pressed in here. A good rule of thumb is you want to do 1 teaspoon of kosher salt per pound. This is roughly a 5.5 pound boneless leg of lamb, so it's going to need roughly 5 teaspoons of kosher salt, which is a lot. It sounds like a lot. So whatever your weight is, do half of it on the inside and do half of it on the outside. And you can do all that, or you can just kind of eyeball it, but you really want a lot of salt for meat. Pepper. You use a light hand and you can just shake it like this. Or you can get out your pepper grinder and take 10 minutes to do it. All right, so again, it's going to be here and then here. I'm going to tie here first, about 2 inches in. And to tie it easily, all you have to do, instead of just going like this, and then when you try to tie it again, it loosens up, just go a couple times around. And now when you pull, it won't move. So you can tie this off here. And then you have your first tie. So now you have it kind of in position here, and now you kind of know what you're going for. That's a regular knot that you can do. That's easy one that you can do all the way. And then I'm gonna do a slip knot now. What that is, you go underneath and this string comes over like this. Hold it with your thumbs. You're gonna pinch top part with your thumb like this, okay? And then you go around your thumb twice, and then you come through, and now you have a slip knot. And you can position a slip knot, and then all you have to do is start pulling, and it will get tighter and tighter. See that? Go down, 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 like that. And then if you want, you can do a security knot there. And all you're doing here is you're taking your thumb like this, you're twisting around, and you're reaching through, and you're pulling that piece through. And then you tie, and just tie it off a couple times. And now that knot won't go anywhere. So this one, I'll leave that here for after. So now again, I'm just gonna loop my hand like this. Now I have a big loop. I'm gonna come in underneath and about the same distance again. Just gonna pull up. And just tighten it. Okay. So there we go. We're starting to form a nice cylinder. I'm gonna basically fold this in here. This part's all gonna be folded in, so we can essentially keep most of this cylindrical shape. We'll do one more, and then we'll come around. All right, so we have it all done like this. We're going to turn it over. And now we're going to we'll come back through here. So what you need to do is make sure, because this is connected all the way to this, cut off enough that you can go all the way through here. Knowing that our line is this way, we're going to try to go right on the other side of it here. So I'm going to tuck this meat in, right, like that. And I'm going to go under and then over. And then just pull it. And now I can cinch up the end here. So you don't have to, if you have a lot of them here, you don't have to do each one. I would do like every other one. Under, then over. Okay. See how like now I can pull it. Having it really well tied, it will roast more evenly in the oven. And there's a lot of ways to do it. The first knot I showed you is very, very easy. It's just a regular knot. So right here, let's just turn it back again. Grab, remember I told you we had that piece that we wanted to leave for this reason. We're gonna be able to tie onto that. And before I do that, I'm gonna make one more tie here. I wanna cinch this up a little bit more. And now, right here, we're gonna tie these together. Okay, and I don't need all that slack, so cut that off. And then same thing again, go once, go once, and then go twice, like that. And now you can perfectly tie it. Okay, same thing, cut it off. And now you have a really nice looking leg of lamb. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna season this all up, salt and pepper it, and stuff our garlic cloves in, and then we're gonna get it in the oven. You can cut some holes like this. See this hole right here? And you put them all over wherever you want, and then you take the garlic and you just push it in there. You're not gonna need all this garlic. So just do what feels right to you, what you like, your own taste. The garlic's going to essentially roast in here, so it'll be a really nice flavor. I probably put like 10 little slivers in here. Okay, a lot of salt and pepper all on the sides. This is so big, I'm gonna put it sideways. Okay, there you go, perfect. It looks really good like this. It's pretty much the same size all the way through, so it's gonna cook all together, and we want to cook it to about 135 to 140. That's going to be a couple hours from now when it finishes. But for now, 450 degrees for 15 minutes, and then lower your oven to 350 degrees. I have mince right here. I have 1 clove of garlic. I have those parsley stems from before, and then I have a whole bunch more parsley and the stems. All this can go in the blender, and I'm just going to put it in one of these little blender cup I have. If you want to make a lot of it, you'll need a full-size blender. It'll have salt and pepper, red wine vinegar, and so I'm using this Spanish olive oil extra virgin from Costco. It's a really good value. I don't want to use a cup of my really good extra virgin olive oil, but this olive oil is surprisingly really nice. So I'm just going to put this all in a blender, and it'll be a nice sauce for the lamb. You're going to be using an instant read thermometer the whole time. So figure roughly 20 minutes to 25 minutes per pound, but don't assume that you shouldn't be checking your meat earlier. Before you take it out of the blender, just give it a taste and then adjust any vinegar, salt, pepper, whatever. Okay. And there it is. This is quick green sauce. I wish it was a little thicker. If I had more parsley, I would put more parsley into it. But the lamb's going to be so flavorful. You really don't even need this anyway. But the way I figure, why not make it? You're waiting a couple hours for the lamb to come out of the oven. It's just a waiting game right now. we did 15 minutes at 450, then I turned it down to 350, and it only took basically another 70 minutes. And this is 5.5 pounds. Let's take a temperature reading. So by having an even cylinder, it's going to be pretty much the same temperature all around. Let's take a reading. Yeah, so right there, we're at 141. And you can go into kind of the thickest part, which is probably right here. It's registering about 135 degrees right now. 137 now. Yeah, so this is about exactly where we want it. Got nice color on the top originally, and now we're all set to carve this up. Tent it with foil lightly. It'll raise up another 5 degrees, and then let it rest for 15 minutes to let all the juices come back into it, and then give it a nice little thin slice. This is going to be our dinner tonight for the whole family. Get a really sharp knife, one of your sharpest knives. I'm going to, for now, I'm not going to cut off all the string. I'm going to cut off the end. We'll get a piece of the end. The end's going to be a little bit more cooked than the center. Your center is going to be where you're the most rare. Okay. There we go. That's nice and juicy. Look at that. Extremely juicy. Since I made it, I'm going to take a bite of it right here. I'm going to get that sauce up. I'm normally very good at estimating the exact time for my videos, when they're going to end. So tell my family to work around it. They're not even here right now. This one cooked a lot quicker than I thought. That's why you got to keep checking that temperature. And if you were just going by time, you would have overcooked it by a lot. So that is absolutely perfect. Perfect. I don't even know what we're going to do for Easter because I'm making this video 2 weeks before Easter. We'll probably do another one. I hope you enjoyed this. Please share this and give it a like. I hope you learned something today. All my videos, I try to make more educational than entertaining, though I don't want to bore you. Leave me a comment. Let me know if you're bored or if you liked it. I'll see you next time.
I'm not doing all that shit. Are you kidding me? What kind of bondage did he have going on with the freaking lamb? Good Lord, that lamb looked like Jodie Foster in The Accused. I'm not doing that. Should he be enjoying his meat in front of all of us? Exactly, boy mom. The hell is going on there? I'm not doing all that. If I can't throw it in an Instapot, I have one thing I will tell you right now, a secret of mine. Any recipe that someone gives me and says brown the meat first, I'm not cooking that shit. No. Hello, Alex. How are you, honey buns? Whew. Muscle said, that's too much for me. Yeah, I'm not doing all of that. All right, I'm going to put the link in here if anybody wants to come up and talk. If not, I'm going to put up a cheesecake that I'm going to try to make. Also, you guys are going to love this. Sunday morning, I'm going to stream our church services. You're going to see me on stage at church. Now, depending on how I do at the River Spirit Casino on Saturday, when I'm at church, just pray for me that when I grab the microphone, I don't sing Delta Dawn thinking I'm still at karaoke. All right? It's going to be a big day, but we can all be together and celebrate Easter together. Ava says, maybe I'll make cheesecake. There you go. What I'm talking about. Just me said time. Well, I normally go to the 9 o'clock service, but I think I'm going to be at the 11 o'clock service. Ava said, don't go to church drunk, Brooks. That's okay. That's okay. Easter's the day. Easter is the day we are washed. Here we go. Speaking of washed, hello, you sinner. How are you? Happy Good Friday.
What did you call me? That was hilarious.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You're going to have to re-listen to the members live from this morning. You wouldn't believe all the stuff that went on.
Oh my gosh, I want to so bad. I can't wait. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know if you could hear me good or not. Sorry. Yeah, I'm excited to do that. I'm going to go in and do that. Well, I don't know when I'll do it. I have to wait till after the trial's over. I just want to come and say hi.
Okay.
Y'all doing good?
I'm going to stream the church service 10:30. I just looked on my phone because I just actually got a reminder. Like, who gets a reminder for Easter?
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's all right. Yeah, I will watch that too.
And we can all get together and chat and go through it. So what are you gonna make for Easter?
I have no idea. I'm still trying to decide what I'm going to do. And we're getting together with my parents. I'm trying to find out what we're going to do. You know how that goes. Mom won't give me any ideas. So I told her she was either going to tell me or I was just going to bring over everything and be done with it. So, for sure fixing blackberry cake. Have you ever had blackberry cake?
No, but that sounds so good. I love blackberries.
Oh, you do? You would love this cake then. Oh my God, it is so good. And I can send you the recipe on it. And it's got cream cheese icing that you make and put on the top of it too. Oh, it's to die for.
Oh, shut up. Well, I'm damn sure not making Jodie Foster lamb. That's for sure.
Well, me either. I was going to tell you, if you end up fixing it, let me know because I'll fly over and I'll eat it because I sure as heck ain't never going to fix it myself. Ain't no way.
Yes. That dude
No.
put that together? No way. I'm not doing that. When you start having to cook meat and use like real herbs and stuff, I'm out.
See, me too. Me too. And I'm not going to try to go find all those herbs in my grocery store either. Give me a break.
You can wind up spending $100 just on the herbs.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm good about chopping stuff up for a little while, but when it gets to like the little fine stuff with them herbs, I'm like, I'm out. I'll just rip them in half and say it's good enough. I'm not dealing with it.
No.
Too much.
No way. I was talking to Alana Raffield's mother the other day, and her and Kevin were having their anniversary, and she said, you know what? I can order out for what it costs for me to put this meal together. And
That
I'm
is
like,
so true.
It is.
It's sad. I tried to talk my parents into just doing a big seafood bowl and be done with it, is what I tried to talk them into, because everybody likes it. You can just throw all that crap in one pot and not stand over and cook a bunch of crap for hours. And I'd rather be outside and enjoy the weather and being with my family than standing in there cooking half a day and then being wore out.
I know, exactly. Ava said you need a Pampered Chef chopper. I used to have pretty much everything that Pampered Chef had to offer. I don't know where it went, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I love Pampered. Do you sell Pampered Chef, Ava? Because the gun, I call it the gun. That's how I make my deviled eggs. I know I gave a bunch of stuff to my soon-to-be daughter-in-law.
Oh. When is that, Brooks? It's coming up, isn't it?
May 5th. I'm super
excited.
excited.
Gosh.
I've got to send, I'll put it on the community tab, her bachelorette week. And she went to South Beach, and then she went to Austin. They rented a boat. My son, of course, wasn't there because it's a bachelorette week. And I'm really excited.
Oh, that's so cool. Gosh, I didn't realize it was that close. That'll be here before you know it.
I know.
And today is my mom and dad's 44th wedding anniversary. So I got to go celebrate those. We're going to celebrate their anniversary this weekend too. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. My parents are, they're definitely special to me. That is for sure. So it's hard to find people that say they've been married for 44 years these days. So,
No, it's very uncommon.
Yeah. So I'm excited for them. So are you having all your family over too to cook?
You know what? At this point, I don't know what we're going to do because, my oldest son, he lives in San Antonio. He's in the Air Force. He got moved from Las Vegas to San Antonio. So he's not going to be up. Now, my youngest son goes to a different church. Him and his girlfriend are going to be at their church in Bixby, Oklahoma.
Okay.
And we go to a church, Rivergate, right outside of Jinx. So we're going to be there. And then hopefully, I don't know what my middle son's going to be doing. I have no idea. We sent some Easter clothes to my stepdaughter and love dressing the babies up. Love. You ought to see, because she just had a baby in November, and this outfit we sent for her son that was just born in November, our grandson, it looks like a little Conor McGregor. Got the snap hat and everything.
Oh my God, how cute. That is too cute. I miss those days of my son being younger where I could dress him up, because now if it's not ball shorts and a t-shirt, you can forget it. So
Yep. So yeah, I'm excited. We'll see. I mean, I already sent out all the Easter goodies. Everyone got their package. Matter of fact, check your mail. You should have something for you today.
oh well, what a nice surprise. Okay. I'll do that.
Tell you what, it's just the gift that keeps on giving around here. It's like,
Hey, I'm telling you.
It's like Candace showing up at Kathy's doorstep. It's just one thing after another.
Oh God. Oh my God. What a
yeah, you missed the members live.
I know, I'm so disappointed.
Kathy found a forensic astrologer to find Summer.
Jesus Christ. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
No, not at all. And she also she actually farted on a live.
No, she didn't.
She
oh gosh.
there in front of everyone.
Listen, I did not catch that either, but I missed that. So
Britt said she ain't kidding. No.
Oh my God. Oh gosh. I tell you, I don't know about these people. These people are, they're some of the strangest people. And what's super scary is they live around me and I didn't even freaking know it. It's really weird.
Well, this chick she dug up, she's an over-the-road truck driver, which is a very hard job. How you even get a CDL, I will never know. Because, I mean, just the backing alone is insane. And so, but she's an over-the-road truck driver, and she was at the Roadway Inn in Kingsport.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Doing this $39.99 a night.
Yeah, you can picture that in your mind and think about what that looks like. So, wow.
Yeah, like one of those paper thin bedspreads behind her.
Yes.
And she was doing forensic astrology to find Summer.
Jesus.
Fed up, you're right. There's a search right now looking for Harmony Montgomery, and I have a feeling they're gonna find her.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's this week has been one thing after another. But you know what? Justice is coming, and I tell you what, if they find Harmony on Good Friday,
oh gosh,
blow my mind.
That just gives me chills, Brooks, thinking about that. I hope they do.
Me too.
Oh, you drain chills all over me thinking about that. Yeah, I'm just.
Why am I getting a restricted call? Who the hell is privating their number? Hang on.
It's probably Dawn.
Hello? 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 Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah, you called me. What's going on? No, I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. Out of your mind. These people.
Hmm.
Tracy said that would be cool if my son meets your son, Brooks. He actually, if you send me your son's name, I'll make sure my son goes and meets him. Because
Oh.
my son started in Laughlin, and then he went to Keesler Air Force Base. Then he went to Warner Robins. Then he went to what's it called? Not Nestler. What's it called? It's in Las Vegas. And then now he's back at Laughlin. So yeah, he's
Wow.
and my son just sent me a message right now and says, "Did you send the money to my honeymoon fund?" Yes, sir, I did.
Hey, he's got his priorities straight.
Yeah. He wants to go snorkeling, glass bottom boats, the whole 9 yards. What to
Oh
do?
man, that sounds amazing.
Lucky Shooter said YouTubers are streaming the West case and the judge said no streaming. Yeah, and that's what scares me. When the judge said don't stream it, then I don't do it. That's the reason I didn't go through the whole jury selection and everything, which I don't really do anyway. I think jury selection should be a private matter, but that's just
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I agree with all that. And you know what? I think so. I always want to give up hope that we're ever going to know where Summer's located, but the fact that they're still out there looking for Harmony gives me hope, and they're not giving up on it. So
I know I have a pit in my stomach because
yeah, I did too.
What I'm looking at is it's very dedicated and they're very spot on. I think
Very methodical.
I think step meth is given him more information. Probably for a less sentence. I don't know.
Most likely, yeah. But still, I know that young, that poor little girl. That
She
one just
never had a shot in life.
She really did, and dealt the crappiest hand ever. I just don't understand it. I never will. Oh my God, did you just see Angel's comment? I will sign up for that duty.
Angel said Candace needs her ass until she spills. Well, you better get behind Kathy because Kathy says Candace deserves hugs. And there is a lady creator that is extra hateful to Candace. That would be me. And she said, why can't Candace have a hug? So one person in the chat said, well, did Summer get hugs? And she goes, well, how do we know she didn't? Because she's missing and her mama's not looking for her.
Exactly. And the fact that you people are doing question and answer sessions for $5 a question. No, honey, you can get in line behind me because I'm going to do that for free, sis. So you can get behind me. If anybody gets to do that and get justice, it will be for me.
Look at Jen Bug with the love. She goes, I can give her a bear hug.
Oh.
Fed Up says, I got a hug for her, but not the one she wants.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really pathetic what some of these people are doing. But when you sent me that message that one day telling me that, I thought, yeah, who even comes up with that kind of stuff? That you've got to pay to get questioned. And do you even know Summer? How can you answer questions about Summer? And that goes for the other dude that was doing it too. How do you answer questions about a child you never met?
Andrew Hiltz, yeah, for $5.
Yeah.
And he's probably listening right now. I don't know. Justin might have blocked him so he can't chat. I don't know. But he's been in chat a lot lately, and that's $5 to make him holler, and he will tell you what you want to know about the day Summer disappeared for $5.
Isn't that interesting?
Isn't that interesting?
Isn't that interesting? Johnny Girl says court is on. Is it back on?
It's back to court. Here we go.
I'm jumping back in chat. Thank you.
All right, girlfriend. Let's see what's going on.
Bye.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Judge.
Defense? Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and bring the jury in. I gotta tell Todd just a minute. Cameras up too.
Yeah.
That guy's supposed to be here. Right. Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1385, People versus Letitia Stout. I'm sorry, 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen, call our next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. Actually, our next exhibit is People's Exhibit 211, which defendants is stipulating to admissibility of 211. And then we were asking for permission to publish People's Exhibit 211 to the jury. For record purposes, this is body worn camera audio of Deputy Parker that was collected on the evening of January 27, 2020, when he, along with Deputy Yonkin, who we heard from yesterday, responded to 6627 Mandan Drive in response to the missing child report that the defendant made.
Defense, do you stipulate as to the foundational elements that have just been recited by the prosecution? Okay. All right. Exhibit 211 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Out here about 4 o'clock.
It's this one. You have your notepad? Yeah. You have your big notepad?
Big one?
Yeah.
Recording. Mounted. Wi-Fi connected.
Hi. Hey, can we come in? Sorry, my shoes are a little muddy.
Guys are busy tonight, huh?
Yes, unfortunately, sorry, we took us up. I mean, we go by priority and I mean,
Well, the neighbors have been awesome, so
Yeah.
they helped out.
and they could probably do more than we.
Yeah,
I mean, we
that's what
we got two bodies, so.
Exactly. That's what I was telling my husband anyway, because he was upset. And I was like, honestly, the neighbors have already pretty much done a lot of the work.
Yeah, there's a ton of them out there, so.
Yeah. We keep getting posts and pictures, and we did find, someone did send us a video picture or something, and he was holding his Switch case.
His what?
Like his Switch, like Nintendo Switch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not like a Switch.
I don't know.
So they've all been trying to be very like helpful and the whole situation, because so he was supposed to be here at 6:00 because we were going to eat dinner. And he said he was off restriction today. So he was going to go play with his friend. And his dad already told him he could play with his friend. And he didn't come back at 6. So I looked outside and saw it was sleeting, So I said, well, maybe he's waiting on one of us to come get him, So we drive to the neighbor's house, which I'm assuming he's at the neighbor's on the corner's house. And they're like, no, he's not here. So I was like, okay, maybe it's only other one other person. So they kept leading us on all this chase of people who it could be. And we covered a lot of houses. And at this point, the neighbors all stepped in and kind of went to the houses ourselves. And because they told me to wait here, and she went to a bunch.
Okay.
But sorry, I've been like freaked out the whole time. To add to it, I'm almost positive he is with someone that he knows because he searched on his phone. Can my parents find me if my phone is off? He also, and I'll let you look at this, sent my husband some crazy stuff that was like, it was like, so he sent my husband a message that says, do we have any bath salt? And then my husband said, for a while, asked me. And then, because my husband didn't think, like what he was talking about. And it says, my friend said if I get some, we could play, and he has a Sonic there this weekend. Because he's big into like Nintendo Sonic.
Yeah, right.
And then my husband said no. So then he said, can we play today if my tummy stops hurting? And so my husband said, he'd call him. Then he said his brother has a car for a sleepover this Friday. So that's why we were trying to find some of the kids that we knew, we didn't know, other people that had older siblings. So that's how the whole thing got started with this Jimmy kid. We feel bad, but we didn't start that. So everybody goes pounding on this Jimmy kid's house and looking for, people at baffling. And the kid was asleep, and he didn't have an older sibling. So it kind of got, how social media gets blown all out of proportion and things like that. So, yeah, so that's pretty much what we got. And then, and we did, my husband was like, go through his book bag and stuff like that. And we found like a cigar in there. It was I guess a cigar.
Has any used marijuana that you know about?
No, he's never even been like this. Like he did start going to
brothers are hanging around and smoking pot. Then
because he is at Grand Mountain, and they're mixed with the, he's 5th grade, 11 years old, and they also have the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade there now. Now, I know the school does a really good job because I work for the school district to separate the kids in the different, like, okay, the 4th, 5th graders, 6th grade, but that doesn't mean they still don't meet each other in Lorson Ranch. And that's the thing, because he does go take his bike up to Stingray Park. And is that the name of that little park? Whatever the park is up there.
Yeah, I know the Grand Mountain.
And things like that. So that's kind of like pretty much that's what we got.
Okay. Did you give our dispatcher the social?
My husband has the social. I'm gonna have like a blurry version. I don't know if I can read it. But he was like freaking out saying, I can't go find social. I'm upset. He is. Me. So I was like,
I apologize once again that
Yeah.
we got pulled. I mean, there was something pretty urgent on the
yeah,
they
definitely.
came.
You want to get people that are. He said he lost the socials.
So y'all have hit all the friends' houses, or at least some of the people that are out.
That we know. Is the social on his military ID? It might be if you consider him.
Was there anything missing?
No, there was nothing missing. He just had his game, which he's a huge, like crazy Mario, Sonic, You know, he had that with him and that's it. I mean, that's all we seen missing because my husband immediately said, go look for the guns. And like I immediately went in there and I couldn't find one, so I was panicking, but you know how you're looking for something and and so I'm like, oh my God, it's gone. And then I realized, you know, like, okay, it was hid behind some clothes, you know, whatever. So all the guns are accounted for.
I mean, clothing wise.
Oh yeah, no, we didn't see anything.
Toiletries.
Nope.
Does he have like a wallet that he carries around with like school ID?
The phone fit the wallet.
Okay, like one of the attached case, like the
Yeah, you know, an actual wallet.
Oh, okay.
His phone was with the wallet and he had left it in his room.
And is the phone turned off? Have y'all? Has anybody tried the phone?
Well, I have his phone. He left the phone here with the wallet.
Oh, okay.
That's how we went.
So how do you know? So he must have used somebody else's Facebook. Is that what you're thinking? That like he logged in somebody else's and asked that question if can my parents find me, or was that on?
No,
his search history.
it was in his search history prior to this happening. So
Okay.
he had already like searched this information. He had deleted a bunch of things too because it would have like one thing searched for one day specific, and it was like, okay, we know you were on YouTube, we know you're on this, you should be, you know, whatever. And there was a lot of messages deleted, like for example, his grandma or Nana, he had everything deleted, and but we've reached out to all them, and he hasn't been in contact with, you know, with any of them because they all live on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
So.
Was there been any family issues other than? I mean,
No.
just the strange thing was asking about the basketball.
What happened last night? So he was upset about last night because he grounded from his switch. Like I told you. So I was on the switch.
Yeah, there was a restriction. Yeah, you said that, but it was lifted.
So yeah, it was lifted today. But last night he had, so we have two little small dogs and he has really bad problems with his stomach because he takes Vyvanse every day. So when he doesn't, the weekends.
Is that like the medication that you use, the ADHD?
For ADHD, right? Okay. So the weekends we don't give it to him. So on the weekends when you don't give it to him, your stomach starts to kind of work. Anyway, needless to say, messes his stomach up. We went on a hike yesterday. He like pooped in his pants like 3 times. And you're supposed to give it to him every day, but if we go on a hike, I try not to because he'll be zombie and you know, hiking and stuff like that. So he said, this is what he told me and his sister. She's already asleep now. She's only 8. But he told me and his sister that he thought somebody was coming downstairs. So he immediately like tried to hide it. He knocked the candle over and it set the carpet downstairs on fire. Now it was nothing big, but like a 12 by 12 spot. So I honestly wasn't even going to tell my husband. But we went in there, we were like going to cut it out and like just replace it later.
I get you.
You know, like, because if I called you and said, celebrate how the carpet,
Yeah, you said fire, that's all I was thinking.
Exactly. So I just took the covers that he was laying down, like and I just like threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dog's out. She was working and it was.
You can have everybody know.
I know. It was something that we were just like.
No.
Did he take his bike?
No.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, and I didn't know if to brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting the bike and rides the bike because hers that broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at
So
one
they were
point.
here. Okay.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up for dinner. Okay. And he never came home. They thought he was at his friend's house. He was like,
Yeah.
he didn't start sleeping, so they were going to pick him up down the road. And he was never there. So he never went to his friend's house.
He was on. Okay. And he was taking the switch.
Do you mind if my partner looks around the house real quick?
Yeah.
Because kids, they hide. And they can hide for hours. And you'd be surprised.
Already checked the ADT, there's kids here. I say kids here.
There's my sister and 2 dogs.
Okay. Grab her ID too when you're done.
He was out there because they left and blah 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 somewhere wherever all it is up.
So just tell me a timeline. I know you said that you were going to go eat at 6.
Yeah, so it was
supposed to meet y'all back here, but you went down there because you started sleeping.
Right. So
what happened between that and the time you got out of school?
Okay, so 3:15ish, 3:20ish, they usually come in every day and they have to like ride laps or something, you know, like physical activities or something like that. But since his stomach was hurt and his daddy told him he could go ahead and get his like switch time back. So that's pretty much it. They usually get snacks and we always required him like, hey, you have to go outside, you know, like all these things. So
pretty active then, huh?
Yeah.
So he did that. He didn't do that because you said his stomach was hurting. What happened instead of him doing that?
I said to what?
Doing that.
He had already talked to my husband about being off restriction.
Uh-huh.
So he said he was going to his friend's house to play video games.
And what time he left at 3:30?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his carpet thing downstairs.
Okay, so he left at that time.
Like my husband's like very more like free than I am with the situation. Like I kind of always like, whose house you going to? Give me their number. That's how I was with her. But like he's like, oh, I was in a neighborhood ride. You know, they can ride bikes. Everyone's together type thing. So yeah. So all the time they go and ride and meet friends. That's how we knew to go to different people's house because sometimes.
What time did you notice that he left to go? I mean, what time? Between the 3:15 and when did you notice he left?
I came back up here at like maybe like 4 o'clock and
He was already gone.
right. But then Lena came back in the house, which is the sister, and she said that she had to get his bike because her bike wasn't working, so he gave her his bike or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So
he left before 4, between 3:15 and 4. Okay.
Does he normally leave out the front door? Or would he have normally left out the front door?
or the guards, they agree to do both, or the back because he takes trash out.
But we have a lock on that now, so.
Well, the only reason I asked, it looked like there was a ring doorbell.
Yeah, we already. That's how I told you that we already knew that he had left. Yeah.
And what time was that? Just so we have it for dark.
We don't have the video recording. We just have like the thing going on the ring.
Oh, okay.
We don't pay the fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can go ahead and grab your ID.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking all up.
Yeah, you're fine.
Is that bring my thing in here? Actually might be in there. Can you get her? I'm gonna get my wallet.
Cute.
My
Can you just give him your name and date of birth?
Yes. No, I didn't grab that card today. No, this is.
Would he have left his phone? Do you know?
Sorry?
Would he normally left his phone here? And does he take it with him often anywhere?
It kind of so depends on what we tell him. If they were to say like, oh yeah, you can take your phone.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take it.
Does he have service?
He does.
Is that his phone? Which one?
Yeah, this one's his phone.
Who's that?
His mom.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what she's on. Because she must be happy with it. It might be in that big pile of.
If she's looking for ID, just go grab her name and date of birth.
I think it might be. I'm just waiting on him because it might be in the
I
same
can get
phone.
your name and date of birth. Yeah. It's okay. We can just get your name and date of birth.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, it might be in the center console. All right, so it's Tesha TCIA. Stalk. TCIA. Stalk. And STAUCH. And 8483.
Is he gonna be out of Colorado, like your driver's license, or is it another state?
Another state.
What state is that?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
That's the accent, huh?
Yeah, that's the accent. Yes, sir.
8483.
Yeah, like August 4th, 1983.
And then a middle initial or name for out of states.
Is the other dog? Yeah, no, it says no.
What's your middle name?
I mean, no, it is.
Middle name?
It's my maiden name. ARDIN.
One out of 71, 111 verbal out of South Carolina.
And the number you called, were you the one that called or was it your husband?
No, I called 911 and then they said call like a non-line or something. And
Yeah,
call a bunch of lines and then it'll like a couple, like the Nana called another line, so.
Okay. Get her telephone number too, though, because they might not have a good contact if there's several people that called.
All right, so 843-655-7460.
Do you have a picture of him on your phone?
Mom.
Can you?
The ones we all have are like mostly him and his sister together. I mean, can you crop that out or is it?
Yeah, if you want to too. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, on your phone, you can send it.
So this
And
is the one that everyone has been sending, is this one. Do you want me to send it to who?
yeah, his phone. And then go ahead and get that information for the information I sent you on there after you get the picture.
All right, what?
Stand by.
The send?
Sure. I just got a new phone number, so I
Okay.
don't remember what it is. If you wanna, while I do this, try and find the driver's license, or
Yeah,
they're not finding you.
It's, it's LE. If you're running me in, like instead of TECIA, it's LE,
Okay.
like Letitia.
1971. We try Lincoln Edward, Tom Edward, Charles, Ida Adam for the first name.
Has anybody been saying anything on the Facebook post or whatever that people are talking about?
Just that they're looking.
Okay, nothing.
I accidentally let it lock, I'm sorry. You ready?
I'm sending you that picture, right? Okay.
Just give them the one.
Negative. I have a OLN for you. 719663.
719.
So it's gonna be 101275370, South Carolina. So y'all contacted all the friends that y'all know about at this point. Parents, any of them saying anything that you know about that they said they haven't seen him today as well? Nothing like that. Okay. Nothing other than him taking his Switch, his game thing. Nothing else missing. He didn't ride his bike. You just told her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing other than that. There are no suspicious circumstances. I mean, other than some weird text that I guess he was sending dad about bath salt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's got some other information, just some medical stuff that we would like to have. And he's already listed as runaway. So if he's riding around with a brother in car, he gets contacted. What are you doing out this late? What's your name? It comes up that he's a runaway. And so they'll give you a call.
Copy.
Just, you want to get that stuff and then
He wasn't in here with the speak. That stuff is down there, sir. Can I show him about the smoke stuff? I just didn't want him to step on the cutter, the box thing.
Yeah.
I think I see him head down there. Okay, because you weren't in here in the beginning, right? I thought I didn't know if I had that box put in there, because I told him about he dropped it to me last night.
Okay.
And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure. I didn't want you to be like, oh, there's the box cutters. But yeah, I had to cut this. And I told them I wasn't even gonna tell Dad. And I was gonna figure out a way to put this in there from the situation, but.
At least you got a cart. Yeah, you got.
Right, I just took it and like covered up with the carpet and stuff like that, but it's not even any friends around here. There is I need to find this thing. He did have this one, like, book thing.
It's where you're supposed to be at down the road.
They checked that already?
They went over there and talked to him. And they're like, no, we hadn't seen him at all.
He did have this like
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to.
yeah, Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he goes hangs out with all the time. So they come over. The people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were the door with the bike. They came over. A bunch of people came over. Yeah. So
Any
he
friends?
he did have like a little book that had names on it, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see it like anywhere specifically because like his wallet. He's not like a. I teach fifth grade, and like you got your like really mature kind of boys, but then waiting. He forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that.
Still kid.
So, no, we actually lay out all the clothes all the time, like for, like every day at school, we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
Is his jacket gone?
He had he has several jackets. Like it depends on, I'm very like fashion. So it just depends on jackets. Like you might have this black one with this, or there's a blue one with this.
So he had a jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Several jackets. I mean, you see the kid has, like tons and tons of clothes, and he just,
Okay.
he has all that stuff. So. And he took like none of this. Like these are his favorites. All of these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. He's gonna grab some more questions and.
Okay.
How long have you guys lived here?
Maybe like a year and something now. Yeah.
And you have talked to all of his friends' parents in the
I'm not the person to talk to things. I don't have numbers. I don't say yes. I don't say no. My husband tells me yes or no. So he has all the numbers.
There could be some friends that you don't.
Right. Because I don't know the people like that. And a lot of the time that I was here, I had a job on the East Coast. So I had to fly back and forth a lot. So I didn't really meet a lot of people, like my husband did.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, always want to be the one to talk to everybody about it instead of.
Well, how about your husband? He's gonna talk to these people?
Yeah, he's been on the phone with a bunch of them. He's in Oklahoma, Fort Steele right now.
So is there anybody he hasn't been able to get a hold of?
No, he said he's talked to everyone that he knows of. The only concern we had is he was talking about the friend with the older sibling, and we don't know who that one is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one we don't know.
You guys have a name for that?
Because we don't know who that person is. We've never heard him say like specific name. My husband said when he talked to him today that there was no like specific name but he didn't give him a name. He just told him no. So.
And he took his game console deal.
Yeah, they have a couple of different consoles.
One of them's gone.
Switch Lite, the 2DS, the 3DS. One of them's gone. It was in like a bluish black. Wait, no, that one might be in red. I don't remember. I just know in the video you can see that, or the picture that the lady had, you can see like he's got something right here and it's like not far down.
Which picture is this?
So some lady online had noticed it, like messaged us and had noticed that was him or the description, and she was like, "Was that him?" And I was like, "Yes."
Where was that picture taken?
No, I honestly have about 150 Facebook messages that I haven't answered people on because you guys showed.
Was it local? I mean, was it in this Lorson Ranch?
Lorson Ranch. Someone put it on the Lorson Ranch page, and so a lot of people just kept sending messages, information. First, someone said they saw him get in a white SUV. Then someone said they called it on their camera. They were all supposed to be sending this to me, but as I was talking to all these people on Facebook, because my husband gave the neighbor permission to post it, you guys came and I kept having alerts lists, and I weren't gonna Huh? Okay. No. Yeah.
Okay. I know you probably gave some of this information to dispatch already, but can you give us a description of him from top to
Yes.
bottom? Hair color, eye color, any art,
So
you know?
brown, let's see, brown,
I don't know.
like whitish color skin.
Yes, in this house, they don't.
Somewhere around there.
Just keep this close because our heat.
The parents make that.
And then
Yeah. Well, they said that
410.
there was a weird text that Dad got about something about bath salts and hey, if I can get some bath salts, do we have any bath salts? And my friend will let me play Sonic or something in their house.
He said that.
Yeah.
I got it.
And then mom goes through everything, finds oh, so this is Parker. Yes, sir. I'm not bad here. Yes.
Yes.
No, we're still getting the runaway report right now.
Harley, did you get it? Who was it?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just didn't.
Right. I mean, there's not anything that's suspicious about it. I think that it just kind of went viral on social media, and so everybody's finding out about it now. I mean, he just didn't show home at 6, but he's also been in trouble and had a game console that he left with, so he's probably at somebody's house right now playing games.
That's why me and my husband absolutely think, and we think we absolutely think that, and we've calmed our stress level for a week.
Like a thick, heavy winter jacket, a sweatshirt, windbreaker.
No, like the ones I was showing you guys in there, kind of a little windbreaker type.
Okay, good to know.
So anything to
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm mid, so I'll be on all it.
They asked me about tattoos and earrings and all that.
Like I'm
So
gonna end up
Okay,
asking
perfect.
a lot of the same questions that dispatch asked.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. If you hear anything from the school, let us know, please. All right. Oh, bye. There's Don Roy Cat.
Yeah, we already talked to a bunch of people at school.
Yeah, he's the head of security, so hey.
Game or something tonight, so that was like one of the things we were thinking if, I guess, they went to like the basketball game or something.
He said there was, he said there was parts from that town, so.
Smith.
Yeah. What?
It was the off duty.
No,
Okay.
just he said somebody in the neighborhood or something.
Give it that list you go to.
If you guys want to call my husband.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll follow up because we know have a little bit more information there than.
A lot of the,
Okay.
he does all that.
I also been over station,
He's
but
not re-stationed here, he's just at
training.
my career course.
Okay.
Yeah. So they go to a dentist, I think it's like Fountain Dentist maybe.
Yeah, we can get on it.
Base.
We'll give him a call.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Al, A-L, Stauch, S-T-A-U-C-H,
Phone number?
843-478-6714. Yes.
We'll be back on 3.
I'm on 3.
And they call it code.
We'll give him a call, try to
Okay.
get some more information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the medical, dental, like he'll know like all that stuff because he takes them on base.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll go give him a call in the car real quick and see if we can get any information that we don't already have. If not, we'll come back and we'll give you a case number for
Okay.
the runaway and everything. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Down here, no.
I didn't see him.
Okay. You have gas,
Five? Oh my god. And two.
Then Troy didn't. Yeah, bring it over.
Right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. Right. Sergeant, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Christopher Ganstein, Ganstine.
And while it may be apparent, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role at the sheriff's office?
My current role is I'm a patrol supervisor.
Sergeant?
Yes.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I held the rank of detective sergeant, and I was assigned to the Colorado Springs Metro Vice and Narcotics Unit.
And in terms of your role specifically as it relates to that case, this case here, what were you tasked with doing with the Metro VNI unit?
One of our many tasks that we do is we do covert surveillance, and we were asked to start a surveillance operation on the defendant.
And as part of that surveillance on January 30th of 2020, where was your team located?
We had started early in the morning at, I believe it was the 10,000 block of Intrepid Way, which was in the Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
And were you able to make visual contact with the person that you know to be Letitia Stout?
I was.
Okay. And do you see that same person here today in court?
I do.
Can you identify her by where she's seated in the courtroom?
She's sitting next to an attorney wearing a blue suit, and she's wearing a purplish top.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the sergeant has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Can you walk us through what you observed on January 30th with that surveillance?
Yeah, so we were told from the night before that the defendant and her daughter were more than likely staying at that address. When I got there, the vehicle that was in question that she was seen in the day before, I believe it was a white Jetta, was in the driveway. And so I had actually, since I got there first, I had set up shortly down the street with a clear view of the door and the vehicle. And I can't recall the exact time. I know we were there for a little bit that they'd come out, but I observed the defendant and Harley, her daughter, walk out of the house and get in the vehicle. Harley got into the driver's seat and the defendant got into the rear right passenger seat.
And as at that point, after viewing the defendant get into the passenger seat, did the Metro VNI team continue to conduct surveillance?
We started what we refer to as rolling surveillance. We're all in covert vehicles. And so we started from there, and we just were tasked with following her and seeing what she was doing.
And as you continue to follow her, any sort of observation that you made about movements or type of movements?
Yeah, it was weird because there was only two people in the car. She was sitting in the back seat. And for most of the time that they were driving, she would either be completely slouched down so you couldn't actually see her in the back seat, or her head would just be up far enough to where you could kind of see her looking out the window. But she wasn't sitting like a normal person would sit, and she wasn't sitting in the front seat either.
And based on your training experience and what you've done, especially with the Metro VNI unit, how would you describe that type of behavior?
That behavior is common when we're following fugitives or following people that are, I don't want to call it surveillance conscious. I guess the term would be people that feel that they may be subject to law enforcement surveillance and are trying to hide themselves from that.
Avoid detection?
Avoid detection would be a good term.
At that point, is there a particular area, and if you could explain why a particular area was chosen in town to make contact with the defendant?
We had followed her for about an hour-ish, going to various places. Eventually, she ended up at a parking lot at the intersection of Woodman and Academy. It was the Marshall's clothing store. She had parked, or Harley had parked in the parking lot, and then they had walked inside the store. Shortly after they had walked inside the store, I was notified by Sheriff's Office investigations that they had obtained a warrant for the vehicle that they were driving, and that they'd also obtained an additional warrant for a cell phone that was either in the possession of Harley or her, that they had both been using. And they had asked that we basically come out from cover, from surveillance, and make contact and secure the vehicle, and then secure the phone.
Do you have a rough approximation of about what time that would have been that you were given essentially the green light to move forward?
I believe it was the early afternoon.
And did you create a report in conjunction with your work on this case?
I did.
And would reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the time?
It would.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
$13:24, so 1:24 p.m.
Refreshes your recollection?
It does. Sorry.
So and not everybody thinks in military time, but what is 13:24?
That'd be 1:24 p.m.
Okay. At that time, can you explain for the jury what you did?
So I'd coordinated my team. I had put some detectives inside the Michaels to maintain surveillance on those two. And then I had created a multi-person team outside. And the plan was that when they had checked out, we would be notified outside that they had. Once they had walked outside, we were going to have two units that have emergency lights just pull up. And we were going to do what we refer to as like a soft contact, just, hey, it's the police. We got to get your phone and we got to do this because we got a warrant. And that was the plan, that they'd come out and do that. Our main concern was obviously the phone and destruction of evidence, or being able to get back in the car and flee.
So in relation to the type of approach you use and decided to use, was that important?
I'm sorry, I couldn't overhear with the cough.
In terms of the type of approach that you wanted to use, a soft approach, that was important for the purposes of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what you were wearing, how you looked that day?
Yeah, so I was undercover, so I was wearing street clothes. However, we have what we refer to as raid vest or bus vest. So it's similar to this, except what I was wearing is all black. All of my stuff that I would normally have on a belt, kind of like what this is all on my vest, including my firearm. The main difference, it's black. The word sheriff is across the entire chest. It's bigger than what this is. And then I didn't have a cloth badge at that time. That one actually had my physical real metal badge on my thing. And then it was in January, so I would have been wearing jeans and a hoodie under it.
So dressed in all of those things that you're wearing on January 30th, what occurred when you went to approach the defendant?
So it didn't go as planned because Harley had stayed inside, and then the defendant had come out. Specifically, when the defendant came out, she was holding the keys to the car. And so that's a concern. We can't let her get into the vehicle. Where her vehicle was, I was parked directly next to her vehicle, in between her vehicle and the store. So I radioed to everybody that we would stick with Harley inside, and that I was going to get out and just contact the defendant myself and just let her know what was going on, that we had a warrant for the car and that I couldn't let her in and I need to get the keys. So I had gotten out of my car that time, and as she walked up to me, I'd approached her. Actually, I didn't really approach her. She had gotten there about the same time, right in between the two cars.
While that approach is happening, can you describe the defendant's demeanor?
She was surprised. So she kind of froze, and I said, "My name is Sergeant Gannon with the Sheriff's Office. We have a search warrant for the vehicle. I can't let you into it. I'm going to need the keys." And basically, it was, like I said, it was a soft approach, just like I'm talking now. She didn't acknowledge me. She didn't say anything. Where she was, she had maneuvered kind of closer to her driver's door, and then just started slowly walking backwards.
Were there any observations that you noticed about her gaze or where she was looking, anything like that?
So the two biggest things I noticed is she was just stuttering, like one word, like key, warrant, like just repeating what I was saying. And then she kept walking further back. And I told her, I said, relax, you're not in trouble. I just need the keys to the car. I can't let you into it. She continued to walk back. And then I noticed she started to turn her head behind her, because when that was going on, so there's my vehicle, her vehicle, and I'm here, she's here. So she can't go past me. She can't go left or right. So all she can do is basically turn around. And so I noticed that she was periodically turning around as she continued to walk backwards.
As she walked backwards, what did she do after that?
She turned, ran in a full sprint away from me. She had the keys in her hand. I was like, okay. Got on the radio and I was like, she's running. Like, I don't know what's going on. And I started running after. As she was running away from me, she had taken the keys to the car and threw them across the parking lot. It took us a little bit of time to find them, but she had thrown them across the parking lot. And so she threw them one way and then kept running the other way from where she threw the keys.
Ultimately, after running after her, were you able to make contact?
Yes, to the two vehicles that had the lights that we were going to have come in, they rolled in. They got out. One drew his firearm and gave her commands, and she had stopped and got on the ground at that time. And then I didn't know what was going on. So I went up and handcuffed her at that time, detained her until we could find out what was going on and what had happened. And then she was given to two other people that had taken her back to a car.
Okay. But to be clear, at that time, she was not being arrested, correct?
No.
While you were present on scene with other law enforcement members, where was Harley Hunt?
She was, when that happened, she was walking out of the Michaels pretty like within a minute of that happening and them and then me detaining the defendant.
Okay. And with specifically as it relates to the approval of the search warrant for cellular telephone, was that able to be gathered that day?
Yes. Initially, Harley was reluctant to give the phone. And so one of the detectives, she had it in her hand. One of the detectives just yanked it right out of her hand, so she couldn't manipulate or do anything with it.
Was there any interaction that you observed between the defendant and her daughter, Harley Hunt, while you were present on scene?
Yes. The defendant was fairly hysterical. She was screaming. She was yelling obscenities, things like that. Once she realized that we were also in contact with Harley, she started screaming at Harley, saying, "Don't say anything. Tell him you want an attorney. Don't talk to him." Those type of statements. And we were trying to tell her we just need to get the phone.
And after obtaining the phone from Harley Hunt and securing Ms. Stauk, what did you do after that?
At that point, we had moved Harley because Harley started crying and she was fairly hysterical as well. But actually before that, I had talked to the defendant and I told her she needed to calm down. She's screaming. We're in a public parking lot. She's committing criminal acts and she doesn't need to get herself in trouble. So just to relax and calm down. And she did. Once I had that short conversation with her, she stopped yelling. And then we had moved Harley into the back of one of our patrol vehicles. We didn't close the door. We left the door open. And I just had a quick conversation with Harley to calm her down because she was crying and she was fairly hysterical.
Okay. And were you able to calm her down?
Yeah. I told her, hey, here's the deal. We needed to get the phone. I don't know what your mom just did, but we're fine now and we're going to let you guys go.
Okay.
So.
And to be clear, up until that point, the defendant was not arrested she was not, she didn't have any criminal summons or anything like that that you provided to her, correct?
No, until we can secure the scene and find out exactly what the circumstances were behind the unusual reaction of me just trying to get car keys, given the scope of the investigation and its infancy, we didn't know if there was something more that we didn't know until we knew. So once we calmed everything down, got everyone calm, we released them because we've accomplished what we needed to do, which was to execute the 2 warrants.
And after obtaining the cellular telephone, is that telephone then made available or accessible in evidence for other law enforcement officers with access to?
It was given. We had multiple detectives from majors there from the sheriff's office, and it was given to them.
You talked a bit about your training experience and different things that you've observed over your career as a law enforcement officer. As it relates to this specific interaction with a defendant, would you describe whether or not she was suffering a mental crisis, mental disease or defect at that time?
So to get in, I've been a deputy for 19 years. I've had a lot of interactions, arrested a lot of people. And in terms of surveillance and a lot of that, when people are surprised by law enforcement, we've heard the term fight or flight. So people have to make 2 decisions when police tell them to do something. Number 1, am I going to do it? And if their answer is yes, we're done. If their answer is no, the second decision they need to make is, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to run or am I going to fight? And so those decisions have to be made. And in this particular interaction, based on the totality of hiding in the vehicle, taking steps to be covert, those are overt acts. Those aren't, subversive acts. And between that and then what we refer to as target glancing, which means when a person wants to run from us, or let's say they have a gun on them or whatever, a lot of times they'll actually look to see, they'll forecast where they're going to run. Because they'll be looking around, they're trying to find what their avenue of escape, and that's what they're going to do. Same thing if they have like a weapon on them, a lot of times they'll be touching it, or if they have a knife, we actually train that we see these things, and I've experienced those things through my 19-year career. So I saw the target glancing, and it was pretty evident when she was backing up and then started turning around that she was going to run. And I think that in my mind, those were conscious decisions that were made.
Okay. But specifically as it relates to observing a severe mental disease or defect while you were present on scene observing her, did you observe that?
I did not.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant Ganstein. My name is Will Cook and I represent Ms. Stouch. I'm going to ask you a few questions. This encounter with Ms. Stout and Harley Hunt, her daughter, took place on January 30th, 2020.
That's correct.
Okay. Had you ever seen Ms. Stout in person before seeing her at this residence where you, I guess, were staking it out or had it under surveillance?
I'd seen photos of her.
Photos? Okay. And is that how you recognized her when she came out of this house and got into the car with Harley?
Yes, when we do operations, we have briefing plans where we go over photos and all that other stuff.
Okay. Had you seen photos of Harley?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you've testified that it seemed like she was acting suspiciously, ducking down in the back seat of the car. Seemed like she was avoiding detection.
She wasn't in the vehicle consistent with the normal motoring public driving around, yes.
Okay. But you said it seemed like she was avoiding detection or specifically contacts with law enforcement.
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. So the person driving her around while she's doing this is also helping her to avoid detection or contact with law enforcement.
I can't speak to her intentions. I can only speak to my observations.
Mm-hmm.
My observations of her and her driving was not consistent with somebody that's actively trying to evade surveillance.
What would evading surveillance be?
When we follow individuals, drivers specifically, that feel that they're being followed by law enforcement, there's a number of countermeasures essentially that people will take. They'll make U-turns, run red lights, go down one-way streets, or go down to cul-de-sacs and turn around to see if anybody's following them, randomly pull over. It's in our training, well, not our training, our experience, it's pretty apparent when somebody's doing that, and I didn't see that here.
Yeah, that's what drivers will do to avoid contact or be followed.
Yeah, if there's multiple people in the vehicle, the only one that can make those decisions to do that would be the driver. They're the only ones that control the vehicle.
Was Letitia Stouch on January 30th, when you had your interaction with her, was she a person of interest or a suspect in the death of Gannon Stouch? Stout, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't, in my limited observation, because I wasn't part of the investigations division, is it was relayed to me that there was concerns and she was potentially a person of interest. I never actually heard the term that she would be a quote suspect.
And when you were following them, did you know the driver of the vehicle at that time was Harley Hunt?
I had a high probability it was, based on the information I received last night and who was in the vehicle, and the vehicle was Harley's vehicle.
So you had gotten information that she was possibly staying at this residence with her daughter.
Yeah, we had a surveillance operation the day before, and I was monitoring that operation the entire night.
Okay. Did you have your body camera on? I see right here in the courtroom, you've got your body camera. It looks like the big black cell phone.
Mm-hmm. At that time, no, I worked in undercover capacity, and undercover officers don't carry body worn generally.
So you had no body worn camera.
I did not.
Did any of the other deputies or law enforcement officers at the marshals?
Anybody that was on my team would not have had one. This was 3 years ago. Obviously, there's been legislative changes since then that have changed who has to carry them. It was not normal at that time for our investigations people to carry them either when doing contacts, because they weren't specifically required like they are now.
Okay. Was Harley Hunt, since you knew her, she was at the residence, she was Ms. Stouck's daughter, was she a person of interest in this investigation into the missing, I guess at this time he was a missing person, but later death of Gannon Stouch?
Not to my knowledge.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert diagnosing any of the diseases, mental health diseases from the DSM-4 or 5?
I've not been qualified as an expert in that, no.
Okay. And you've never gone to school for or gotten any sort of degrees in psychology or psychiatry or anything? You've never been called as an expert witness to testify as to that?
I've never been called as an expert witness, no.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor. All I have. Thank you,
Thank
Sergeant.
you.
Redirect. Rakiyama?
Yes.
Sergeant, as part of a unit conducting surveillance, why would it not be feasible to wear a body worn camera?
Well, number one, we're in undercover capacity. We don't want other people to see. Basically, I don't want anyone to know my detectives and who they are, what they look like, or anything else. Certainly, body worn camera evidence is discoverable, and that could potentially put my detectives' lives in danger that are working significant undercover operations involving criminal. We purposely hide our detectives' identity to the point to where they have different names and everything.
In terms of how obvious it would be to have a camera in the center of your chest, would that also be an issue as well?
Well, if we were wearing a camera, it would probably burn us, if you want to call it that. I think people would realize we were the police really quickly, and majority of our job is done behind the scenes and people don't know that we're there. So
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Gasting? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Dr. Leon Kelly.
Safe. Dr. Kelly, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Here you go.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step to the stand.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kelly. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
I'm Dr. Leon Kelly, Leonkelly.
Dr. Kelly, what is your occupation?
I am the El Paso County Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you been in that type of a role?
I've been with the Coroner's Office since 2008 as the Deputy Chief until 2018, which I was elected as the Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner, and then I was reelected in 2022.
Can you tell the jury about your education that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Indiana University. I have a medical degree from Indiana University School of Medicine. Following that, I completed 4 years in training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Penrose St. Francis here in Colorado Springs. And then following that, I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Texas in Dallas. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology, and I'm a fully licensed physician in Colorado.
Do you also have certifications?
I do.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Any professional memberships?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the College of American Pathologists, and the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
What about publications? Have you published any journals or anything like that as it relates to pathology or any of your job duties?
We've published papers, posters as well on various types of deaths in forensic setting.
Have you ever testified as a court qualified expert witness?
I have.
In what areas?
Forensic pathology, strangulation, many forensic sciences.
What courts have you testified as an expert in?
Multiple courts in Colorado, including El Paso County, as well as courts in South Dakota, California, Ohio, Texas.
Okay. At this time, I would move to have Dr. Kelly qualified as an expert in forensic pathology.
No
objection, Your Honor.
The witness will be so qualified.
And just so we're all on the same page, Doctor, when we say the word pathology, what do we mean on that?
Pathology is a field of medicine defined essentially as the study of disease or injury.
And then what about forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology that deals specifically with deaths that occur in individuals suddenly, unexpectedly, or of anything non-natural. And so it's a field focused specifically on determining cause and manner of death in individuals who've died under those suspicious or injurious circumstances.
Doctor, back in January of 2020, what was your role then as far as, I guess just what was your role back then?
January 2020, I was the elected coroner and chief medical examiner for El Paso County.
Did you get involved in the criminal investigation of the Gannon Stauchs murder?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how that happened? How you got involved in that?
There were human remains discovered in Florida. There was a tentative identification as to who that individual was, but not a positive scientific identification. To date, when I became involved, they weren't yet able to definitively identify the individual as Gannon Stauch. And so I was contacted by our local district attorney's office and asked if I could help identify him. And so the medical examiner's office there in Florida had yet to be able to accomplish that. And I've had good luck and experience in identifying individuals who had been deceased for a long time. So I said, yes, let's bring the remains, or at least portion of the remains, to El Paso County, and we will do our best to identify him.
What were complicating factors leading to this difficulty that you just described to get a DNA confirmation?
The remains had advanced decomposition, so the body had begun to break down. To make scientific identification, generally we talk about two things: dental, which is you look at the teeth, you x-ray them, and then you have to have radiographs or x-rays from that individual that you think it is at a dentist that they went to when they were alive. The other way to identify individuals is through DNA. As the body breaks down, the cells that have the DNA, the material that we need to identify, begins to dissolve. And it becomes very difficult to use traditional DNA techniques to get enough of that material that's still intact to identify them. And so living in the mountains, in a place where people often go missing or not found for sometimes many years, we've grown skilled in being able to identify individuals who have that degree of decomposition or skeletonization.
What items did you receive from Florida to do the analysis that you did?
So for the forensic odontology examination, we received teeth dental material. And then for the DNA, we received a femur, one of the leg bones, the upper portion of the leg bone.
Tell the jury what you did to potentially find a sample that would be suitable for developing a DNA profile.
And so for the DNA, what we did was essentially take the femur, which is sort of the large ball that lives up in the hip. It's relatively protected. It'd be one of the last things that could be exposed to the environment. And that femoral head, the ball part that goes into the socket that's the hip, contains a large amount of bone and blood at its center, essentially bone marrow. And so we saw it in half, separating the two parts of the ball. And inside there is large amounts, I said, of we call trabecular bone that contains the bone marrow that replenishes the white blood cells in the body. And so we sawed it in half, which revealed the inner marrow and a fresher state of cells, and then essentially release that to the DNA lab, who then could scoop out that marrow and then look for DNA.
And when you say you submit that to the DNA lab, is that the Metro Crime Lab?
It is.
Did you ever learn whether they were able to develop a DNA profile from that sample you submitted?
I was told that they did.
Did you learn who they identified that DNA sample to?
The DNA was positively identified as Gannon Stouch.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. When you do autopsies, you've done hundreds of them, if not thousands of them over your career, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you have a human body that is deceased, it will start smelling. For lack of a better term, it'll start emitting a bad smell, putrid smell, whatever you want to call it. But that's one of the hallmarks of death, is a bad smell.
Yeah, as the body breaks down, the bacteria that live in our body begin to consume the body. One of the byproducts of their metabolism is gas that smells poorly. So once decomposition begins, yes, human remains, as do all organic remains, including other animals, begins to smell quite poorly.
How, and I know it depends on temperature, humidity, and a lot of other factors, but if you could just discuss, when a person dies, a human being dies, how long does it take for this poor smell to begin?
So the breakdown of the body after death is driven almost entirely by temperature. Humans are like any other organism that dies. If you have a steak and you put it in your fridge or your freezer, it'll last for weeks, months, many years without smelling. You leave that same steak out on a hot day in the front of your house in the sun, and it'll start stinking within a couple hours. Humans are no different. And so given normal temperatures, let's say 70 degrees inside a home, usually decomposition begins between about 24 and 48 hours. Usually by about 3 to 5 days, the body is sort of well into a decomposition, and the smell is quite obvious and strong. However, given a very hot environment, 90 degrees, 100 degrees, bodies can begin decomposing within just a few hours.
So inside a home or a building, 70 degrees, climate controlled, or perhaps in a vehicle that's climate controlled at 70 degrees, you're looking at 3 to 5 days before it could really start smelling poorly.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say start smelling poorly, somebody else in a closed vehicle or in a home, or they would be able to smell it. It would be very apparent.
It would, yes.
Okay. Would it be overpowering?
You're probably talking to the wrong guy for that. It's kind of my everyday.
You have a high tolerance for poor smells?
Be careful what you get good at. Yes, I do. But yes, generally someone who's not used to dealing with that smell every day, it's tough. It's tough to deal with. It's essentially overpowering. Yes.
Okay. So a normal human being, it would be overpowering.
That's correct.
All right. I think that's all I have, Doctor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. Doctor, your ability to withstand these odors notwithstanding, if a person freezes a body, will that delay when that smell becomes heavier?
It will. Yes, freezing a body will essentially stop decomposition as it does with all meat. And then once removed, it will take sometimes several days for bodies that we have that are frozen out in the environment during the winter to thaw to the point where you can even autopsy them, sometimes 2 to 3 days. So yeah, a frozen body or a body kept at cool temperatures essentially can last indefinitely before those smells appear.
And I'm going to ask you some probably very obvious questions here, but just bear with me. Gannon was reported missing in late January of 2020, winter months. If the body had been left outside in those conditions, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
If it was left overnight, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
And then if the body is kept in an enclosed container, like a suitcase with blankets in it, would that also potentially limit how quickly that odor escapes from that item?
It would. First, it would insulate the body, allow it to stay cooler longer. And then also any closed environment helps prevent that smell from emanating out, from flies getting to it, which aids in decomposition. So yeah, it would reduce the smell dramatically.
When your office responds out to crime scenes to retrieve a dead body from a crime scene, do you wrap them in, or do your folks wrap them in a body bag?
They do.
Is that to contain fluids and those sorts of things and even potentially smell?
Evidence, fluid, smells, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Kelly? Looks like we have one. Just pass it forward. And Mr. Allen, if you would retrieve that counsel approach, please. All right, Dr. Kelly, what impact does humidity have on decomposition?
So humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, would result in decomposition likely and potentially happening at a slightly increased rate. Probably not dramatically, not enough to alter the time course that I talked about. What it does do is alter dramatically the type of decomposition that's going to happen. And so in a state like Florida and the Gulf Coast, where you have high temperatures, lots of moisture in the air and the environment, the body tends to decompose in a way that's sort of very, very, very wet. And it goes through a process which we call adipocere, which is the bacteria and the things that live in a moist environment are very different than a dry environment. And so those bodies do tend to smell even worse, if you can imagine, than other conditions. Here in the West, where we live, bodies go through a different state. They start out juicy and wet initially because there's fluid in the body, but then it relatively quickly turns towards a mummification, which is a drying out, a leathering of the body, which does tend to keep the smell down quite a bit. The first, few weeks of the decomposition, there's not going to be a measurable difference. It's really after that point where they'll go these two different directions.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Mr. Allen?
Only for purposes of our record, can you spell adipocere for the court reporter?
Yes, adipocere is ADIPOCERE.
All right.
Got it.
All right. Mr. Cook?
I don't have anything.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. You may
Thank you,
sit
Your Honor.
down. Watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. Ms. Williams, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, Ms.
Tatiana?
Williams. Sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Marissa Williams.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
for approximately 11 years.
And in 2020, what was the nature of your roles and responsibility with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was assigned to the investigations division as a detective.
And as it relates to your work, in this case, fair to say that you were the jack of all trades?
Yes, although primarily handled the financial responsibilities.
Okay. In terms of obtaining financial responsibilities, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes. I initially took interest in, tracking the financial records of the Stouches to determine what type of activity they had been taking part in during the time that Gannon went missing.
And so as part of that, would you have been involved in applications for search warrants, things like that?
That's correct.
Did you also have observations of other law enforcement officers collecting evidence, for example?
Yes, ma'am. There were other officers and investigators, both with the DA's office and the FBI, assisting the El Paso County Sheriff's Office in collecting the type of records I was collecting as well.
Okay. And I'll direct your attention to January 28th of 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present for an interview, or at least a portion of an interview that occurred that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
The interview was at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I observed Detective Mark Riley interviewing Eugene Al Stouch.
Okay. And for other interviews that may have been conducted with Letitia Stouch, were you present for any of those?
I was present, but I did not observe the full interviews.
Okay. I will direct your attention to observations of Letitia Stouch. Did you see her in person?
Yes, I did meet her in person.
Okay. And is there a particular date you recall seeing her in person?
Yes, it was Wednesday, January 29th at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And on that date, can you generally describe her demeanor? How would you describe her demeanor?
She was evasive with questions. She was, I would say, upset, but not in the same way that you would expect with a parent that's missing a child.
Speculation. I'll sustain the objection on the different grounds. I think she needs to lay a little bit more foundation as to her experience regarding contacts with parents of missing children.
And again, the degree that she's going to be basing it on observation or opinion on her work experience, I'm objecting under Stewart.
All right, and under People versus Froehler, 373 Pacific 3rd, 672 Colorado Appellate 2015, I don't think that the Stewart standard regarding accident reconstructionist applies. This doesn't involve specialized training. This does involve her experience regarding contacts with other individuals who may have been similarly situated. The objection's overruled.
In terms of your experience in law enforcement over the years, have you had contact with a variety of suspects, a person of interest, that sort of thing?
Yes, I have, probably hundreds.
Have you been exposed to parents of missing children as well?
Yes,
Parents of runaways?
yes.
And in terms of your training experience, specifically as it relates to being around parents of missing children, how would you describe the defendant's demeanor on January 29th of 2020?
My experience with parents of missing children or runaways comes from having worked on patrol during the years of 2014 through 2018. And most parents are primarily concerned with doing something to track down their child, such as contacting friends, going out and searching for their child, or providing any type of evidence that would assist law enforcement in doing the same. But Ms. Stouch, on the other hand, was bothered by the fact that she had to come in and talk with law enforcement, and was more concerned about her well-being than her missing sons.
In terms of being present on scene, and again, based on your training experience as it relates to your role as a detective, but also as on patrol, did it appear to you at that time that she was experiencing a severe mental disease, defect, or crisis?
I'm going to object to this testimony in general as to these officers laying an opinion that they lack the proper foundation with this. I'm going to specifically refer the court to People v. Medina, Colorado Supreme Court, 521 P2D 1257, Colorado Supreme Court, 1974.
Right. Ms. Gratiano.
Your Honor, for the reasons that we've had prior law enforcement officers explain their training experience and their observations while on patrol or other investigations, she's laid sufficient foundation to testify to that answer.
And Your Honor, Medina specifically deals with law enforcement officers that says that the limited interaction they've had is not sufficient for any opinion regarding them.
All right. Any further record? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's going on. This officer cannot testify about whether or not someone has a mental disease or defect in the form or in the same fashion that a psychiatrist would be able to testify as to whether or not somebody has a mental disease or defect. However, I do think that this officer can testify based upon her contacts with a defendant as to how she interpreted the defendant's mental status. I think that's a common issue that we all deal with. Some people are, when we talk with somebody, we all understand that someone may be under some stress, someone may be acting differently, those sorts of things. I think that this officer can testify about that. However, this officer cannot testify about whether or not she has a specific mental defect or disease, and it will go to weight, not admissibility. Ms. Gratiano.
In terms of understanding conversations that were occurring that day, how would you describe how the defendant answered questions?
I think she answered questions competently. She understood the questions that were being asked. There was no indication that she did not understand the questions or failed to understand language that was being spoken.
At any point, did she refer to herself or address anyone by a different name, referring to herself?
Not that I recall.
And in terms of her overall awareness of the situation, how would you describe that on January 29th of 2020? How would you describe her demeanor?
I'm not
Awareness
really
as,
sure how to answer.
yeah. Awareness as to where she was, what was being done, what she was being asked, et cetera.
I think she fully understood the gravity of the situation because the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had asked her many times to come in for an interview and to assist in providing some evidence about the location of her stepson's whereabouts.
In terms of other documents that you assisted in retrieving from other law enforcement members, were you part of retrieving rental agreement from Avis Rental? Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, and who did you assist in that process? If you did.
No, I was the one who collected the Avis budget rental records in March, on March 20th, I believe.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 232.
You may, go ahead.
Moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 232.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am. This is a different rental record than the one that I had referred to as collecting in March.
Okay. And when you talk about, you testified as to having contact with Avis, who in particular did you have contact with at Avis? Would have been a manager or somebody at the counter?
I don't recall the name of the person for this particular record. I recall for the other one, but not for this one.
Okay.
May I refer to my report?
You can. If that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of a specific name, I'm not asking you for a specific name, but just what representative from Avis you had contact with.
Sure.
And it may be helpful just to explain to the jury just the general process of retrieving, for example, a document from a business. How do you go about doing that? That just might be helpful to start.
So yes, the process for collecting evidence from rental car business such as Avis is that I issue a court order or a search warrant addressed to the company in the first place, and then have a judge review the probable cause in the affidavit. And once the judge has signed off on it, I serve it either in person or via some electronic delivery method that's preferred by the company. In this particular case, I did serve the warrant in person because the business was local. The Avis budget rental was at the Colorado Springs Airport.
And to retrieve documents referring to a rental agreement, did you respond to that location?
I did.
And was a representative able to provide you with documentation?
Yes, ma'am. They provided the rental agreement that showed the signed agreement. It had been signed by Letitia Stouch, and I believe it was signed on Tuesday, January 28th, for a, it was for a white Kia Rio, four-door sedan. And that vehicle was used for approximately 1 day before it was returned to the same location.
And to be clear, when you're retrieving things, you're retrieving a rental agreement, but are you retrieving documents that come with that rental agreement from that company?
Yes, ma'am.
Such as Exhibit 232?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you explain how you recognize what 232 generally is?
I recognize it because I've seen it before during the time I collected it.
Okay. And because you've seen it before, would you say it's a fair and accurate representation of the rental agreement documents you retrieved from the Avis representative that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 232.
Mr. Tellini, Exhibit 232 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. In terms of other work in this case, you explained that you collected various financial documents. Did you also have an opportunity to review those financial documents?
Most of them I did, yes.
And overall, were you able to, along with other law enforcement members, able to track movements or charges, if you will, of the defendant through those financial documents?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? No? Well, hold on.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Are we passing or not passing?
Your Honor, just pursuant to the stipulations that we've already put on the record,
Yes.
that have to deal with USAA records and American Express records, we've already asked for that stipulation to be put on the record.
And it has been, and I assume that this relates to some of that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we are admitting People's Exhibit 231, which relates to that stipulation.
Okay. Are you doing that just as part of are you going to have a witness with that, or are you just admitting the exhibit?
We're just admitting the exhibit.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we're talking about here is that the parties have reached stipulations regarding various different exhibits. And one of the exhibits is Exhibit 231, right? Exhibit 231, which is referred to as a disc of American Express records. There won't be a witness with that. It will just be records that will be admitted as an exhibit for you to consider that has records from American Express. The parties have admitted or have agreed that the exhibit can be admitted without further evidentiary foundation or testimony. So Exhibit 231 is admitted. Prosecution, call your next witness. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the next witness, now's a good time to take a break since we came back a little bit early. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 3, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything else we need to take up at this point?
No, no.
No? Okay, all right. Court will be in recess until 3:10. Thank you.
I could not imagine being a juror listening to this. Why did Letitia not just plead guilty and be done with it? It is stacked. It's like Mount Everest. They have so much evidence against her. Now, in the members live, I did say that a few people have reached out to me and they're like, well, what I think happened. And I'm like, we're at the end right now. You don't have to think. They're telling you. So what we have to do right now is process. If anybody wants to grab the link, please come up. I see Fine Art is in here. Please come up. Fine Art said, my membership isn't showing on your page and I don't have the members tab. It's charged me in all the other channels. I have no control over that, hon. None. That's totally between, that's how Google does it. It's not even YouTube, it's Google. Google runs the world, if you want to know the truth. 6 to 8 weeks of this. 6 to 8 weeks. Wow. Absolutely insane. Birdie says, I have to pray for her because I'm a Christian. She still needs to be facing when she, and that's one thing. And you absolutely, that's absolutely, and you're a very good person, Birdie. I think my problem is when everything went down and there were people defending her and they said, look what she went through. She was used. She was a housekeeper. She was a nanny. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, what gives you a right to murder someone? Self-defense? Yeah, I got that. But no. Gannon never hurt her. And I'm not shaming your comment, Birdie. I appreciate your comment. I really do. When you think about some of these cases that we talk about on here, FBI behavioral science, they have something called garden variety child abuse. I don't like the term. It's theirs. So when you have a parent who just goes too far on a child, it's disgusting, but it happens and it should never happen. But when you see something like this, when you see something like Letitia, who had it out for Gannon, she hated his mother so bad. She hated her own husband. To me, it's just ridiculous. So the question is, the only reason we are here, everyone knows that she killed Gannon. Everyone knows she murdered him. Everyone knows she shot him. She stabbed him. She burnt him. She beat him. We all know that. The question is, did she know right from wrong? And that's it. And that's what her defense has to prove, that she did not know right from wrong. I'm hearing Harley a lot in these conversations. Now, how sick do you have to be, Letitia? to incorporate your daughter into your nastiness. Sarah said otherwise she would have left the blood. You ask Carly to pick up these cleaning supplies. She picks up bubble gum, baby oil, things like that. She comes back home and puts them on the counter. Letitia comes out, grabs them, gets the cleaning, tells Lena, don't go in there. No one go in that room. Why could you not go in that room? Because she murdered Gannon in that room. Kat said, has Harley given evidence yet? No. Harley actually, and I'm just stating facts, when everything went down back in 2020, Harley would not cooperate with authorities. She would not. It's my belief that Harley has been abused by her mother. Mentally, not physically, because there's no proof of that. Last article I read, she's actually going to testify for her mother. And I don't get that. I really thought that she would testify for the state. She would testify for Gannon, but she's going to testify for her mother. Now, that's the latest article. That could change tomorrow. That could change Monday. And that's some real sick stuff. Kat said, I thought she was a state witness. Well, yeah. You can be subpoenaed by one side, but that depends on how you want to testify. She should be in the first week. She's a key witness. But now that they've changed the order and the local station in Denver says she's going to testify for her mother. Basically, all she's going to do at this point, because she knows she has to, is this is just what I'm saying today, and it can change tomorrow, the next day. She can get up on the stand and say, oh, I love my mother. She's the best person in the world. I didn't know any of this stuff was going on. And then she can walk away. No one can force her to talk. Fine Art said it's called a hostile witness. When you call a witness that is on the side, yes, we should. Hang on. Dang it. Glasses would help. Get your glasses, Brooks. It's called a hostile witness when you call a witness that is on the side of the other party. And we don't know how this is going to shake out. I don't believe for a minute that Harley hated Gannon. I don't believe for a minute that she's happy about any of this. I don't believe for a minute that she knew when her mother asked her to do certain things. And we heard this in the last part of the trial. I don't believe she knew. I just don't believe she knew. I think she was in denial. It's up to this young person, young woman, to put her life on a different track. You know, she's going to have to figure out, you know, how to do things. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Kat said, no, I believe her mom got to her and manipulated her. She's playing games like her mother. She was 17 years old. That is the truth. She was dating, had a job. She had a lot of stuff going for her. And that day, everything changed for her. I don't know. I just don't know what they have a lot of questions for Hurley. What irritated me about Hurley is in March of 2020, when it was said she will not speak to the authorities. She won't do it. She has no time for it. And I couldn't understand that. I can get being intimidated. I don't want to talk to these people. It's their job to figure it out. What am I doing? But you know, when you're in the truck driving his body across country, that's a different story, you know? Pale says, I bet Hurley got 17 different stories too. Me too. Me too. I mean, I do know that. Dang it. I do know that she's been on vacation with her boyfriend. And I just hope that everyone involved in Letitia's disgusting behavior, I hope everyone gets a normalcy. I really do. And that's a hard thing, you know? It's a very hard thing. Can it happen though? Is it possible? Where Summer said, all I know is that you can't tell me that she didn't smell something. And that's the truth. The pathologist was on there and he was like, within hours, you can smell. You take a steak and you leave it out on your counter, you're going to smell it. You're going to smell it. Tina said she's 17, not 7. Mama B said she had to smell it. She had to. I'm going to stop this. Let's look at some video. This might give us a little bit more insight into Harley. Tiffany says, so did Dylan and Bethany. Yeah. At what age can someone look at their own parent and say, I know you did this? Linda, thank you, Linda. Linda goes, had to be a moron not to know. And that's going to be a question. And I think that they are putting witnesses on the stand right now, getting ready for Harley. I don't know why. I can't figure that one out, but we're going to figure it out together. Because when the pathologist explained when things start to smell, and I'm saying things in a loose term, when I heard all of us together, the bridge inspector that came across Gannon in the suitcase, he saw football socks, he saw his teeth. He said the smell was pungent. It was horrible. Question is, how did Harley not smell it? Did her mother convince her? People say, oh, she put potpourri in the suitcase. That's not true. We know what she put in the suitcase when she put it in the bridge. When it was going down the road, no. And no amount of pine tree car fresheners could cover this up. That's the question.
Mom. Are you okay?
up right now because we're going to go hiking. Let's try to look better than this. This is all clean, so let's go pick up my outfit. I think I like this Nike top with, sorry, but they're Reebok. Two different brands. So this is what I decided to wear. This Nike top with these Reebok shorts and some Nike shoes. Now I have to figure out how I want my hair because I don't know, I hate my hair up. So I probably didn't really explain how much when I woke up because I was very angry that my alarm went off. But we're doing the incline. Let me read about it. It says there are 2,744 steps. 2,000-foot climb in elevation. That's where that sucks. Like the stairs don't suck. It's like the elevation. So as you're going up each stair, you feel like you're dying because the air gets thinner. Because I think we're already at like 5,000 feet or something. So it's bad. We got all the way here. And the incline is closed. Yes, closed. So little change of plans. We have to do the bear trail. Bar trail? Bar trail. Ah, same thing. Bear. Good. She doesn't know about the bars. That works good. What is it? Have we ever been on it before? Nope. I don't know. Guess we'll see. What is it? Have we ever been on it before? Nope. I don't know. Guess we'll see.
This to me is one of the most haunting pictures ever. That's Gannon. That's Gannon. Going on the trail and not knowing that night Letitia was going to unleash on him, not knowing that the next day he would be murdered. That's Gannon. Ava said, and she did all that to him. Yes, she did. She did. Lena's in front of him, and he's right there. And it's horrific. Horrific.
Did you both share the same type of job, or did you have different jobs at that employer?
We were both receptionists.
Would you see each other often at work?
I would say, depending on the shift, yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you would sometimes go to Bible studies together. Did you ever hang out any other times outside of work besides those types of gatherings?
No.
Okay. Did you have each other's phone numbers?
Yes.
Would you sometimes text with each other?
Yes.
Would that include potentially sending jokes, memes, TikToks, that kind of thing?
Yes, we would send TikToks to each other.
TikTok is quite controversial these days, isn't it?
Yes.
How would you describe Harley's demeanor?
She was very nice.
Was she social or was she shy?
She was both. She was shy at first, and then once you got to know her, she was more social.
Would you say she had a positive personality or a negative personality?
Positive.
Bubbly or angry?
Bubbly.
Okay. Was she nice to people or mean to people?
She was nice.
And then how would she interact with customers that would come into Massage Envy?
She was really nice to them.
Was she professional also?
Yes.
Had you ever been over to her house?
No.
Prior to a specific time that we're going to get to in just a moment, did you ever have an occasion to meet any of her family members?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that her younger brother was missing?
Yes.
I'm not asking you for what was said, but did you actually get a text from Harley regarding that specific incident?
Yes.
Do you remember working with her on Wednesday, January 29th?
It was a long time ago, so I don't remember exact dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to help you orient yourself, and it makes perfect sense. It's over 3 years ago. We've had previous testimony that Gannon went missing on January 27th, which was a Monday. And then, did you talk to a detective in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember talking about the last time you might have worked with Harley with that detective?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that report, would that help you remember what day that was you were referencing last seeing Harley?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
In, Sanchez, I'm showing you a police report. And I want you to look at this last paragraph on the page and read through it and then tell me when you're done.
This.
That paragraph, yes.
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory as to the last time you had worked with Harley?
Yes.
What day was that?
The 29th.
Was that a Wednesday, January 29th?
Yes.
What was, again, not asking you for any statements that Harley made to you, but what was Harley's demeanor like on that day?
She was a little frantic. Just not her usual self.
Do you remember telling the detective whether she was crying or not?
Yes.
And was she crying in your memory?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, were you with Harley and picked up Harley's mother from the hospital?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. Again, whose car were you in?
We were in Harley's car.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Harley.
And what seat were you sitting in?
I was in the front seat.
What hospital did you go to pick up her mother?
I'm not sure the name, but it's somewhere around here in the downtown Spring area.
Memorial Hospital, does that sound correct?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. So, but you're just remembering it as a downtown hospital somewhere fairly close to where we are now?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, as you're in the car with with Harley, how she was acting then. Was she still acting like she was crying or upset?
No,
How was she acting now?
just normal.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about how she was acting?
In the car? Or-
Yes, while you're in the car with her at the hospital?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember the Harley's mother getting into the car with you?
Yes.
Did Harley's demeanor change when her mother got into the car with you all?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about her, about Harley acting timid and overwhelmed at that time?
Yes.
Was that different than when she was crying earlier?
Yes, she had kind of calmed down a bit in the car versus earlier when she was crying.
Okay. When when Harley's mother got into the car, I may have already asked you this, so if I did, I apologize. Where did she get into the car?
In the back seat.
Okay. So did that mean that Harley's still driving, you're in the front passenger seat, and mother is in the back seat?
Yes.
Was she sitting behind you or behind Harley?
In the middle.
In the middle, okay. Do you remember telling the detective anything about whether Harley was quieter or louder than normal during this car ride from the hospital to your house?
We definitely weren't talking for the car ride. It was more just quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the detective that Harley was quieter than normal?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I've already asked you this in an implied way, but this time that you're now seeing Harley's mother, had you ever seen her before?
No.
Do you see her here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Yes. Pink shirt right in the corner over here.
And you're using your right hand to point over to my
Yes.
left over here?
Yes.
All right, ask to the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor or actions when she got in the car?
What do you mean by that?
Well, how was she acting?
It was my first time meeting her, so I can't really describe how else she would be acting, but I'd say normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not doing anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Do you remember her making any statements to you or just to anybody while she was in the car?
No.
Do you remember talking to the detective about her getting into the car?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant apologized for having to stay at your house?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the detective about the defendant's demeanor in the car?
No.
How she's acting?
No.
Okay. You don't remember that at all? Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant was acting weird?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a specific statement that the defendant made to you when she got into the car?
Yes, I do remember that one
Okay.
statement.
And what was that one statement?
Just jokingly how she was joking about saying, basically, hope you don't think we're a bunch of murderers.
So the defendant said that to you.
Yes.
Did you find that to be weird?
Yes. But other than that, the demeanor wasn't weird, just that one statement.
Okay. So she wasn't acting like she was losing her mind or anything like that?
No.
Do you remember whether the defendant started using Harley's her cell phone?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you remember about that.
I was in the front passenger seat and her mom was in the back seat. Harley's mom was in the back seat. And I remember her taking her phone, like Harley's phone, to the back and kind of texting people. I'm not sure who.
So what you remember is that Harley had her phone in the front seat?
Yes.
And then the defendant, did she reach up and take the phone from the front seat?
Yes.
And how did you know that she was texting using Harley's phone?
Because I was there when she took Harley's phone in the back.
Okay. I guess, could you hear the keyboard clicks or anything like that? Or how did you know that she was sending texts?
She made a remark saying, "Hey, can I see your phone real quick?"
Okay, she being the defendant made that
Yes.
comment. Okay. Did you get a text from Harley's phone while the defendant had Harley's phone?
Yes.
Did that seem odd to you?
Very.
Why was that odd?
Because we were all in the car together, so there's really no point to be texting when we were all there.
And what did that text say, if you remember?
Not sure exact wording, but basically if her mom could stay as well.
Did that seem to you to be then that it was almost like Harley was asking you if her mom could stay with you at your house? That's kind of a confusing question. I know.
Yeah. More that Harley had originally asked to stay over and then later on asked if her mom could stay as well.
Okay, but really it was her mom asking on her own using Harley's phone if she could stay.
Yes.
Did that seem weird to you since you're sitting right there and it could have been verbally said as opposed to texted?
Yes.
Do you remember a particular time when the defendant said something about turning off location services?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It's been a while, but I remember that they had turned off Harley's location service basically on her phone.
Okay, so let's dive into that just a little bit more. Is this while the defendant has Harley's phone?
I do not remember.
Okay. What does location services mean to you?
Just basically seeing where someone's at based off of Google Maps.
Okay. Do you remember the defendant making a statement while holding Harley's phone that she was turning off Harley's cell phone location services?
I do not.
Okay. If I show you a report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
Yes.
Just read this whole paragraph.
Yes.
That refresh your memory?
Yes.
So do you remember the defendant making a comment about turning off location services?
Yes.
What did the defendant say about that
Just that she was turning off her location on her phone.
on Harley's phone?
Yes.
And do you remember her saying because she had to?
Yes.
And then what did the defendant do with Harley's phone after that?
After turning off the location,
Yes.
I believe she still had her phone.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detective that she then passed the phone back to Harley?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
If I show you the report again, would that refresh?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this has been a long time, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So after the defendant turned off Harley's cell phone location services, do you remember the defendant passing Harley's phone back to Harley?
Yes.
Do you remember while you were still at the hospital, the defendant making a statement about evidence being found.
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She was just kind of talking about how they thought they had found evidence on her.
And then also, did she mention finding evidence at the house? Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay, if I show you the report again with
Yes.
fresh memory, okay. You're just getting my steps in.
Sorry. Just want to make sure it's accurate.
This line right here. Fresh your memory?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant making a mention about there being evidence found at the house?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Just about like the carpet situation, how there was like a fire with the carpet.
Okay. Hold on just a moment. And again, I'm not asking you for any comments from Harley Hunt at this point, but did the defendant ever say anything to you about why her and her daughter wanted to stay at your house?
So Harley was just wanting to stay at my house because she didn't really feel comfortable at her own house. I'm not really sure why her mom wanted to stay at my house. With the whole texting thing, that was kind of odd, but we were already at my house, so I just let them both stay.
Was it strange to you that both Harley and her mom were now staying at the house as opposed to just Harley as originally arranged?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did it make it even more strange that this is also at the time that Harley's young little brother was also missing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait a second. Good question. How was her behavior, the defendant's behavior at your house?
Really, we just walked into my house, talked for a little bit, and then I let them get settled in the living room, and then I just went upstairs.
Okay, so you have a two-story house?
It's technically a 3, but the basement's unfinished.
Okay, so is your bedroom upstairs?
On the 2nd floor,
And then,
technically the 3rd floor.
okay,
Yeah.
and then where did they stay, Harley and her mother?
On the 2nd floor, when you first enter the ground level.
Okay, did you hear any strange noises the night that they stayed the night there?
No.
Did the defendant do anything out, that didn't make any sense or loud or anything like that?
No.
Did she act as if any other house guest would act while she was there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Sanchez? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon, Judge. We'd call Nicole Mobley. Just gonna cross Nicole. You guys want me? You want to look at this?
Ms. Mobley, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
You're just gonna right up to that.
Right there is fine for right now. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
You're a little nervous, right?
Just a little bit.
It's okay. You're not the only one, okay?
Okay.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Nicole Mobley, Nicole Mobley.
And Miss Mobley, where do you reside?
Lorison Ranch.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Me?
I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as People's Exhibit 4. Recognize this at all?
Yeah, it's my neighborhood.
Let me see if I can get this easy over here. we're gonna put it on the easel here, and I don't know if can you still see it?
Yeah.
And I don't need you to be precise, but can you just point out the general area of where you live, if you can see this in People's Exhibit 4? Here you go. I'm gonna give you this.
I'd be over here somewhere.
So for the record, you pointed to Mumford Drive in between Tarbell Drive?
Yeah, I'm on Decker, but the school's right here and my house would be like over in the section kind of by it.
Okay, great. How long have you lived there?
2 years? No, I'm sorry. That's way off. 3.5, almost 4 years.
So you were living there back in January of 2020?
Yes.
And while you were living in that neighborhood, did you have an occasion to meet someone named Letitia Stout?
I did.
And tell the jury about how you met her.
So I think the first time I had posted a thing on our neighborhood page, I was looking for clothes for my niece that just moved in with us. And I had got a message from a Harley Hunt is who I thought I was speaking to. And then they offering some free clothes for us. And when the person actually showed up to my house to drop off those clothes, it was Letitia.
Okay. You talked about a neighborhood. How did you describe it? Was it a Facebook page?
Yeah, we have a lot of neighborhood like Facebook pages that are just for people in the neighborhood. I don't know if I put it on the residence page or like one of the for sale pages, but it's just everybody in the neighborhood.
And I know you're a little nervous, but only one of us can talk at a time.
Mhm.
She's typing everything we're saying, believe it or not. And so if you could just wait until I'm done and I'll wait till you're done.
Okay.
We'll do the best we can.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So someone named Harley Hunt responds to your page. Is that what happens?
Yes. I assumed it was Harley Hunt.
And did you then make arrangements for them to come by your house?
Yeah, to come drop them off at my house.
Okay. So tell us about that. Did someone come by your house?
Yes, Letitia came by my house.
And what happened when she came to your house?
She knocked on the door. Initially, she was just supposed to leave them on the porch, but I ended up being at home. She knocked on the door. I opened it. She handed me the clothes and we had a conversation.
And do you see Letitia Stout in the courtroom today?
I do, yes.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the end of that desk in a pinkish purple shirt.
Only female seated at the defense table?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of Ms. Stout subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So what happened when the defendant came to your residence?
She came to the door, handed me the clothes, and then we just had a conversation. It was a little weird. I didn't know her. I had never met her before that. And I was kind of off put first because I thought I was meeting a Harley Hunt. And it obviously wasn't, but she didn't introduce herself as to who she was. And it was just kind of weird because I didn't know her and she was kind of just talking to me about life stuff and like we had been best friends. Okay. So it was a little off-putting, but.
And do you remember about when this may have happened?
It was right before Christmas, probably December 20 something. It was before Christmas of 2019.
So it would have been December 2019?
Yeah.
Was it the Christmas before you later learned that Gannon went missing?
Yes.
Okay. And so was there anything unusual about this initial contact other than it seemed like she was spilling her guts to you?
No, not really.
Okay. Did you have more conversation with her?
I did. She wrote me later on telling me she had forgot a pair of pants. That was just nothing. The next time was a couple days later on Christmas. She had sent me another message.
And what was that message about? Do you recall?
Yeah, she said that she was going on a work trip, that she worked for an airline and she needed to go to a training, and had asked if my teenage niece wanted to go over and basically watch the house, but also hang out with her teenage daughter.
And so did you learn that she had a teenage daughter when you initially met her at your house in December of 2019?
I kind of put it together considering she wasn't Harley Hunt and that's who I was that was the name of the person I was messaging, and she kept saying my daughter in those messages.
And did you have a teenage daughter?
My niece was a teenager.
Okay. And so did the conversation come up back in December 2019 that, hey, maybe your niece and my daughter could get together, that kind of thing?
Yeah, she said that her daughter Harley didn't really have any friends because she didn't go to school here. So she needed somebody to watch her house and help with the dogs. And that it would be maybe a good way for them to kind of hang out too.
Right. And did that ever happen?
I didn't feel comfortable with it because I didn't know her and I wasn't sending my niece to somebody else's house.
And was your niece living with you at that time?
She was, yes.
All right. When was the next time you heard from Miss Stout?
The next time I heard from her, the next time I had any communication.
Well, either. Had you talked to her, let me just ask it this way. Had you talked to her prior to Gannon being reported missing?
No.
So it was just
Or not that I recall.
Sorry.
I don't think so.
And so how did you learn that Gannon Stout, her stepson, went missing?
There was a post on one of those neighborhood pages saying that, I don't remember exactly what it said. It's been a long time. I just remember there was a post that went up saying that her son or stepson didn't return home from a friend's house and basically asking for help if anybody had seen him or could help find him.
And so prior to seeing that post, had you and the defendant talked about the defendant's family situation, who was living in their house, how many kids and that kind of thing?
I don't, not that I remember.
You only remember her talking about Harley, the teenage daughter?
I remember when she was at my house that first time, that weird conversation that we kind of had was talking about weird things, just like, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. No, because that, I do remember. So when she was asking if we would come and stay, or if my niece could come and stay at the house, she had mentioned her husband works nights and is in the Army and is gone a lot. She mentioned Harley because of hanging out with my niece. And then she mentioned, I think it was the little girl, talking about her going to Grand Mountain, but I think that's it. I don't remember hearing anything else.
And when you say talking about weird things, what do you mean?
I just mean, I didn't know her, but she kind of talked to me like I knew her and just being frustrated at home life. It was a very short conversation. It was just, I think to me, the reason it's weird is because if I don't know someone, I don't usually start talking about things like I know them and like I should know what they're talking about.
So was it like, way too much information here?
Yeah, kind of. And I'm used to, in the neighborhood, we do porch drop-offs. So you don't usually have to communicate with the person. They drop it off and leave. I'm not a very sociable person when I'm in the comfort of my home. And it was just kind of, thanks, have a great night kind of thing. Not, I want to stand on the porch in the cold for 20 minutes.
Gotcha. So let's talk about when you see the post about Gannon being missing. What did you do next?
Told my husband, and he just knows how I am. So he was like, do you want to go? Do you want to go help look? So we did. We got dressed in warm clothes and we headed out and went to start looking.
And would this have been on the night of January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And approximately what time was it that you went out looking? Do you remember?
I don't remember what time we started. I don't remember.
Was it nighttime out?
It was nighttime.
What was the weather like?
Freezing. I think it started snowing while we were out there because I remember being soaking wet and it was absolutely freezing out.
Was there any plans or any areas that people were looking? I mean, this post that you saw, did you have a game plan on where you were going to go look and things like that?
So there weren't really any plans like communicated with anybody. I think thinking of the age of the boy, it was, let's go look by the school. Let's go to any of the parks in the neighborhood. And then let's go look over by the house. And then we have these like ditches that are in the neighborhood that a lot of kids like to go down and play under. So it was just kind of staying in that general area. Okay, if my, kid was to go roaming off and hanging out with friends, where would they go? So we just kind of went based off of that.
And so you indicated that you thought it might be a good idea to go look at his house, Gannon's house. Would that have been 6627?
Yes.
People's at Route 4 there, we have a big label that says 6627 Mandan Drive. Is that the area we're talking about?
Yeah, there's a lot of like field where you can see there's not really any houses. Majority of what we did was in those fields.
And so were there other people out looking in the neighborhood?
There was a bunch.
No, you probably didn't count them, but approximately how many?
I'd say 40 at least. I mean, there were people out there with drones. There was a lot of people.
Flashlights?
Flashlights, vehicles, drones, people on feet. Excuse me. There were some people out there with dogs. I mean, it was like an unorganized / organized search is what it looked like.
And so best you know, was everyone reacting to this Facebook post about, it's okay, about a child being missing in the neighborhood?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
The neighborhood's kind of coming together?
Yes.
And did you talk to other people as you're searching and you're all searching for the same person?
Oh, yeah.
When you're in the area of 6627 Mandan Drive, did you stop by and see Miss Stalk, or was Miss Stalk out searching in that area, or do you remember?
I didn't stop by her house. I thought it was kind of weird because we're all out here looking and it was very obvious that she was at her house and not out here looking.
Why was that obvious?
I'm trying to remember exactly how. I mean, there was a lot of people that were going up to her house and she was opening the door and you could just tell lights were on. I mean, plus I met a majority of everybody that was out there and none of them were her.
And obviously you had met her before, and so did you tie it together that Gannon Stalk was living in the same house with Letitia Stalk?
Yeah, as soon as the post went up on the neighborhood page, I recognized her right away.
Was she a picture of her on the post?
Not on the post, like her Facebook picture.
Oh, okay. And so as you're out that neighborhood, did you ever see any police cars coming to 6627 Mandan Drive?
I don't remember seeing any when I was there.
How long were you out there, do you think?
Hours. We were out until about 2, 3 a.m.
Oh, so you went in that into the early morning hours of the 28th.
Oh yeah. By the time we got home, we had mud all the way up our legs, our arms. We were covered.
And were people out there pretty consistently until the early morning hours looking, or?
It died down a lot, probably around midnight. I mean, it did get really cold. If I remember correctly, I think it started snowing. So some people I think did have to kind of start giving up. So at that time, like as long as we went, there was probably maybe a handful of us at that point.
And so into the 28th of January, 2020, did you continue to follow the progress of the case, the Facebook postings and things like that?
I did to an extent.
Tell us about that.
I tried not to read into, or I guess look too much into the drama stuff that was going on through it. I tried to focus on the facts of things that were going on or posts that were made directly from the defendant.
A lot of drama and
a lot
speculation and things like that on social media.
Oh yeah.
Was the media reporting pretty heavily on Gannon's disappearance as well?
Yes.
Were you watching that?
Yes, those things I would.
Did you reach out to Miss Stalk and offer her to help or do anything in any way?
That was another thing that kind of set me off. The night that he went missing, I had sent her a message. I cannot remember what I said in it, but I remember it was something trying to get information like where we should be looking, and she blocked me immediately.
What kind of message did you send her? Was it a text? Was it social media? Was it a phone message? How did you try to reach her?
Facebook Messenger.
And prior to that, had you been messaging on Facebook?
For the previous times that we spoke, it was Facebook, yes.
And did you ever talk to her about why she blocked you or anything like that?
Well, she blocked me, so I couldn't. I know my husband sent her a message saying, you know, I don't understand why you blocked my wife. We're just trying to help you. Is there something you have against her? Like, what's going on? But we never got a response.
Did you continue to progress or watch the progress in the investigation to see whether or not Gannon was found, that kind of thing?
I did. I also, any search party that they had, we had like blue ribbon ceremonies, different things that we did. I participated in everything.
Do you recall seeing the defendant, Ms. Stout, being interviewed on KKTV during this time frame?
I do.
What do you recall from that interview?
Can you, as in, like, what do you mean? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that one.
No, I answer it truthfully. I mean, did that spark anything and want you to be involved in the investigation based on what you saw her say during that interview?
The first thing that stood out to me, I think, with that interview is she didn't face the camera. And then there was a lot of, in my opinion, it sounded like her speaking in past tense when she would mention Gannon. But I also thought it was really weird that a majority of that news cast was her worrying about what people thought about her instead of worrying about where Gannon was.
And did that trigger your personality as to want to know more or find out more about what had happened to Gannon based on everything you're seeing, not only this interview, but the post on social media and things like that?
Most definitely.
Was there a point in time where you tried to reach out to Ms. Stout again via some Facebook pages?
I did, yes.
And what kind of Facebook pages did you reach out to? Do you recall?
Do you mean which one of hers or what? What do you mean?
Well, let me, was there a Facebook page called Support P or Ms. Stout or something?
Yeah, there were several pages. I don't know if I communicated with her on any of her responses that were happening on those pages. I might have made comments to other people, but I don't remember if I communicated with her on those. I just know that I reached out to her on personal Facebook Messenger.
Is this the same Facebook page that you were blocked on previously or another Facebook page?
Another one.
Do you recall the name of that?
I think it might have been, it was either Letitia Stout or T Stout.
Okay. Did you get a response?
No, not initially.
When you say not initially, does that mean you eventually got a response?
Yes, I ended up creating a fake Facebook page.
Talk
And
about that. Why did you do that?
I wanted to see if I could get her to respond to me. And I knew she wouldn't on my original page.
And why did you want her to respond to you?
I felt like the conversation that we had on my front porch, the first time that I met her, I kind of could figure out ways to get her to communicate with me based off of her, like the kind of things that she wanted to talk about. So I figured if I wrote her on a different page and could get her to start talking, if I worded things properly, I might be able to get her to start talking to me.
So did that happen?
It did.
Tell the jury about that. What did you put in the Facebook page Messenger to get her to start talking to you?
I went on and kind of based it off, or started writing things based off of things that I had seen in the news or on social media, like things that she was saying. She had a lot of, I think, hate for Landon. And I think that I kind of started off with a combination of agreeing with her about things that involve Landon. And I also, there was a video that came out about a truck in a shadow. And I also wrote her saying I believed her about the shadow under the truck.
And is this video the video of when Ms. Stout and Gannon come back on the afternoon of January 27th, 2020, and you see a leg drop on the other side of the truck?
Yes.
And it's posted on the internet?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's the video, yes.
The shadow is actually a leg coming down?
Yes.
And Ms. Stout was saying who did that leg belong to?
She told me it was Gannon.
Did you eventually continue communications with Ms. Stout via text?
Yeah, so I continued on Facebook Messenger and then eventually we did make it onto a texting app.
Tell us about the texting app. Whose idea was it to use a texting app?
She had asked me to download a texting app on my phone so that we could talk more privately.
And was this on February 19th of 2020?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Did you go to the police department fairly shortly after this string of text messages?
I don't remember how long it was, but I feel like it was pretty soon after that, yes.
If a report indicates that you went to the police department on Friday, February 21st, 2020,
Sounds right.
would that be accurate?
Yes,
And when you went there, did you take your phone with you?
I did.
And did you provide your phone to law enforcement so they can take screenshots of this text messages that you're having?
I did. They took it for several weeks.
And would you recognize those text messages if you saw them again?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Andy, what's been marked as People's Exhibit 30 or 233. And within that exhibit, there's 33 pages. Do you see those?
I do, yes.
If you could take a moment and go through those 33 pages, and I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes.
I want to talk about the first 31 pages.
Okay.
Are those messages that you exchanged with the defendant, Ms. Stout, on February 19th, a Wednesday, from 9:59 in the morning to 11:48 in the morning?
Yes.
The second to last page, is that a text message that you exchanged with a Harley Hunt?
Yes.
And is that your text message as well, the one to Harley Hunt?
It is.
The last page, page 33, is that a text message that you sent to your husband?
It is.
Is the message that you wrote to your husband accurate? Is that what you said after this text screen that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Are now back to the original 33 pages. I think I've already asked you that. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with Ms. Stout back on February 19th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 233.
Defense,
Objection.
Exhibit 233 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish.
You may. Go ahead.
You can zoom in. Thanks. You can either look at the TV screens or actually look at the notebook, whatever you're more comfortable doing.
Okay.
We're on to page 1 here. Before we talk about page 1, what was your motivation here? Why were you trying to get her to talk?
Sometimes I get this impression of myself that I can get people to tell me things that other people can't. So I just wanted to give it a shot.
When you're talking to the defendant here, had Gannon been found yet?
No.
Were you trying to find Gannon?
Yes.
Were you trying to get information from her so that Gannon can be found?
Yes.
The top of the text says Barbie girl. You know who Barbie girl is?
It was Letitia.
And did you know that that was her name through the Facebook messaging before you started this text app?
I didn't know that she didn't tell me the name, but it was the phone number.
And it says Wednesday at 9:59. Is that approximately when this all started?
Yes.
And that would have been February 19th?
Yes.
So when it says to verify it's you, what was your real first name, LOL? Is that Miss Stout talking?
Yes, sir.
And prior to getting this string of messages, were you certain that it was Miss Stout who you were talking to?
Yes, sir. We did a thing on previous messages where I had asked her something. I don't remember what it was, but to validate it was her, that only she would know, and she did that.
And is she now validating who you are?
Yes, sir.
I.e. Nicole is what you respond?
Yes.
So if we can scroll down a little bit. And again, everything that you say is going to be in green, right?
Yes.
She's saying, yep. Go ahead, and what does she say?
That she was realizing who I was, verifying that that's.
She say, okay, so listen, I didn't hurt my son or kill him or anything. I want you to know that. I also want to know that I can trust you on here.
Yes.
How did you take that?
I guess kind of in a couple ways, that obviously she knows something, but that I needed to work really hard to gain her trust and maybe I could get her to tell me something. I don't know.
And so how did you respond? Go ahead and read that.
100%. If you look up both my real profile and my fake on any of the Gannon pages, you will see I've been pointing out the shadow and I have not bashed you.
So is that what we're talking about? The leg drop that we see January 27th when they get home?
Yes, sir.
And why did you tell her this?
So there was a lot of drama and things that were going on. People trying to zoom, like on social media, zooming in and trying to determine if there was a shadow or a leg. Because there was a lot of, well, we didn't see him come home. So she, I think at one point was involved in some of that communication, trying to push that. So I knew if I reached out and said, I believe you, this is what I saw, that she would start to trust me.
And so, just so we're clear, there's a video that was posted on the internet that sees the defendant and Gannon get in a truck and leave about 10, 13, and 7.
Yes, sir.
And then there's also a video that comes back. The truck backs up into the driveway. You can't see the other side of the truck. All right?
Correct.
You see Miss Stout get out of the driver's side.
Yes.
And then that's when we see this leg drop on the other side. And there were people saying Gannon never came home with her, so she must have did something.
Yeah, there was a lot of videos, people circling it and saying that's not a shadow or that's not a leg, trying to say that some people thought he came home and some people didn't. So it was a lot of back and forth on that.
So that's what's going on in social media. And so that's how did you want to gain her trust by saying, hey, I'm with you on this, that type of thing?
Yeah, she wanted to make sure she could trust me. And the only thing I could think of is if I went along with the lines of certain things that were going on in the moment and I was on her side for that part, that I would gain that trust.
Okay. And so she responds, thank you. I do need some help though, and I could help you in return. Before you think, this isn't anything bad or anything like that. You recall that?
I do.
What did you think that was all about?
I didn't really know where she was going with it. Let me think on that. I'm sorry.
Well, we can scroll down and see what your response is.
Yeah.
So now we're on page 2 of that exhibit. So your response is just to show you what I've said to my own family in the past about all this. Can't make out. Looks like you attached something to the text.
Yeah, I think I attached something that like a message I might have sent to somebody else talking about it. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was just like, look, I'm showing you, I even told somebody in my family I believed you.
Is that again to gain her trust?
Yes.
So how does she respond after you do that? Second here until we get to the right.
Did you want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay. If I had did this, I couldn't have gone but so far and they would have found him, but they are focusing on me wasting valuable time.
He says, thank you.
Thank you.
And then what do you say?
Okay, what do you need help with? I definitely don't think you would ask me to do anything bad, so it's okay.
And what does she say?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's
So
okay.
I want you to tell the truth.
And you respond, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Go to page 3. And some of these are kind of repetitive just because of the way they did the screenshots, so bear with me. So you say, okay, and then what does she say?
Someone was in the home when we got back. I gave this to police at my initial interview, but I thought he was being defiant and just going against his dad's wishes, leaving. I blacked out.
What do you take from that?
Well, I didn't believe it. But I don't know. I didn't believe what she was saying. I was kind of just waiting for a story to come.
Is this the first you had heard about someone else being in the house?
It is. As far as I remember, yes.
First you heard of her blacking out?
Yes.
Up until February 19th, 2020, did you just think Gannon was missing, or what was your thoughts about what had happened to Gannon?
I had hoped he was just missing, but from the very first night, I just had a bad feeling.
We can scroll down, please. Oh, so you respond, so blacked out before he left, because I'm a mom and I know how that is. He says, I've done it and reacted. You mean to say reacted?
Yes.
With my kids and situations. I just did it when my house flooded. What do you mean by that?
So I think in my head, I was thinking maybe a situation happened and she overreacted and something might have happened. So I wanted to kind of play on that and say, look, I'm a mom. I've overreacted in situations. My house had just flooded. So I could have overreacted in that situation. So I was just kind of, I think, trying to play along with it.
You didn't know what was going to come next, I take it?
I had no idea.
And so what does she say next?
I am beginning to think that the guy was still in the home when police came. Either way, he popped back up with Gannon, so I'm assuming they were in the storage room. He threatened me, and I put them girls upstairs to protect them.
She says,
Yeah.
And you asked her who was the guy.
Yes.
How'd she respond?
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. He took a suitcase and some of our things and Gannon's things, and I was crying. Then he hit me across the head.
So is this the first you heard of a suitcase?
Very first time, yeah.
And how did you respond to that? And why did you respond the way you did?
This is why the cops are being the way they are. They knew you didn't do it, and that's why they are being so quiet. I knew you were innocent. So I responded in that way because, once again, I'm trying to keep her thinking that I'm on her side so that she'll continue telling me more.
So how does she respond to you saying that?
Someone had to see him leaving with a suitcase and G. I don't know if she, I assume was he, was hurt when he did. I was scared. Someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to and is scared.
So as you're out there, night of the 27th, searching the fields and the ditches and the whole neighborhood around their residence, anybody carrying a suitcase walking around?
Not at all. I would have questioned that.
Would anybody stop that person, strange man in the neighborhood?
In a heartbeat. Our neighborhood has cameras everywhere, and you can't be a guy selling solar panels walking up to somebody's door without somebody posting, who's this weirdo at my door?
We can zoom in on the next page, please. So she said someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to and is scared. And you said, can I ask you this? You think Landon sent this guy?
Yes.
How does she respond?
I will do anything to find that person, but I don't know how. She could have, and then things may have went wrong.
Now, had you gotten to know Landon and Al and Lena and the rest of the family from efforts that were going on in the neighborhood to try to find Gannon?
I remember, I think I met a few of them maybe once for a very small amount of time. I think there was an aunt and Lena at one of the events that I got to play with Lena and do a few things with, but I didn't get to know them, no.
Was there a church in the neighborhood that was heavily involved in the search effort and people would meet at the church and discuss things and try to find Gannon?
Yeah, we would do it at the church, but we also had a point when right off of Mandan, there's that field, and we actually set up tables with food and snacks and waters, and everybody would gather there and do search parties. And I think that's where I did most of my communication the one time that I think I spoke with a couple of them.
So why did you ask her if she thought Landon was involved in this?
It was made very clear, and I don't remember how, if it was social media or what it was, but that she didn't like Landon. So I think I was trying to play off of, okay, well, she doesn't like her. So if I start talking about Landon, it pulls her in more because I'm kind of siding with her.
Okay. We can scroll down, please. And you say, I've been thinking she sent someone to get both kids.
Yes.
Same thing?
Same thing.
You're trying to draw more information out of her?
Yeah. And that's what I had met in the previous, when she had said things may have went wrong in the previous one, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, if I play off of, okay, maybe Landon sent somebody down here and it didn't go right. They were only able to get the one kid and, you know what I mean, kind of played it off.
And then she responds to that, says, but Lena was gone, so he couldn't.
Yes.
And did you know who Lena was?
At this point, yeah, I did.
Was that Gannon's 8-year-old little sister?
Yes.
And you asked her, how did he get into the house? Did he force his way or did he act like he was there for a reason? Do you recall asking her that?
I do, yes.
Trying to get more information?
Yes.
And how did she respond to that? Can you read that for us?
When we went in through the garage, I went into the bathroom. So either already in there or came gate. Maybe G had seen him before. That's why he kept checking the gate to make sure it was locked.
Okay. And then what's the next thing you asked?
Do you think the detectives believe you but have to act the way they are so this guy doesn't know they are onto him?
Where'd that come from?
Again, just I think I had heard things of her talking about, I did actually, I think some of it might have even been in the news. She was really against those detectives. So I wanted to play off of, well, maybe the detectives are just doing this as a ploy. They're going to try and make it seem like you so that nobody's focusing on this other person.
Doesn't make any sense though, does it? Does that make any sense to you as to why the police would do that?
No, not at all.
So are you just basing on things that she posted on Facebook about the incompetence of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office or something like that?
I'm playing off of anything that has either been said by her on Facebook or the thing on the news.
Okay. And how does she respond to that?
Not sure. I think they don't have anything on Ring cameras. Someone had to see him leave. I need a witness. Any amount. Do whatever for them if they come forward. They need to start looking for the guy and posting it on our states. It's just on our states. I don't know.
Okay. And then how did you respond to that?
Oh my God, I'm telling you, I think Landon did this to try to get her kids back and it went wrong. So now she is using this to get money for her nasty habits. Poor Gannon, I really hope he isn't being tortured.
Where are you getting this information from?
Posts. There were things that were going around about Landon potentially having a certain kind of background. Why was Gannon and Lena in, at their custody anyways. So I kind of just played off of that because again, I knew that she didn't like Landon.
Were these posts that were in this support T Stout website or Facebook page?
I'm
people
pretty
who were supporting her.
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah.
And how did she respond to that? Can we scroll down, please?
And get off me. He would have been found close by if it was the killer. I couldn't have went far. I think something went wrong now. It's been too long. She would have had him come back and then tried to say we were bad parents by now.
Now, what did you think she meant? Can we please leave that up? What did you think she meant when she said he may be close by if I was the killer?
Object she can.
Yes.
That's speculation.
It goes to her response to this, right?
Well, no, she can't testify as to what somebody else was thinking. She can testify as to what somebody else said and why she undertook a certain course of action, but she can't testify to what somebody else was thinking.
What was going through your mind when you heard her say, if I would have killed him, he would have been close by?
Just trying to, I'm trying to think of how to answer that the right way without going against it.
Was this the first time you ever heard her say anything about if I was the killer?
Yes, 100%. I'd never heard anything about him being killed prior to this.
Can we scroll down now, please, to see what your response is? So you respond, did Gannon seem like he knew him? Or was he acting scared when he was talking?
Taking him.
Taking him, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is that how you responded?
Yes.
Now, above that, she says, I think something went wrong now. It's been too long. She would have had him come back and tried to say we were bad parents by now. Now, I think he may be out of state. All that?
I do, yes.
Is this the first time you ever heard her say anything about Gannon being out of state?
Yes.
And did you later learn that Gannon's body was found in the state of Florida?
I did.
Go to the next page. Next page, please. So she responded to when you asked if Gannon knew him. He didn't act like he knew him. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And what else did she say?
The guy did say friends with Uncle Matt, but I don't know if that is real. He doesn't have an uncle named that on our side.
And how did you respond to that?
Oh my God, see, this is what I was thinking. And I told my husband, I think Bio Mom did this. Does Landon have anyone she knows named Matt that she says is like a brother?
And again, why are you saying this?
Again, just to continue going along the lines of what I think she wants to hear.
And how did she respond to that?
I need a witness that the guy left. I will do anything. I'm not asking you. I'm asking if you know anyone who will. I will give them my life, a reward, whatever. Anything to get them to expand the search.
And how did you respond to that?
Did he ask where the little girl was, or what did he say to you?
So she says, he said, is that your daughter at the door? You recall that?
I do, yes.
And then says, but I sent her to the mailbox.
Yes.
You know who she's referring to when she says daughter?
Yes, Lena. Lena.
I'm losing my mind because they need to look for the description of the guy. They need to expand and put up alerts and states. My heart is breaking.
Yes.
What was going through your mind at this time as far as How are you going to respond to get more information?
I think this time it might have taken me a little bit to kind of think about it. I guess I had kind of got thrown off because earlier she had said, when I had made when I had said something about maybe Landon had something to do with this and intended to come get both kids, the defendant's response was, but couldn't because Lena wasn't home. But then all of a sudden it's, well, Lena, is that your daughter at the door? So I was just kind of trying to think of things to try and play off kind of what she was saying. But I definitely was really at this point like, okay, something's not right here.
We can scroll down, please. So go ahead and read what you say there in green at 30 now on page 13.
Okay, let me think on this. On a way to help. I've been on the news and I know I can't just all of a sudden say that, but I will help figure this out or something. Who can help? Just give me a little time to think. I will help. Anything to get him found. I'm so sorry to go through that and then be accused. I can't imagine how you feel. I'm here for you.
And then she responds, you were on the news?
Yes,
Were you on the news?
I was, yes.
What were you doing on the news and what were you saying?
I was one of the searches I think that we had at the school. We did a search and maybe it wasn't a search. I think it was like a ribbon thing. We did a bunch of blue ribbons that we put all over the school. And the news had asked me to go up and speak about searching, like locations and things.
Were the blue ribbons, what were those all about? Why were there blue ribbons?
We turned the whole neighborhood blue for Gannon.
Is that his favorite color?
I think it was his favorite color, but he also loved Sonic.
We can scroll down, please. And she says, and whatever they need, they're going to have to pay me for defamation, civil rights violations, etc. But for now, I need him home. I need my boy home.
Yes.
How did you respond to that? Let's go to the next page, please.
Yes, my husband and I went out the first night till, I think it says 2 a.m. And
go ahead now.
Then I went out every day for a week looking.
Now, when you say that, how does she respond?
That's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in his cover. He hit me in the head, and then I don't know if they got in a car or what. When I got back up, I was in complete shock and crying. And when I told the police they think I'm crazy, that someone could have been there when they arrived. In my questioning, they will like, no way. In my questioning, we like, no way the police didn't know he was there. I mean, heck, I didn't know.
So was she trying to tell you that Gannon and this man were in the house while the police were in the house?
Yes.
How'd you respond to that?
As in the message?
Yes.
Okay. So they never even tried to look into any of what you said. WTF is wrong with law enforcement. They could have found him, but to me, they didn't even try.
You're not saying welcome to Fruta when you say WTF, I take it?
No.
Just wanted to clarify. All right.
I also didn't know if I could say the other words. So.
WTF is fine. If we can go to the next page, please. So she responds to that by saying, that's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in a cover. Yeah, we need to go.
I thought those pages looked the same.
Former duplicate because we didn't catch all the
Yes.
screenshots. So in response to your WTF comment, she says, nope. They were it was someone you were cheating with. Dumb stuff. I'm telling you, when this is said and done, I will have a heck of a lawsuit from them. Do you recall her saying that?
I do, yes.
What does she continue on to say?
I've already been asked by some attorneys if my innocence prevails, then to be the first to see them. I even took a lie detector test. I wouldn't ask if I didn't need the help. I am trusting that you don't say anything about our combo. I am innocent. He is my son.
What did you think about when she says, I hope that you wouldn't say anything about our conversation or comment?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Well, what was going through your mind when she says, I am trusting that you don't say anything about our combo?
That she's probably getting ready to open up and say more.
Did you get the impression that she was going to be asking you to do something at this point?
I did, yes.
What was that?
Lie for her.
So you respond. How?
I did meet a guy that night that freaked me out so bad I had to leave with strangers to get away from him. I wish I knew how to show you what he looked like, but I don't have pictures.
Tell us about that. Did you meet some guy out there while you're searching?
I did.
What was that all about? Tell the jury.
All that was about is I was out there with my husband, but my husband ended up in a different area than I was. And some guy came up that I think he was using a drone, started hitting on me, and I felt really uncomfortable. So luckily a truck with some ladies in it that were out searching showed up and they let me get in the truck with them and they took me to another part to get away from him.
This guy have a big green suitcase that he was rolling around?
He did not. Or a little boy next to him.
Is this what you're talking about? Are you trying to lure her in by giving her some truth?
So I kind of had a feeling what she was getting ready to ask me or get more in detail of asking me. So I was trying to give her kind of that, oh, well, I did see somebody that made me uncomfortable.
So she says it may have been him, but he left with a suitcase and G was walking and took his cover.
Yes.
Did you ever ask her, what are you talking about? What is G leaving with a man and taking a cover?
I don't remember if I asked. I know that. I think I just played into everything. I don't think I asked anything specific at very many points.
Do you know who she was referring to when she said G?
Yes.
Is that Gannon?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. How do you respond to that?
I will never repeat this conversation. I promise you, I believe you. Sorry. Can I have a minute?
You all right? Yeah.
It's just that.
There's some, let me get you some tissues.
Oh, there's some. Could you read it?
Sure. Did you say this was hours later and I told my husband this guy that creeped me out, what if he had something to do with it? Then hours later came out to help search, just to be close to the house to see what was happening. And I told him this that night before I knew any of this.
Yes.
You recall saying that?
I do, yes.
You actually think that?
No.
Why'd you tell her this?
Again, just to keep her going. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
We can go down to the next one, please. Now, did she actually send you a picture during this conversation?
Yes.
And what is that picture of? Do you recall?
Gannon's bed and his blanket.
Is that why you're getting emotional? Because you saw this picture coming up?
Yes.
And I apologize for that.
It's okay.
What did she talk to you about when she sent you this picture?
She said, this is the cover he left with. This is online now because it showed G back at the house with me timestamped. What if you just said you remembered something suspicious after seeing this picture and explained the description and you didn't think was relevant until now because the kid had the same cover. I swear to you, I didn't do this. I just need help with someone getting this out there so they can start posting in other states.
Do you know how Gannon was found?
I do, yes.
Know that he was found in a suitcase?
I do, yes.
How did you respond to this?
That's a possibility. Do you remember around what time it was?
And what did she say?
After police left, so it was last night, maybe one or so. I didn't know he was still there until police had left. And on some people were out searching, he could have blended right in.
We can scroll down, please. Did she also go on to say, especially if cars were around in the area, they had to get in a car at some point?
Yes.
Did you see anybody, kids getting in a car while you're out searching?
Not kids in this aspect, no.
Like when you're out searching?
Yes.
Is that all over the post? Is
Yes.
pictures of Gannon?
I think that I also clicked on her Facebook and looked them up too.
So you respond, yeah, there was a lot of cars and people everywhere. Is
Yes.
that true?
Yes. Well, not a lot of cars. There was a few cars, a lot of people though.
And then what did she say next at 11:11 a.m. on the 19th?
I wouldn't ask this if I didn't want to find our son. I'm cornered because of no ring activity.
Did you know what she meant by that?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you when she says that?
Just there was no footage of him leaving or any man walking out with a suitcase and a blanket and a little boy.
So no footage of that on the internet posted on Facebook pages?
No, and none on anybody's rings.
We can scroll down, please. Looks like you asked a couple questions here. Could you go ahead and read that for the jury?
Yes. So this was before the cops searched the house. So he was making Gannon hide with him and be quiet. That's not only scary, but also really sick. Do you remember? I think it's supposed to say what he looks like. Tall, short, skinny, fat. So I can think of a way to say it when they ask details.
Why are you saying that?
To play along. Keep her going.
Do you want her to think that you're going to come up with this story and tell the police about what she's asking you to say?
I wanted her to believe this, yes.
What did you say next?
So I was in the field by your house from about 12 to 2 and could see your house most of the time. So now I need to think really hard about this because I saw a lot of people out and now I'm wondering if I could have seen anything. It was freezing cold and we were exhausted, but there were so many people out there.
How did she respond to that?
Yes, he's Hispanic, shorter, 5'7" or 5'8", about 175 pounds. He has like either a tattoo or something on his face, maybe teardrop or something like that, but a marking. He had on a jacket. I don't remember the color, but Gannon left with him in that cover, so that stuck out to you when you seen it online. Just recently. Yes, he stayed in the house while they were there, but I didn't know until later. But he took suitcase with them. Beware, I saw him laid it up before he hit me in the head because I'm sure he loaded the suitcase in the car and put Gannon in somehow.
Then how did you respond to that?
I wish I could remember that night better. Like a car in front of your house or close because I parked on your street a few houses down to get out and search the field.
And then when she says, at this point, I just need the main info out there. Again, I only ask because it's our child. They're looking in all the wrong places. Driving me crazy. Call her saying that?
I do, yes.
Is she leading up to something? I know we're gonna get to this question she's gonna ask you down the road, but at the time that you see this text come across, are you anticipating her asking you to do something?
Yes.
Go to the next page, please. She says, most people want to always help, but I know this is tricky. I mean, if it's money or whatever, name it. I want them searching the right way.
Yes.
What'd you take from that?
That she's getting ready to ask me to do something and offer money for it.
And how did you respond to that?
I want to help, anything to find Gannon. My daughter knows him and this is destroying her. And I feel broken now that I've been searching and doing what I can. And I met Lena and that made me break down. So I am about to meet with my dad to help him put together a chair. He just got a new house. He is nosy when I'm on my way on my phone, so I only want to message when he isn't next to me. So if I'm slow to reply, that's why. I don't want anyone knowing I'm talking to you because then people get nosy. And like I said, anything we talk about is between us.
And you go on to say, I'm not even telling my husband, right?
Correct, yes.
And you can scroll down, please. He says, okay, I think that's best. You think you could do it? Let me know what you need. Gannon is who I want home. And they can turn their searches the right way. Then they could call me back in and take me seriously.
Yes.
And how did you respond to that at 11:39?
I'm going to see if my first post is still up from that night because that will prove that I was right by your house at that exact time and will help. And no, you don't need to give me anything. I just want to help get him home.
Why did you say that?
Just to keep her going. And I don't recall at this point, I might have already been in touch with law enforcement.
What do you mean by that?
I reached out. I think there was a number that we could call if we had any information, but I had reached out and they ended up having me sit down with a guy from the FBI. I think it happened around this time I don't remember though. But yeah, I met with the FBI and they kind of gave me some things to go along with as well.
Do that during this conversation, or did you make a call and keep the conversation going?
I think I made a call and then kept the conversation going.
Because what do you say at 11:39 and then she responds at 11:40?
Okay, I could help with that to say, or with what to say, and yes, I will. You guys need some help too. I'm desperate to find G.
Well, it sounds like that you guys are having pretty constant conversation based on the timestamps on here, at least within a minute of each other.
Yes.
Was that accurate?
Yes.
And she says, I'm desperate to find G. And then how did you respond to that?
You passed the polygraph, so why don't they start listening to you? I don't get it. They're dumb, and I know you passed it because they posted that you did.
Probably know what I'm going to ask now. How did you know that she took a polygraph and passed it if she did in fact do that?
Well, she had told me she was taking a polygraph, but it was posted online.
And again, were these on these pages that were support the defendant type pages?
Yes.
We can scroll down, please. And how did she respond to your polygraph question?
Well, I wanted this, and then when they call me back in, I will take that. And they will listen. I will take a witness too. So they say, let's call me back in, and then I think they will refocus on search and search differently. And then I will take results then. The police can keep you anonymous to the public.
Now, on February 19th, were you familiar where law enforcement were searching for Gannon's body?
I think so, yes.
Where was that?
I think it was like Palmer Lake or somewhere.
So did you know that as she's talking about them searching in the right place? Was the media running stories that they're searching for Gannon in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, if I recall correctly, I think this is when they were searching the Palmer Lake area and they had put like wall barrier type things up so people couldn't see that. So there was a lot of people posting speculation and it was all over the media.
If we can scroll down, please. You say looking for my first post now, and then how does she respond?
Okay, even if you could just call Albert and tell him first, he would keep you anonymous, except to the police. Besides, it's for Gannon. I can't stop at anything to get them to refocus and find who that was.
So what were you thinking she's asking you to do when she says, call Albert?
She wanted me, in my opinion, she wanted me to call him and tell him that I
Object to speculation again.
Yeah, sustained.
What were you thinking?
Sorry.
Okay? I know we're
Sorry.
talking about what you thought she was thinking.
Yeah.
But what were you thinking when she says, I want you to call Albert?
I was thinking I was supposed to call Albert and tell him that I saw a man leaving the house with a suitcase and Gannon in a blanket and give a description of a man.
Okay. And do you know Albert Stout to be the same person who's seated right over here?
I do, yes.
Front row?
Yes.
Had you met him during this process at, again, these events for Gannon?
I think I met him once, but I definitely saw him a lot. Yeah.
He was on the news as well?
Yes.
If we can go scroll down, please. So you say found it, and what are you referring to when you say found it?
I found the first post I had made.
Scroll down, please. And was that the end of your conversation with Ms. Stout on February 19th, 2020?
That was the end of getting communication back. I had sent one more message on a different page at one point, but yes, that was it.
And she didn't respond to that?
No, she did not.
And then, what do we see here on the second to last page of that exhibit, page 34? Is this a different phone or a different app that you're using to communicate with someone named Harley Hunt?
No, it's Facebook, but now I'm using my, it's Facebook Messenger, but I'm now using my account as well.
So why did you reach out to Harley Hunt?
Let me read it.
We can give this some context. Do you remember when you reached out to Harley Hunt based on what you said there?
I think this is actually the night, on the 27th. This was the message that I sent. I got that response and that's when I got blocked.
So you're reaching out to Harley Hunt, why?
Trying to figure out where we should be searching.
You also reach out to Ms. Stout about the same time.
I did. Well, I wasn't sure what account she was using because she had contacted me previously on the Harley Hunt account.
Okay.
So I initially did that, but then yes, I also tried her account as well.
And then the last page, if we can go to the last page of People's Exhibit 233. This is a text message with you and your husband. And I really want to just talk about, why did you tell your husband she wants me to lie and say I saw Gannon leave in a car with a man?
Because that's what she wanted me to do.
And is that when you went to the sheriff's office and had an interview with detectives about what we just went through?
Yes.
And you turned your phone over and let them have everything on your phone?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook?
I approach and retrieve the exhibit.
First?
Yes.
Yes.
So it looks like, by the way, good afternoon. I'm Will Cook and I represent Ms. Stalk. It looks like all the information and the text messages we went over, except for the last two, it all took place on a Wednesday from 10 a.m. in the morning to about 11:48.
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay, so all this happened in a span of less than 2 hours, this back and forth.
I think so, yes.
Okay. And did you know her, not by Letitia, but you knew her by T-E-E?
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily knew her by anything at that point.
Okay. And can I approach the witness again?
You may.
So, Ms. Mobley, it looks like all of the information, the text between you and Ms. Stalk you talked about, it looks like it has a specific person, Barbie girl, a green background. And then the last text you show between you and your husband, it's listed as my love. It's got the green background. One with Harley Hunt. It doesn't have that listed up there. Was this was in fact like a Facebook community post that you put out?
I think
And Harley Hunt just happened to respond to the Bain community post, correct?
you might be right. That might just be a post, yes.
Okay.
I know this is definitely 100% Facebook.
Okay. But you see here when your post where you're talking about it was just out walking the house for 2 hours. 3 weeks ago, it says like or reply. Then it has Harley Hunt 3 weeks ago saying thank you so much, like or reply.
Yes.
That's a community post you were making, correct?
Yeah,
And
probably.
he
Yeah.
responded to a community post, correct?
Yes.
This wasn't just a text message just between you and Harley.
Yes. So you are correct. I was wrong on that earlier.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, thanks, Sharon.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Mobley? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank
Just
you.
watch your step. Counsel approach, please. You all know what I was talking with the lawyers about, don't you? We're going to take a little bit of an early break and send you on your way for the weekend. Again, I'm going to read this instruction in its entirety again, even though you've heard it, because we're going to have a break over the weekend and it's a lengthy break. You have probably already guessed that there has been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinion. Right. All right. And is there anything else that we address at this point in time? Well, let me have you think about this over the weekend. Back to juror question number 1. I have observed the defendant mouthing occasional words or physical gestures like agreeing or disagreeing. Do we ignore this behavior? I have 2 options for you. One is we do nothing and don't answer that question. Or number 2 is the only evidence that you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case comes from the witness stand.
I would say
Something along those lines.
I looked up and I know the case served to be the first one that the court cited that referenced Riggins. That seems to indicate observations when the defendant are something considering the direct confrontation clause. So my request
Go ahead.
would be to say nothing.
Well, here's I'm sorry.
We would agree with that.
Yeah, here's the concern that I have. The case law is not entirely crystal clear on this subject. Surprising. But the biggest concern that I have is a case called People versus Garcia, which I do not have a Pacific site. I have a Westlaw site. It's 2022 Westlaw 178-39866. And here's the concern that I have. It talks about how, first of all, it sort of backtracks a little bit from what Judge Kennedy's concurrence was in the Riggins case. Because it actually refers to Riggins and says, and Judge Kennedy's language, and it says, in support of the proposition that a defendant's right to confront witnesses also includes the right to have the jury observe the defendant's demeanor, the division cited only Justice Kennedy's concurring opinion. Then it goes on to say the accuracy of this proposition is debatable. And it goes on to say some other things. What is absolutely 100% crystal clear is that the prosecution, and I know we haven't gotten there, so I don't mean this in a disparaging way. I'm just saying this for purposes of analysis. The prosecution at closing argument would not be able to say, did you see the defendant acting the way that I saw? Did you see what I saw? You can't do that because that puts you in a position of attestation for the defendant's actions, which is improper. In these cases, especially Garcia says that. The other cases, I think it's the Boykins case, People versus Walters, 148 Pacific 3rd, 331 Colorado Appellate 2006, indicates that it is okay to comment on the defendant's actions at counsel table, but that was in a situation where the defendant testified. And the biggest concern that I have in all of this and the way that it is phrased is that commenting on the defendant's actions at counsel table, depending on the circumstances, may run afoul of commenting on the defendant's right to remain silent. Because if you say anything about what she's done or anything like that, and she's not taken the witness stand, you can't do that because her credibility here isn't at issue, but it is up there. But she hasn't taken the stand up there. And you clearly can't comment on her right to remain silent. And of course, we're not there. Don't know whether we ever will be, whether she will testify or not. But obviously, if she doesn't, there's real concerns that any instruction may run afoul of some constitutional rights. So my I think I'm just not going to answer that question. I'm just not going to, what's your position?
That is our position, Your Honor, for that
Okay.
very reason. I think it's just going to add more and
Yeah.
to that fact. If you answer the question, we just leave it alone.
Yeah, I'm just
That's
not,
probably the
I'm,
best thing.
I'm just not going to give him an answer at all. Mr. Tilling.
That
Okay.
was my preference. I mean,
All right.
obviously, if there's
Okay.
any comments on her demeanor in closing, then I'll probably object.
Right. And obviously, you know, it makes, I think the prosecution, if she testifies, obviously they can comment on demeanor on the witness stand. It's also proper for either side to comment on demeanor as contained in a videotape, which I'm sure we're going to see at some point in time. And so it's proper to comment on that, but I sure don't want the jury to get confused between commenting on the demeanor in a videotape or on the witness stand and what a juror may be observing otherwise. So I'm just not going to answer the question, and we'll leave it at that.
That's good. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess then.
Guys.
That was rough. Constitution, Constitution, Constitution. It's always the Constitution. Thank God for a free America. What do you think, JPL?
Good grief. That was
I
a
know.
lot. That was a lot.
I know.
Woo.
You know, we have the rest of the world does not have our justice system. We know that. Okay.
Yeah.
In America, you're innocent until you're proven guilty. In other countries, you're guilty as fuck until you prove your innocence.
Yeah.
And when I see the defense coming in saying, well, the FBI, you know what? You know, they got the old neighbor to do this. They got the owl to do this. They got all, you know what? But she talked to them. What do you think, JPL?
She did. She herself put herself out there and talked to people and made them witnesses, basically.
I love you said that. She made them witnesses.
Yeah, she made them witnesses.
It's a free America is the freest country in the world.
Yeah. We should be thanking ourselves for living here instead of, the opposite, because you go to the Philippines, you steal, they chop your hands off. Why don't we have that same justice here? It would deter a lot of people.
Oh, it really wouldn't. You can't deter criminal minds. Yeah. That's a proven fact. And I don't want to live in West Africa. That's me. Yeah. I like a free society. That's me. So when their argument right now, the defense is the FBI, the FBI, the FBI. But everyone complied, including her. What do you think?
I missed some of it, but I did. Yeah, she complied. And what really makes me angry is that she just plays everybody. She just plays everybody. I couldn't believe the whole thing with her, and taking the keys and taking off on that cop. Yeah, her mind is just, go.
Here's the question. The entire trial is not her guilt. It's not.
Yeah.
It's, did she know right from wrong? Let's bring AV up right now. What do you think, AV? What's going on? Did she know right from wrong?
Say that one more time.
Did she know right from wrong? Is she mentally ill?
Oh, she obviously knows right from wrong.
Absolutely. She is a smart girl. She was able to, do a lot in her life before, with her education. She's street smart, and she knew what she was doing. And she was playing her husband on the phone with all these different stories and so yeah, she's mentally ill, but she's definitely not insane. Like, she doesn't know right from wrong.
Gemini said Dawn should have questioned Candace and Grandis like Gannon's dad did. Dawn would not cooperate with the FBI. Difference.
Yep.
Now, let me ask everyone here, and we're having an honest conversation. Do you believe that the FBI overreached? Fine Art said she is batshit crazy, but she's not legally insane, period. Truth. I believe that.
I don't
It's a
even know if she's
federal
mentally
case.
ill. Do you know? Like, I don't even think she's mentally ill. I just think she's evil.
No, she's mentally ill. She's definitely mentally ill. To be able oh, she's definitely mentally ill. I don't know exactly what
Aren't
they're
we
gonna
all?
her.
Aren't we all? Does
Yeah,
anyone
exactly.
have a fucking mental illness? Does not anyone have anxiety,
Right. Thank you.
depression? Does not anyone not have seasonal blues? Does not anyone have a bad mood? Does not anyone not have a bad day? That's considered mental illness. What I'm asking is the bitch fucking too crazy to not know right from wrong?
No. She knows. She knows right from wrong.
She obviously knows right from wrong just by listening to The Last Witness, who, like, I hope will become my new BFFFF because I love her. I think she definitely knows right from wrong the way that the whole conversation went in that chat.
Yeah.
Definitely. Come on.
Now you were talking about why the FBI, if they overreached. The FBI is a federal. She went to Florida, so she went through state lines.
Mm-hmm.
And I think whatever the FBI did was right on. I don't think they overstepped their bounds.
But FBI, they can reach beyond the Constitution. So when we have people coming into our channel here and there, and they're from Taiwan, and they're like, that's a violation of your constitutional rights. No, it is not. It is not. Because our founding fathers said there can always be a reach. They can do whatever they want to do.
True.
That's what they're trained to do. And that's right, Corey. The FBI did their job. That's what they're there for. However they get to the bottom of it is the way they're going to get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, Corey. Corey said they did their job. They
Right.
didn't trick this bitch. This bitch is a murderer.
Right.
So
And
why
she did many times over.
Why is her fucking Facebook group going nuts going, oh, the FBI, they get real.
Yeah. Good Lord.
She
Good
knew
Lord.
exactly what the hell she was doing. I mean, for her to manipulate and con up ways to cover her ass with that lady, she knew exactly what the hell she was doing. Exactly.
Exactly. And
not even that, but Harley.
And
the way she manipulated her daughter and orchestrated that whole thing. Yeah, she knows what she's doing. She knew. That's why she's sitting in a freaking corner up against a wall.
Picking her nose and smelling her hands.
Oh God, how gross.
My question is, why was her target Gannon?
I want to know her motive. I really do. That's what I've been questioning. That's what's been giving me anxiety. I cannot understand why she did this to Gannon.
It's his son. It's Al's son. She's pissed off at Al, took it out on Gannon. His pride and joy.
I think not
As
only that,
Candace would say.
I think it's about Landon too.
Yeah.
She can't stand her, and she figured, well, if I do this to him, I can hurt her in a way to get even, and she can fulfill her hatred that she has for Gannon's mom.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with that.
I'm just
Landon,
so glad that the baby sister wasn't harmed as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
oh,
I was worried about Lena at one point because when she was left alone with Lena after Gannon went missing, and people came after me hard. They're like,
yeah.
how can you say these things in your group about Letitia? And I'm like, because she's evil. She's crazy. And they're like, how could you do it? They all went away. The roaches always scatter. That's a good thing.
Yeah, they always do. Even though they try and come back, they always scatter.
I tell you what, and sometimes they find sunglasses in the middle of the night.
They sure do.
I don't know how Al was able to keep it together. So, and so, on those phone calls, I mean, those blew me away personally. Just
Yes.
listening to him and how he was, he kept it together without tipping her off.
He did such an amazing job. Oh my gosh. That was so impressive, y'all.
Oh yeah,
So
I mean, I believe it's because of the love he had for him. He knew he had to fight to find out something, to find out what happened to his son, and he had to keep it together. And in order to do that, he had to think of all the love and all those moments he last had with Gannon to fight through all this bullshit with her.
I mean, she told him he's like, you've told me 17 different stories. And it's like, oh my God. I that would have told me everything. The first bad story. I mean, what she did to that child is just, I can't even why she had to do so much.
I think she's homicidal. I think she's a homicidal maniac. I think she has done a lot of bad things in her life, and she's never been caught.
See, I wondered about that because I mean, what made her just just go freaking flip the switch and goes and does, I mean, beyond killing him. She did it beyond and beyond and beyond. She kept doing it.
The worst case is never the first case. So
Right.
when you find a Letitia Sach, when you find a Candace Wells, when you find, now there are some people that's it. It's one and done. When you find a Adam Montgomery, when you find these people, Brian Kohlberger, they've done it before. It's a buildup. So what is going on in Letitia's world that she's so upset? Now she's filed a lawsuit against TMZ because of media.
Oh,
Oh my God. She had nothing better to do. Oh my God. She better sue everybody.
Yeah.
You got to sue every single media outlet then, because that's ridiculous.
No, her lawsuit is because they're not talking about her case.
Wow.
We have never seen a defendant sue to talk more about them.
Wow.
It's like she's loving the attention. I guess because she thinks she's a wannabe Kim Kardashian.
Well, she does seek attention because I do remember hearing in the case that she staged the house to look like there was a burglary and then contacted her husband and like basically was created a mess, right? And she staged that just so she could get attention. So this is what she's all about. She's an attention whore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Rowena, thank you. Rowena said Al had a special bond with Gannon. Being born so tiny.
Yeah, tiny.
And there's one thing that we don't bring up on here. And a lot of people don't want to talk about it. There was issues with Gannon and Lena's mother. She was a drug addict. Her boyfriend, Mike, is a drug addict. So Al was trying to put everything together and keep his kids away from that. Now, the question is, how did he not see, while he's protecting his children from what he considered to be like bad influences? I know that he made a Facebook post one time and he's like, I can't believe every time I buy something for my kids, Landon sells it for drugs. It's Facebook, not mine.
That's so sad.
It is.
That's sad.
Why am I driving to get my kids? And what, these things cannot, that's how it is. So while you have all this stuff going on, how did you miss all of this with Letitia?
Maybe he did see it and he didn't want to admit it was really going on, because a lot of times in abusive families and things like that, they see it happening, but they don't want to admit the truth of the situation going on.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he was in denial.
He wasn't there that much. That's the sad part.
Yeah, but he still got those crazy phone calls from her. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And here's the whole thing. The military life is totally different because you serve the country first. And that's what you have.
Yep.
So when these women say, or men say, oh my gosh, no one comes to see me and takes me to Outback Steakhouse on Friday. You can't have it, bitch, because they're defending our fucking borders.
That's right.
That's their job. And they will do that over and over and over. So you know what you signed up for. They don't have a 9 to 5.
I don't think she thought about that. I really don't. I don't think she thought of the military life as being left alone. And she took it out on Gannon.
Yeah. And so
She
now there's these people saying, no, that's what happens in military families. You never see the husband and it's stressful. Okay. I couldn't imagine. I really couldn't. All of my children are military. Okay. They're military. So you have to travel to see them. I just, what's going on with Letitia is vanity.
Yeah. Yep.
Look at me. Pick me. Attention. I mean, she said she was pro with twins. She had never even gone to the doctor.
Wow, who's that sound like?
I mean, how sick do you have to be to say, "Oh, I'm pregnant with twins"? So he's even more stressed out. She faked having cancer.
That's beyond. I mean, that is goes along with that attention thing,
Mhm.
but that's going a little far, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
It sounds like
Letitia,
something that, it sounds, and there are people that do that, but they're not killing people.
true. Tiffany said, attention whore. Charnel said he wanted a babysitter, and that's true. Al did want a babysitter. He said himself, I
Yeah.
needed someone to take care of my kids. See,
Fucking hire one. Sorry, hire one. Don't get married.
No one is perfect in this whole conglomerate. No one is.
No.
No one. I mean, you can't say, "Oh, Al, you're so wonderful." Landon, you're so wonderful. Mike, you're so wonderful. No one. We all know evil. We all know what evil is. Letitia.
Are you kind of concerned that the guy? This is weird. That how long after did he get married again?
Well, he was with Heather, but now he's married to Melissa.
That's what I'm saying. He's got a little issue with himself. He's latching on to these women,
Mm-hmm.
and let's get married right away. Let's get married.
Jumps
Okay,
right,
built-in babysitter.
he jumps right out of the fucking skillet into the fire.
Yeah, and that's I love Al as much as he's that. God, he did a great job on the stand, but you can't just keep jumping. Your kids, I would have hired somebody.
But
Not
have you thought, like, maybe
you can't
he's
just married.
like maybe Al has to have someone,
Right?
He can't be by himself.
It's sad.
It's like he has to have hoes in every area code. He has to go around.
and Lena is still with Al. Why did Landon not say, "Oh no, I saw you with Gannon. I know your choice in women," and yet she's letting another woman raise her daughter again?
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't make sense at all. You would think after that situation, she wouldn't let no other woman be around her child.
Thank you. I would be so totally cold after something like this happening. I wouldn't want anybody near my kid.
Yeah, and as much as she had a negative background, I would be going to the court fighting for my child if no, you're not leaving my child with anybody else like that.
Yeah.
Because she might be just like Letitia. You never know. I mean, people are cuckoo.
I mean, look who he picks. I mean, he had Landon, who has an issue with substances. Okay, we got that.
Right.
We have homicidal maniac, Letitia. Melissa was a little crazy, and now he's married. No, sorry, Heather, and now Melissa. So, I mean, if I was Landon, I would say, you know what? Oh, shit. Let me clean this situation up. And I'm going to get my daughter Elena. But she leaves Elena with him. Not saying he's a bad dad. I'm not saying that. But what the fuck is going on here?
Right. I mean, he's playing. And the thing is with Letitia, maybe she really did think this. Maybe she thought it was like, I'm doing this officer and gentleman thing. No, You're not marrying some officer and you're going to live the great military life like that. It's just, you don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was already trying to find another guy that didn't have kids or, so she doesn't have to be a babysitter.
The entire situation is disturbing. Oh, Grandma Bunny's coming up.
Uh-oh.
The entire situation. Hang on.
Hello.
Hello, Grandma Bunny.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. Yes.
Yes, turn off
You
your
know,
YouTube app.
yeah. Okay, I think I got it. I'm sorry. First time up. So I think I got it off.
I'm glad you're here. What do you think about this entire crazy situation? The brutality of what Letitia proven did to Gannon and the toxicity of her relationships her entire life and her relationship with Al and his past relationships. Do you think, is she sane or not?
My belief is she's definitely sane because even with the DID diagnosis, she's not going to be insane all the time. Okay. And the amount she did, I mean, I worked at Children's Hospital for 22 years and I taught at University of Wisconsin. And I thought I had seen the most evil things happen. And this has just blown me away.
Mm-hmm.
The brutality, the cunning. I mean, just the fact of her being able to come up with these endless stories so quickly to adjust the narrative where she wanted it to go. But the intensity of it, I think, led to people getting real smart real fast. And I think the FBI did a great job in tracking this. But where I come from, I guess, viscerally, is that people are this evil. And this child, born, I thought, but what close to that, was what we call miracle babies. $1 million.
Yeah.
Babies. And love every second of their life, and to bring them to a place where Gannon got to, which was virtually, they had very little remnants other than being small, and the gastric issues, which can be addressed as he gets older, was amazing. Okay, what you see in the NICU. And that, because I know how amazing that was and what that child needed, I see deficiencies across the board. I mean, my son has just finished his 20 years in the military, but he didn't leave his kids to crazy women. There's a part of
and you just said it right here, Grandma Bunny. But he didn't leave his kids to crazy women. Now, when you a preemie like Gannon,
yeah,
they have never been held before.
This is more than a preemie. Okay, this is a miracle. Okay,
right? He's a miracle, and he has never been touched by humans.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't that crush your heart? When you know, I mean, that was one of the best parts of being at Children's Hospital. When they needed help, they'd call over the loudspeaker. Any staff could go and hug and rock babies and feed babies. That was the
Oh.
coolest thing, you know? Yeah, take a break and go hug a baby. Great.
So when like my daughter-in-law right now, she works at a hospital in San Antonio right now. And she works on the ward for micro preemies. No one can touch the children. Okay.
Yeah.
No one.
Right. Infection is
Like the boy in the plastic bubble. Remember that? Same thing.
Yes, and oftentimes
Well, they
these
have
kids-
they have no human interaction. None. No, they
Right.
have no
But there
no
are-
tool or anything. And
there
so
are medical reasons though for different things. I mean, a lot of these babies have like their insides on the outsides, like gastroschisis and other types of things where we are having to lay porcine and things to prevent infection, you know. But we do other things, such as we will massage, even though we have a glove on. We will massage those babies. I mean, the more we actually have the parents now, it is designed so cool that they are right upstairs in a hotel like room, and we are just in constant. They could be down there anytime, all the time, every minute, and we get as much of that interaction as possible for these babies because they need it so bad. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt who's talking, but I mean, these are more than preemies. Okay, these are miracles. When we save these babies, these are miracles.
absolutely
And,
miracles. And Gannon was a miracle. And it makes you wonder what he fought through to get through just being born.
Yes, and to be a normal boy. He was a normal boy doing boy stuff. Look at that picture with his dad. He'd like to be outside hiking. He was a boy, and to get to that point, what I know that took to get him to that point and then to destroy him like that, that is pure, that is pure evil. That is pure evil.
You're exactly
But it's
right.
not,
It's pure
not-
evil.
Right. It's not insanity though, because there was too much time there. You just don't go disassociate and then go, you know, hang out like that for that long. She had too much planning, too much, no, nah. Okay. Not at all. This is a pure evil person. I've seen it. I've seen it done to a 5-month-old. What is the fun of destroying the insides of your 5-month-old, feeding them constantly laxatives until our docs got onto it? Destroyed their intestines. Give me a break. What is that? But evil. But evil. So I'm sorry. It just really what is visceral to me when I see this manipulation.
Yeah, me too. And I don't understand, when can separation occur between homicidal and mental illness? Off days, homicidal.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense really at all. And if you truly wanted to say this was done by an insane individual, they wouldn't be hiding stuff. They'd be standing there with blood dripping down them and mumbling stuff in the corner and maybe running or paranoid or whatnot, but they're not going to be sitting there interviewing with someone saying, oh, I want an apology from the entire YouTube world or whatever it was. Maybe it was the internet or the entire world, planet, when Gannon comes home.
Oh my God. I remember that.
And she knows. She knows. And I'm sorry, Harley did too. By that age, I was already out of my home. okay? And I had to run away. And I know how much that kid knows. You know that stuff at 13, okay? Really, 13 is where your brain starts really kind of clicking, okay? That's the one stage you got to really start watching. Trust me, I had 2 sons and 5 grandkids, but she, that's my opinion.
Y'all, didn't she say she wanted an apology from Gannon whenever he comes home? I'm trying to remember that interview.
From
Didn't
Al.
she say
From Al.
Okay.
I think the whole world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody on earth.
Yeah. She's pretty, she was pretty, God, I can't believe she said that. I remember.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
just, it was so
She knew. Oh,
conniving. I was like, sure.
and then she moved him from under that board or whatever she had him over there. Here, come on. That's sanity. Okay, that's saying I did something wrong. I gotta hide this, and then I gotta go tell everybody that make up all this stuff, and it's just crazy.
And she drove Florida with him.
Yeah, and just bumps him off a bridge. I mean,
I feel that Harley possibly helped her throw that suitcase over the bridge.
I
don't
wondered
know if
about
she
that.
did it by herself.
You
That's
got
just my
to think,
opinion.
you know, they're going into hot. You're driving in a car. You've got this I know exactly what suitcase that is because I have this red thing that I used to be able to get on an airplane, and they probably charged me $1,000 to bring it on there now. So I know what size them suitcases. They used to sell it. I don't think they even sell them like that anymore. But really, I mean, come on, think about any car ride that long. You're all ready to jump on each other anyway. And then you got this weird situation going. She knew there was, I mean, the whole thing was off. You know, as soon as something happened, she knew something was up, something was bad, something was going on. And I'm not trying to get anybody implicated or anything like that, but it just doesn't make sense to me that she didn't know. No.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying in my opinion, because I used to take care of my dad, and you know how elderly people are, they're heavy, their bones are heavy. Just
Yeah.
imagine this boy had blankets and a pillow and whatever else she had in there with him, and he's unalive. So imagine how heavy that suitcase is. You know what I'm saying?
So I've tried measuring mine. I think mine was almost 40 pounds empty. I have that same thing in red, and mine was almost 40 pounds empty. I mean, that's how old those old suitcases were heavy. So
I have a question.
that
Why
wasn't
is
like
I have a question. Why is when you're carrying a dead person, why are they heavier than a live person?
That is a good question.
because there's being when alive. There's a lot of energy.
Robot.
The body side.
Yes,
Someone's
these
a robot.
robots.
Let's look at this conversation
My robot,
that Letitia had with Spencer Ware, and then we're going to shut this down. It's been a crazy week. It's been insane.
Long day.
I am Tisha Stout, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home, and of course I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happen with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and then doing the
Okay, back in the day, back in February of 2020, people had big groups for Letitia saying, I agree with her. She has been the nanny. She has been the housekeeper. And now her husband's ex-wife is living in her home. I agree with her. What do you think?
It should be about Gannon, not about the X factor. It's like we're all supposed to be here together regarding Gannon, not let's talk about the dynamics of the ex-wife, ex-husband, you know, and she hated Landon as it was. So, you know, like it should have been about Gannon, not about this living situation.
And she's just talking about herself right now, is what it sounds like to me.
And also, I have a question. How in the hell, with all of the hostility, the violent event, did she not have one scratch on her? Because he
That
fought
doesn't
back.
make sense. Yeah, he did fight back. I mean, not less she was lying about him even trying to fight back. I don't know.
We're gonna find
She
out.
would have had to have she would have had to have done the shot first to incapacitate. You know what I mean? There's no way he would have fought like hell. He really would have,
He
and
was
she would
too
have had
scared.
something on her.
He was
Well,
too scared and timid to even try and go up against her. So I'm thinking she lied. She lied so much about every daggum thing else. Why would she not lie about that? About him even to try to do anything to her.
Well, maybe we wouldn't even see
You heard him.
if she has long sleeves and stuff on. You know what I mean? If the defensive, like if he was trying to get her off of him, you know, attacking her arms and stuff. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
He may have more or less been trying to keep her from harming him and not fight back, but to prevent her from stabbing him or doing whatever she was doing to him.
I don't know. She had to have incapacitated him first, so he could not have fought back, or that's why she's wearing is she wearing sunglasses there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And we had a comment a few days ago. They said, was she going to the pet stores to find something to kill him?
Oh. I don't know about that.
It could have been that, or she was trying to find something to cover up the smell.
That's the only thing I would think, yeah.
But she hadn't killed him at that point.
She had it premeditated in her mind. That's what she was going to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Exactly right.
Wait, didn't she buy like 5 dog
And
coats or
should I
something?
elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes.
Didn't
So
she buy
I asked
something?
for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was 2 really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never.
She's a liar, total liar. And let's not forget that the people that supported Letitia 3 years ago and came after me support people like Candace Wells. They support people like Leilani Simon. They support people like Billy Joel Howe. Why?
At the end
Why?
of the day, I feel like, I'm sorry. I feel like at the end of the day, most of those people aren't really caring about the victims. They're caring about what's going to occur in their wallet.
Well,
that's the difference between them and you.
You can check your
Because you
budget and you can
actually
check the victims all at once. But I'm going to continue to do what I do. And I honestly, I mean, it's insane. Because what happened?
You're one of them that actually care about the victims. You care about them deeply. That's the difference between you and them.
What happened to me with Evelyn Boswell and Gannon and other cases should never happen to anyone. But I stick to what I say. And when someone says Brooke said that, I did. I damn sure did. Everyone knows my name, my phone number, my address, you name it. I'm not hiding because I say what I fucking say. And these dirt bags have got to go away forever.
Does she have the death penalty on the table or is it not?
No, not in Colorado right now.
God. I mean, I can't even imagine.
You want it.
Attorneys are driving me nuts.
You can't support victims and be fucking anonymous. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't say, oh, no one can know who I am while I'm supporting victims. You can't. Everyone knows who I am. I'm an advocate, like JPL is, Avi, Amanda, everyone in here. I'm not going to hide. I will never hide. No one will tell me, well, you can't show your personal information. Why not?
What? Yeah. What do you have to hide? If you have not.
Yeah. What do you?
Come on. I mean, unless you're like, trying to protect your bank accounts and stuff. That's a different deal.
Yeah, I mean, if joke's on you if you get my fucking bank account. Besides that, this whole thing is recorded. It's disgusting. I don't get it.
Never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officers?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got the, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was putting the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, "Hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this?" instead of the way that it happened.
Liar. She's lying. That never happened.
She didn't make any mention of how she ran away from the police. How that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Light t-shirt.
Mm-hmm. Liar. Total liar.
To a lot of degrees, her and Lailani make me think of each other.
Still got a recording.
True story.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sounds like we're good. Every once in a while, my mic will give out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the source.
Oh, yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. And we've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we can protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know,
When you have a lost child that you were in care of, and you lost that child, and you have all these different stories, and that child is missing, what do you say? She's like, "Oh, I don't know." Hello, Muscles Mascara.
Hello. I had to come up here. I know you're getting ready to close down soon, but I had to come up here because the eerie similarities, and I know that it's been referred to once or twice already, and I said it in chat earlier, but the eerie similarities with Dawn and Candace, you hear her out there in front of the media, and the only thing that she wants to really talk about is herself and her being attacked on social media, not anything more. There's no begging and pleading because she knows where he was. And I just have to point it out and put it out there just like that because there's so many similarities, and that's all she's ever been focused on is how much people were attacking her, and it just speaks volumes. So I had to come up here and say it.
And you have to look at minute clip February of 2020, Megan Boswell. All she complained about was people attacking her.
Sure did.
And what she said was, "Oh, I saw her last."
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where they got their story. That, you know, same thing. They probably wanted to do the whole playbook by Evelyn Boswell. The Wells did. I mean, come on. They were even interested in that case.
Well, sure they were. They should have been. It was 15 or 20 minutes from their house, so they should have been invested just like everybody around here was too. But it's sickening. And you're exactly right, Brooks. That's exactly what that's what she talked about the entire time was people attacking her.
Yeah.
And it's just it speaks volumes for me that if you truly had a missing child, look at Brandy. She don't talk about people attacking her. Has she mentioned it before because people were being crude to her? Sure. But that's not the basis of her discussions that she has with media or anywhere else when she goes somewhere to talk about her son. She talks about her missing child and how she wants the child brought home. And whoever's got him, bring him home. That's all she's ever said.
Look at Stacey Jones, who wants justice for her daughter. She's like, talk about me all you want. That gets my daughter's name out there. Do it. Look at Lena Raffeld's mother, Heather. She's like, talk about me, talk about Kevin. I mean, all our misdeeds, whatever we've ever done, it puts Alana's name out there. But you have these assholes like Letitia. And there's one similarity. You don't have to be the FBI to see it. Why do all of these fuckers, Letitia, Diane Downs, Susan Smith, Megan Boswell, Candace Wells, who is innocent, okay? She has never been charged with anything. There's many others. Why do they use the children's name in a past tense?
Mm-hmm.
Terry
Yeah.
Horn. Why? Why do they have a silly errand day the same day?
Mm-hmm.
Because they know they did it.
Mhm.
They know they
That
did it.
guilt coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, you can't keep your conscience from talking too much, and that's exactly what happens right here with these past tense things and stuff like that. It's just it just drives me crazy. And you're right, she is definitely innocent at this point because we definitely don't know anything. But you just point out similarities and start looking at some of the things, and you go, you have to turn your head sideways. I mean, you truly do. And I know that there's been a lot of verbiage change when I've heard Don speaking recently, and it's because he's listened to the different people across YouTube that's pointed these things out. So he's trying to play to their narrative now. And no, thank you. You showed your true colors June the 16th or 15th, whenever it was they showed your interview on TV, Don. You showed it from the word go, and everybody's seen it, and it never goes away because everybody's heard it. So they can change their narrative and change their the way they speak now to make everybody happy and appease people all they want to. But we're almost 2 years into this, Don. It's too little too late for me.
But I can go through every interview with these mothers, in quotes, and the pattern is the same.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely is.
Every damn one of them.
They all have a ton of alibis. They have super busy days. They explain unnecessary details. They go into too many details about unnecessary details. It's all the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then when they're given the opportunity and put in the spotlight to advocate for their children, they talk about themselves. That's all I need to hear every time. Every time.
It's all about them. And when was the last time they held up a poster showing a picture of the child?
Yeah.
And they don't even state their name. Most of them, you notice that too. Leilani never even would mention Quentin's name. She don't even mention Gannon's name hardly. You notice that too. They don't say their name.
But the people that support them, they scurry. They go away. And they're done and over. Yet we are here supporting the people that can't speak for themselves. That's the reason our channel is different.
Absolutely.
I think it would be really interesting one day, if anybody has time, to grab hold of a lot of these interviews of these mothers and to just break them all down and point out the similarities. I mean,
I've done it.
I've
done it.
I need to go
Her
find that
eyes
video.
and everything. I've got it. And it's insane. And I'll try to find it real quick. What irritates me to no end is you can't mix soap opera with death.
No.
Unless you're watching a movie. And what is going on right now is horrible. It really is. And I don't like it.
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. most importantly for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the
Bitch. He was always so helpful. That's when the DA had her.
Facts.
I wish the DA in Hawkins County would understand when you use someone in past tense, you know they're dead. Who the fuck would say that?
Exactly. Exactly. And it's always the interviewer had to ask her, "Can you tell us about Gannon?" When you have to be prompted to talk about a child that you're supposedly on TV to talk about, and you have to prompt them to do it, it tells you all you need to know. It's disgusting.
Yep.
Mm-mm.
She sure didn't mind talking about her damn self.
Oh no, no. Spotlight's got to be on her. That's why they're in the shape they're in right now, as it is. So.
Why does she have her back facing the camera? Maybe we've gone over this before, but I'm really curious.
The same reason she's staring at the damn wall during her trial, I guess, because she can't stand people to look her in the face because she knows she's guilty. That's why she don't want to make eye contact with anybody. I guarantee she's looks at his feet the whole time.
Same reason Candace Wells won't go on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's for her friends.
Yeah.
Same reason Candace Wells has good signal when she's getting her ass kissed or calling 911 on Dawn, but not for her daughter.
No, and that same the comment she made just a second ago, and she said, "I just can't wait for Gannon to get home." Doesn't that sound familiar?
Candace said last night, "I know Summer's coming home soon." I threw up. I shouldn't throw up. I shouldn't get emotionally attached to these cases. I shouldn't. It's not my problem. It's not my business.
No, it's really hard. You're right. I mean, we shouldn't, but it's so hard because we know that all these kids never had a freaking chance. Because if a parent would do something to their own child, that kid never had a chance from the word go, ever.
Right.
And that's pathetic. It's absolutely pitiful that people have children and then turn around and hurt them. I don't even understand that. I never will because I am not that crazy. And yeah, I call her crazy, but it ain't crazy that she don't know what she's doing. And if anything, I better not say that. I'll leave it alone for now.
Oh, like last night I had a breakdown. I was talking to a friend of mine and I was crying. And I couldn't stop crying because the most basic skill we're given is to take care of your own.
Absolutely.
And you can't do it.
Yep.
Yeah, whip your kid on your ass or whatever. Shame them for not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And I just don't get it. And they're like, it's a pandemic. No, it's not.
No. No, if we could do something besides smacking these people on the wrist and then giving them their kids back to allow them to continue to do what they were doing until something, God forbid, happens this serious and when it's too late. I mean, it's time that we have some kind of other law around this crap. And quite frankly, I'm ready for it to go to a point where we can do what you did to that child. That's what you deserve. You should have to feel what you did to that kid. It's pitiful.
And I'm tired of them using the excuse in saying something's wrong with them, something this, for them to get away with what they did to these kids or what you do to another human being. Period.
Absolutely.
It should be gotten rid of. You get punished. You damn do something, you get in trouble for it.
Yeah, and I think that's the part that bothers me about people using the insanity and all this different stuff. And yes, I realize there's mental health issues out there. I get it. I get that people go and snap and stuff like that. But at the same time, there should be like somebody had to note. Have you had your child to their pediatrician? The part of the pediatric appointment is not to necessarily just check the child's well-being. Sure, that's the ultimate goal. But don't you think that these people sit around and evaluate parents too? And if they don't, they damn well should. And then you bring it to the attention of somebody if you need to, or whatever the situation is. But oh, I can't stand the thought that if you snap and something goes over you that you can't control and mentally you snap, the first reaction is to hurt your own child. I won't understand that. That's not an illness. That's just pure divine evil, period. You'll never convince me otherwise. And I know that's awful and I know that's closed-minded, but I can't get there with that stuff. I just can't. Your own flesh and blood that most of the time, I mean a lot of the times we've got moms doing this. It's like you carried that child for 9 months inside of you. It lived because of you.
These bitches don't care.
God, they don't.
And you have the court saying, oh, fathers can't have rights. So the moms are doing good. The statistics are the moms are killing the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
They're so jealous over old boy getting a new piece of tail. They can't stand it. They're like, oh, I'm going to make sure I have my kids. And then you find a dude who was just like the last bastard, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Get it together, ladies.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah, and if you're going to snap on something, snap on yourself. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean that to be like what it just came out to sound like, but the thought that you'd snap on your child or a child, I don't even understand it. It don't make any sense. It don't make sense why people snap on other adults either. So don't get me wrong, but I mean, it is insane to think about a child that has no defense. And she won't face the camera because she's a weak bitch. She won't face the camera she attacked a child and hurt a child because she's a weak bitch. She picks on those that are weaker than her because she's weak. And this shit pisses me off. And God forbid you raise a child to not be strong on their own. Teach your children strength. Don't let them be weak because it's people like that that'll take advantage of them and hurt them. For the love of God, bring them up strong.
Yeah. And
It's
people need
one
to stop
thing after
using.
another. They have to reinstill. Men have to have rights to their children.
Yes.
Because sometimes they are more mentally fit than the women that are getting welfare. The story. You know, and I know it. You have all these women that are like, I'm getting child support. I'm getting all this money for these kids. Yeah.
And it's she has been saying since this happened, I guess she had one manic episode and she's been fine since. I mean, you're on TV talking right now just fine. And you've been fine since. You've not had another episode, not one time, and you want us to believe that you had a snap moment and did that to what you did to that child. And you had time to stop and think about what you had done to that child. You did multiple things to that child. You can do one little thing and something happened and, you wake it or you snap out of it. That's not what happened here. You continue to abuse to the point where you end up unaliving him.
Yeah. Every time Al was away, she shamed him, hit him. And I'm being honest here. I have spanked my kids. I have shamed them. I have. I've been like, get that. What are you doing? Has anyone not?
No, and it's what's wrong with so many of our freaking kids, and it's what's wrong with this idiot on the TV screen. Ain't nobody did that for her. didn't do that. We do that with love so that we can make sure our kids grow up to be something and to understand what it's like to be a normal a human being to another human being. We correct their behavior because we love them and we want what's best for them. We don't want them to end up with somebody like this because this is crushing. And I'm like you, Brooks. I've had to fight it for so long. It is so frustrating that we are in this position day after day after day after day. Multiple people, multiple children. It is pitiful. It's absolutely pitiful.
It's like on the other channel yesterday. We talked about it. We had an open conversation. I loved it. And we talked about how in schools there's no grades now.
What is that? I mean, and everybody gets a participation trophy. You don't have to earn anything anymore. And then they want to know why everybody's standing with their hand out. I mean, it's just if you want change, you got to be part of it, and you have to. And that's what I want for my kid. God forbid that I don't have an opportunity to correct. That's what I'm trying to do in him, and that's what I'm trying to instill in him. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to raise a child that is a freaking normal human being that is kind to others and can treat people with respect. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. But you got to have it in your own self first, and you can't worry about drugs and everything else. And I'm like you guys, the fact that that child, the mother, I don't even want to say their names, but didn't go and grab her daughter tells me all I need to know about her too. Because all she apparently cares about too is drugs. And I know that there's an addiction, and I know that's strong too. And I'm not trying to discount that either. I'm not trying to discount that either. But wow,
But a lot of people use that as an excuse
they do.
for unaliving people along with alcohol.
Yep, they do. They absolutely do. Then go get you some help. Take your child where it's safe and go get you some freaking help. If you have a moment of, I can't do this no more, then you've got a moment to say, I can do this, and I'm not going to take my child's life away from them because I'm strung out on drugs. Go be selfish and live on the streets and do all the drugs you want, but take that child to safety. It ain't nobody, that child didn't give you no drugs.
No.
It's not their freaking fault.
Let me ask you this right now. Muscles, Amanda, what do you think about states like Oklahoma and Texas that will not do a kinship adoption?
I think that's bullshit. I don't think that's right because somebody in that family could be better for that child, love that child better, and give them a better life. You're willing to adopt that child out to a stranger. What about somebody in the family that is a good person that can provide better? Why are you taking it away from them, that opportunity to love that child? I don't feel that's right, that you're not giving them that opportunity.
See, the state of Oklahoma is saying right now that they will not do kinship adoption because the problem started at the root of the tree, not the leaf.
No,
Well-
not everybody in a family is bad.
I agree.
You can't,
And I agree.
Yeah.
You can't pass judgment on one person's sins or what they're doing negative in their life on somebody else.
Well, and I was going to say the same thing. So, and we've seen that go both ways, right? We have seen them give somebody in the family the opportunity to adopt, and the kids no better off, because of, maybe it's just a passed on thing. But at the same time, have you done your due diligence to be sure that that person is a fit, is fit to be a
that's what
parent,
I'm saying.
and we're not putting them through that rigorous thing. We're just not. And I'm sorry, but if you've got a CPS case that comes up against you about, with potential abuse and things to that nature, I swear what they ought to do, if you have that case and they prove that you have done something to harm a child, they should take you and take every organ out of you that gives you the ability to have another child. You should not be afforded that opportunity ever again, because it is a right. It is your right, but it's a privilege. And there's people that don't have that privilege. So you don't get another
That's
chance to
right.
do that to another kid. I'm sorry.
I agree. I don't think that Candace or Dawn should have ever been able to breed again. I think they should have fixed them whenever their kids got taken away from them the first time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if there was an interstate compact between Wisconsin and Arkansas, every one of her children would have been taken away. Every one. Every one of her kids. So I can't understand why
Oh,
she is so celebrated. She's getting a Disney Carnival cruise right now.
who?
Candace,
You have
every
to be kidding me.
she has ever anything, any child that came out of her, she has abused.
Oh my
The
God.
taxpayers have taken up the bill for what she can't do.
Yeah. Yep.
And now she's going on a Disney Carnival cruise?
And again, I get that we don't know what's happened and she's not been charged with anything and they've not done this and they've not done that. I understand that. But it is her behavior since June the 15th that tells us what we think, what we know. It's her behavior. And when these people lobby to pamper her, bullshit. If you think I would piss with her on fire, you are sadly mistaken because I would not. Sorry. But when you got 7 children of your own and you don't have one in your possession right now, you don't deserve the piss that would come from me. You're sorry. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a moment.
And
Sorry.
her friend is saying, well, if we can't collect the money, I'll pay for it myself. I'm like, what? Now, I love you, Amanda. I love you, Muscles. I love you, Avy. Would
Yes.
you pay for me to live in your house for 8 months?
Hell no, Brooks. And I love you
Oh,
dearly too.
hell to the no. Hell to the no, especially if you have smoked out drawers.
We love you long time, Brooks, but no.
Yeah.
I mean, would you be like, hey, Brooks, it's pretty cool. I had to call the sheriff and tell him that you're here in town. Is that
I
okay?
mean, you know, and here's the other thing. Instead of maybe her going around on YouTube and doing whatever in the absolute hell she does in her day's time, because Lord knows it's nothing productive, you know, maybe go get you a job and maybe work, Candace, and then, you know, maybe you go and you have to pay taxes for a change. And then when you pay taxes, you get a tax return. You take your damn self on vacation if that's what you want to do. But if anybody on this place thinks I would give her 50 cents for anything, wrong answer. Wrong.
And if people give her money, that's on them. We have a free society.
Absolutely.
And if
Wear it
she
out.
wants to go on this cruise, she can. That's absolutely fine. But she's still on the government watch list.
Yeah, and I bet that her children would have loved to have the opportunity to go on a Disney cruise, but that was never even thought of until you freaking done something or whatever you've done to your child. And now you're going to go on a Disney cruise? That is sick. It's absolutely sick because you should have your freaking kids with you going on that cruise. And people pay to let these people go do that. It is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. You'll never change my mind on it, ever. Ever.
It breaks my heart.
It does mine too.
It makes me cry so bad because I'm like, are you kidding me? When I hear, I mean, I've lost some friends the last couple weeks. I have. When I said, you know what, if you're supporting that, we can't hang. We just can't.
Yep.
I don't understand why anybody would support that. I don't get it. They're like, well, she's got a good heart. No, she didn't. She sat there. Her police report said that she watched while things I can't speak about on here. I mean, she has a son that's in a adult daycare from her abuse.
Yeah, she's not a good person.
No,
Where do
she's
people
not.
see that she's a good person? I don't understand that.
She has
What
a
has she
daughter.
done?
She has a daughter that was on the missing persons list in Wisconsin. When they called her, she said, "I don't give a fuck." Anyone that any person she has given birth to, it's like she said it the straight way a few nights ago. She's like, "Oh, I can just throw out little pups and don't care about it." I'm like, "What?"
I tell you, you can't even make that make sense. You can't. And you know, I guess the thing for me is nobody knew who she was. I mean, I live in Hawkins County and didn't know who she was. Okay, so what can you tell me that in almost nearly 2 years that she has done that you think she's a good person, blow smoke up your ass and tell you what you want to hear for donations on her daughter's name?
Yeah.
Really? That is all I've seen.
And like Plead the Fifth said, he has to be taken care of now as an adult from her abuse.
It's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
But according to her, she was forced to take drugs by this dude, and it all went downhill from there. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get the celebration of her. I don't get people saying, "Oh, you're so wonderful, Candace. You had a you had a terrible, terrible life, didn't you, Candace?"
Yeah.
I don't get it.
And most human beings, when they grow up that way, I mean, yes, I know there are people that have had a shitty childhood. I get it. My dad grew up that way. Okay, he by all counts should be the one of the ones out there that's just another number in a statistic because he did not have a good upbringing. But you know what? My dad, my parents were married at 17. Today is their 44th anniversary, as a matter of fact. I said that earlier. But
Wonderful.
yes. Yeah, and you know what? My dad was there every step of the way. He is still there every step of the way, and I am a dad's girl. I sure am. But by all accounts, he shouldn't have been and made anything out of his life. And what did he do? He had enough strength about him. He didn't grow up weak, and he made his life instead of standing there asking for people to make it for him. And that's the difference. He's worked his ass off all of his life, but he never had to work at being a human being because he didn't want anybody else to grow up the way that he did. So you've got an opportunity to turn it around. You don't have to waller in the sorrows of what happened to you in your childhood. Do I hate it that people have that? Yes. And I know that's hard to overcome, but damn it, you don't take it out on your children.
No.
You know how that made you feel when you grew up. So why would you turn around and do it to another human being?
He used
You
that
can't even make it
suffering
make
and
sense.
pain. I'm sorry about that. He
No,
used
you
that
go right ahead,
suffering
honey.
and pain. He used that suffering and pain as his strength
Absolutely.
to build a better life and do better with others the way
Sure
he
did.
didn't get it.
Yep.
Toodles wants to know if Candace is a slow learner. She was in classes in Wisconsin, and she was held back a few times. But everything that the court documents say, she has understanding.
Yeah, and for me, you learn at a young age of from 5 to 10 how to treat humans, and then you just perfect that skill over and over again. So she needed to have spent about 22 years in around that age, kindergarten through 5th grade to figure out how to treat people apparently. So You can be a slow learner all you want to, and you can be somebody that doesn't learn very well at all or whatever it is, but it doesn't take anything but to try to be a good human being to learn how to treat people. And so she can use, if she wants to try to use that excuse, she can cram it too, because it's not working for me.
No, not at all.
Anyone can have book smarts, but common sense is a very different thing.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yep.
This makes me like very sad, that people support the wrong and not the right. And that's the reason that, our channel is a dying breed. True story. It really is.
Sure it is. Yep. I agree.
Because you're not going to see a lot of people coming to a channel like mine. Actually everyone's, because it's everyone's channel. You're not going to see people pile in and say, oh my gosh. Except for our friends, of course.
Yeah.
They
Well,
want,
because you're not dramatic either. You don't deal with the drama crap over here. And
damn, I try though. Muscles, I try. Damn. I'm
You
like
try.
the fucking Meryl Streep of YouTube. Have you not seen?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, and I'm sorry, there's going to be people that, and I hope you don't have to take any flack for it. Just send them to me if they leave some kind of terrible comment after
And
everything that I've went off
I,
on.
no, it's fine. We all should have a place to voice our opinions
Yeah.
and say what we should say, because there's something going on. I've got so many cases right now. I'm beyond irritated with it with right now.
Yeah, it's very overwhelming.
It is. It's Summerwells, Trent. I'm about to lose my mind with a few cases. And I do believe that at the end of the day, it will all come to fruition. I do. I do have that faith. And it will. I can't push the buttons. I can't. So when people say, hey, Brooks, can you do something? I'm like, no.
No, and you know what? If people decide to support them, I think it's fine. But to push that narrative on everybody else is what I don't like. And I feel like that's what happens a lot too. And I don't like that either. I mean, let people make up their own minds. But to parade her around like she's some kind of movie star is what drives me insane.
I'm surprised that she is getting this type of treatment. I've never seen anything like it before. I really haven't. How does she get to go and travel though? I mean, if she hasn't been ruled out as a well, I guess she's not on the whatever that list is called. My brain is fried, y'all. What is that? She's not on the list where she can't travel.
Oh, yeah.
What is that called, y'all? Oh my gosh. Oh my brain, y'all.
Like
This
she's
trial.
a flight risk.
Yeah, that.
Like she's a flight risk.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. But I feel like shouldn't she be stationary in one place until they do rule her out as a suspect? Or no, am I wrong?
They should
Well,
do that if she's a
I'm going to share
suspect.
something with you guys right now. Why I do what I do is I have a personal story. And I'm anxious all the time. I'm always thinking. And takes a long time to explain. But Ashley Freeman and Laura Bible, I know personally. And we have been looking for them for years.
We're looking for some type of below ground structure. The suspect, David Pennington, told his ex-wife at the time, or his wife at the time, and his stepdaughter not to go around it. That he didn't want them around it, and which brings up some suspicion. So based on what Mr. Busick has said about thinking that Pennington talked about filling a root cellar about the time the girls would have been possibly murdered or killed and disposed of. So that brings us out here looking for a possible root cellar that he didn't want them around.
After you've done this for 21 and a half years, it's another tip. We're just going to come and see what it is and, see if it's going to bring the girls home or it's just another tip. You just hope that this is the time the good Lord's going to say, let's bring the girls home.
If and when we find these girls, it's gonna be just tears of joy for so many people.
Most people tell me that they wouldn't have.
They won't. They won't. They won't.
Where was that at?
Chelsea, Oklahoma, when they went
Okay.
missing.
What were their ages? I didn't even know about this, Brooks. What was their ages?
I can't even talk about it. It upsets me too much.
Well, don't do it. Don't do it then. Don't do it.
No, it's fine. I can talk about it. I know the case back and forth. But I mean, they're digging up graves looking for them.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
And these things happen. And that's the reason I love this community, because we can get together and talk about it. See, some channels, they're like, when they talk about a missing person, there's nothing personal to them. It's a cartoon character. With us here, I can tell you, it's personal for me.
Yep.
It's personal. So when you hear me talk about, like today, Harmony, they're doing a search for her in Revere, Massachusetts. I'm personal about that. When we talk about Summer, Michael Vaughn, any case I take on, it's personal. Gannon kills me. And I'm telling you, Gannon kills me. He looks just like my son.
Wow.
And that is, it's a different thing when, you're attached to these cases. And sometimes I think maybe I should just step away. I'm not really doing anything good for anyone. I can't solve cases. We all know that.
You can't say that though, Brooks. You give everybody an opportunity of where to be, and people people that are like-minded like you have a place to go and talk about things. You know what I mean? That's what you do, and you do it without having to have some of this other crap that goes around. You give people that opportunity, and you do it for these children, and because you feel so strong and because it is personal to you is why your channel is the way that it is.
Yeah.
That's true.
Your voice, you're a voice for the victims. If you're keeping their names out there, you're not going to let people forget. And we love you for that.
Yeah, we do love you. Look what
You're
you've done with
keeping these
Trent.
cases alive. You're not letting them go cold.
A lot of these other people aren't really talking about Trent. You are. You're
Yep.
being his
I know.
voice.
And like I say I know. Like Michaela Jones, I want to get back on that Elena Raffield. And like I got talked about on another channel the other day. They're like, she's a fake channel. I'm like, what? I mean, what are you talking about?
Because they're not used to seeing people that are true and are here for the right reasons. They're not used to seeing that, so they think you're fake. Well, let me tell you something. Furthest thing from fake, and that's why if you'll go and you'll look through your chats and watch replays and stuff like that, if people aren't here live, you'll go back and see that the people commenting and interacting and stuff in your chat, it's a consistent bunch, and it's consistent because this is where they feel the safest at, and because it's like-minded people.
We're like family. And
Go on, Ava.
oh, so we're family here, I come in every day and listen to your lives, even whenever I'm working, because I love to see the chat. Everybody here is so nice. I've been in other channels and I've watched their chats. There's a bunch of ruthless people out there. I mean, this community is amazing. You have grown such a beautiful community. I love all
Absolutely.
these guys in chat. I recognize their names. Everybody's so nice here. No one shows hate in here. It's
That's
an
how it
amazing
should be.
community.
That's how it should be. And we say all the time, the people that don't understand, they can go another way.
Absolutely.
The trash takes itself out. We all know what's right. We all know what's up and what's down. You know, and it's upsetting to me when I see people supporting who we know are bad people. And it's hard, you know,
It is.
and from there you have to move forward, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to say this, Brooks, because I know it's been a hard week for you. I know it's been a hard week just being around this
And I
stuff.
see Brandy kneeling here right now. And
Oh,
I couldn't imagine being her. I couldn't
no.
imagine. And you have to just move forward. And good overcomes.
Every time.
It always does
Every time.
some way, somehow or another. Good always overcomes evil.
Yep. And I'm like you, Brooks. I don't know how Brandy Neal does it either. God knows I pray for that woman all the time. Pray for her and her family all the time. And I don't know how they do it either. But it's exactly why I think I like being a part of, these cases. And not that I'm going to solve, I'm like you, I'm not going to solve anything, but to be a part of it and show support and, just show support to the victims. And Brandy Neal, God bless your heart if you're still in here. I think you're freaking amazing. I think it's mind-boggling what you're able to do, and God bless your heart, and you'll continue to be in my prayers.
The devil never has the last word.
No.
No.
Nope. Nope.
All right, guys. On that note, I'm breaking down right now.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on. So
Yep.
I'm going to end the show. I've been in your
Thank you
ears for a long time today, and I'm going to wind down. But you guys, I tell you what, you're going to love this. I'm going to live stream our church on Sunday. You're going to love it. Yep. We're going to be at Rivergate Baptist, and you're going to see me on stage. Let's hope I don't confuse the songs between karaoke and
I won't hate that if you do, Brooks. I won't hate that at all.
No, could you imagine me Easter
Yes.
Sunday? Delta Dawn, what's that flower you
Brooks,
got
oh
on?
my God. Listen, my husband sings that song all the time.
I showed up in boots.
Oh God. Hey Brooks, I want to tell you this, and anybody else in this chat too. It's been a lot this week. I think we've all kind of been through it a little bit, but I want all of just to say, and I know everybody knows, but please take care of yourselves too, please, and give yourself a minute when you need it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so,
Love you, girl. Appreciate you. Okay.
Love you too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Love you,
everyone.
Brooks.
Thank you. We love you, Brooks.
Love you.
Thanks.